Choi Hyuk stood firmly on the ground in the middle of the park. He effectively knocked out his opponent to the ground, with his fist still clenched. Regardless of age, size, or number of opponents, he inherently knew how to fight and could win against them all. Worried about Hyuk getting hurt while fighting older people, Hyuk's mother asked about the scars on his face. One day, Hyuk was dragged away by 5 teenagers who were trying to steal his money. Despite Hyuk's warning to let him go, the teenagers refused, and an evil grin spread across their faces, revealing malicious intent. One of them rushed towards Hyuk to make him fight with him. Hyuk stopped holding back. Hyuk's mother heard about it and rushed to see him, but she was shocked. His mother broke down after hearing news about his opponents as one went blind and the other died on the spot from a concussion. Hyuk was taken to the police station for murder, but wasn't subjected to criminal prosecution since he's a minor. The broken mother pleaded with her son, not letting him go away. The mother cried and asked Hyuk not to hit anyone again, ever. Realizing he's a weapon, his mother asked him to bear embarrassment, as it was a punishment for killing a person. Years passed, Hyuk grew up, and he entered his classroom. He confronts Bae Han-sung, Kon Min-ho, and Lee Min-ki. Min-ki charges in and punches Hyuk in the gut, asking him to speak up. While Min-ki locked Hyuk's head and was asking about his breakfast, Hyuk tried to laugh it off and replied that he couldn't have breakfast. Lee pointed his finger towards Min-ji, who was eating, and asked Hyuk if he knew what he should do now. Being embarrassed, Jong Min-ji, president and first-place holder in the whole school, swiftly turned her head away. Kan Min-ho took control of Hyuk and threatened him, asking if Hyuk had completed his math homework. Hyuk reached for his bag and said to Min-ho that he had written the solution process correctly this time. Min-ho took over the note and smacked Hyuk as a token of appreciation, suggesting he would have stayed the year if he had written the wrong solution process again. Han-sung was hungry and threatened Hyuk to give him his wallet. Nervously, Hyuk took his wallet out of his bag and went along with them. During class time, Hyuk was nodding his head over and over. Min-ji realized he wouldn't be intimidated if he just stopped shaking his head, making him look nervous. She was really annoyed by this gesture. But Hyuk was just analyzing how he's getting rusty about his fighting form, and how difficult it is for him to pretend that he doesn't know how to fight. An image of himself was created in his mind, and he wondered if he could win a fight with Min-ki effectively and instinctively. But he became aware of what he was thinking. Hyuk started to nod again, as if he was trying to get rid of those killer thoughts and atone for his sins. He was clear that he would not fight again, and started to wonder why everyone looked so weak. Suddenly, something caught Hyuk's attention behind him. A blue orb spawned out of the air and violently started to spin across the class, pushing back everyone and everything. The orb quickly became a bubble, and everyone was perplexed about the situation. Quickly, all the students checked their phones to communicate, but the screen turned off for everyone. Min-ki tried opening the door, but it didn't move an inch. Someone yelled, "Min-ki, move away from the door." Min-ho charged towards the door and kicked it hard. He injured his leg as Hyuk is visibly confused as to why Min-ho is kicking a sliding door. The class teacher tried to calm everyone down and instructed the students to sit on the floor. Amidst the chaos, some students noticed that something's written over the front of the ring. Confused about its sudden appearance, everyone started to focus on what was written. The rules for the Ring of Rebirth were disclosed. Han-sung was excited about it and was also thinking about whether it's real, while others are worried about deleting people. The teacher was still trying to control the room by instructing the students not to move from their seats until they got a clear picture. The panic started to grow as people started to worry about how long they had to stay in the room and what if the rules were true. Hyuk was comparatively calm and was ready to accept the situation that they would starve and die. Suddenly, Hyuk's focus diverted as the teacher yelled for Min-ki to get down from the ring. While the teacher was insisting on him to get down, Min-ki refused as he felt trapped and bored, while Han-seong was smirking from behind. Suddenly, Min-ki was able to realize multiple stat abilities. With a confident smirk on his face, he ducked. Min-ki launched himself into the air, realizing his physical abilities have improved while his classmates are shocked to see him. His classmates calculated that his jump was nearly over a meter or so and were shocked by his superhuman jump. Realizing the power of karma, Min-ki thought that the rules for the Ring of Rebirth might be real. Min-ki, with an evil grin on his face, points his finger and calls Gil Su Yang to the ring. Gil Su froze for a moment and others were shocked. Suddenly, something pushed Gil Su from behind. Everyone, and Gil Su himself, was confused about who pushed him. An unknown force started to pull Gil Su towards the ring. Suddenly, Min-ji rushed towards the ring with concern. She held Gil Su from behind and asked everyone to come help him. Everyone, including Hyuk, rushed in. They all held a part of Gil Su's body to prevent him from being dragged. But despite their efforts, the force was too heavy for them, and it pulled Gil Su out of everyone's grip. Suddenly, a bubble appeared and prevented other classmates from entering near the ring. Since most of them were trying to hold Gil Su back, the barrier held them outside. Being envious about the fact that Min-ji hugged Gil Su, Min-ki was standing menacingly in front of Gil Su. Min-ki started to question Min-ji's friendship because of his envy, while Hyuk and Min-ji are both confused about what's happening. Min-ki was surprised and slightly startled by the fact that the rules are actually real. Gil Su started to panic and shiver out of fear. Even though Min-ki had an advantage, fear was instilled in him. He understood the reality of this situation, but the beast that was lurking inside him fueled his malice and hunger for strength. Min-ki quickly caught Gil Su with a sleeper hold from back. Gil Su started to suffocate and slowly lose his grip while Min-ki strangled harder. The teacher yelled at him while his classmates were just witnessing a gruesome act. Gil Su almost passed out and lost his grip on Min-ki's arm. The other classmates were horrified by Min-ki's heartless beating. Gil Su fell on his knees and slowly started to lose consciousness. Suddenly, despite losing consciousness, Gil Su gripped Min-ki's forearm. Slowly, Gil Su planted his feet to the ground and stood up, even though he was held by a sleeper hold. He firmly squeezed Min-ki's forearm and slowly tried to remove the submission move. Gil Su violently ripped Min-ki's shirt off while escaping the sleeper hold, leaving his forearm scarred with his grip. As Gil Su escaped the sleeper hold, he moved forward while Min-ki fell back due to Gil Su's strength. Gil Su thought about his actions, how he escaped his situation with a piece of Min-ki's shirt in his hand. While Min-ki was shocked to see Gil Su's strength as it almost broke his arms, Gil Su clenched his fist with determination, realizing he could win this fight. Enraged by Min-ki's actions, Gil Su charged towards him to punch him. The punch lands right on Min-ki's face. With such a heavy force, Gil Su was able to push Min-ki away. He slowly released his fists as he positioned Min-ki to the center of the ring. Gil Su took a glance over his hand, understanding his strength. With sheer confidence, he clenched his fists again harder. He charged towards Hin-ki again to throw a punch, while Hyuk was standing beside the ring, analyzing the fight. Hyuk knew it was pointless for Gil Su to charge towards Min-ki. Hyuk analyzed the situation and understood that Gil Su should adopt a defensive approach to dominate Min-ki in this fight. Hyuk saw that Gil Su was stronger, but Min-ki was faster than Gil Su, and Min-ki landed a devastating right hook. Gil Su was still on his feet and charged towards him again. But because of Min-li's longer arms and greater reach, Gil Su was at a disadvantage, and Min-ki landed another jab. Min-ki saw a quick opening and went for a left hook, but since his reach was short, he easily evaded it. Min-ki quickly countered the left hook with a right. While the fight was still going on, Hyuk thought of the reality of the situation before, where he was a weak boy, and there was Min-ki, who pretended to be strong. He understood that if this fight were telecast on TV, people would ignore it and laugh it off as a kid's fight. But the reality was the cruelty itself. Min-ki landed a hard jab to Gil Su's face. The glass panels over the window started to vibrate due to the force exerted by the jab. But it did not change their fighting skills. It was the ring that powered Gil Su to endure and strike heavy like a bull, and Min-ki to be quick and agile like a deer. Within an instant, Min-ki rushed in with a heavy punch point-blank at Gil Su's face. The hook landed right on the face of Gil Su. But to think of it, karma powered him up, else he would have ended up in the hospital with broken bones. Gil Su tanked the hook. Sparked by rage, Gil Su quickly locked in. He jumped towards Min-ki to swing a strong uppercut, but Min-ki narrowly dodged it. The classmates were just sad and shocked to see the phenomenal athletic abilities of these two individuals. Min-ki was surprised to see Gil Su's endurance and stamina levels. Motivated by this, Gil Su was determined to land one more hit. He went to his fighting stance, with his fists as strong as a rock, and was ready to charge towards Min-ki. Gil Su slowly started to lose his stamina, while his nose and mouth started to bleed heavily. He charged towards Min-ki regardless of his stamina exhaustion, while Min-ki was aware of his jab. Min-ki slipped out and countered Gil Su with another jab. With immense power, the jab was planted right on Gil Su's face. Min-ki was trying to follow up the jab while Gil Su almost lost his balance. He quickly closed the distance and covered up with an uppercut near Gil Su's face. This devastating blow knocked Gil Su's teeth out and made him lose consciousness. The broken teeth fell all over the ground around the ring. Consumed by evil intentions, Min-ki quickly took control over Gil Su and held his head, and was ready to throw powerful punches. Min-ki pounded Gil Su's face, and this caused the classmates to panic and get scared of the scene. He started to pound harder and harder on his face. Exhausted by this, Gil Su tried to plead with Minki, but Minki did not stop punching him. Blood started to splatter all over the class while his classmates tried not to look at this scary and gruesome act. And for the finisher, he unleashed a lot of powerful strikes to his face. After this continuous beating up, Minki stopped and looked at Gil Su. Gil Su's head was almost squished, and blood was splattered everywhere. His classmates were just shocked to see the horrors Minki did to Gil Su, while Gil Su's hand slowly started to fade away into ashes. Minki, confused about what's happening to Gil Su, his whole body started to fade away into dust. While he was thinking, some dust particles entered his nose. Gil Su completely faded away into dust particles. While the other classmates were panicking, Hayek was shocked to see Gil Su fading away into dust. He saw some spilled blood and witnessed the last breath of a person. This reminded him of his past incident when he was in the 6th grade. Hyuk realized how easily he killed that high school student. But it was his mother who really mourned the death of the student. It was his first and last time he committed a murder, but this time it was committed by others. However, Minki's attitude was different from his attitude when he committed it. Minki suddenly felt an overflowing energy surging through his body. Minki realized he had become far stronger than before. Understanding that he got this power surge after killing Gil Su, Minki was consumed by greed for power and was determined to kill everyone to become stronger. Minki turned around creepily and was looking for the next opponent. He set his eyes towards a weaker classmate. He chose Yoon Ki-rim as his next opponent. Scared by Minki's ruthlessness, Ki-rim started to panic out of fear, thinking the same would happen to her. But not only Ki-rim, but also most of the classmates got scared after witnessing Minki's fight. They all realized the Ring of Rebirth actually made Lee Min-ki be reborn as a demon without mercy. Just like Gil Su, Ki-rim was dragged to the ring by an unknown force while the other classmates were just confused. Not wanting to die, Ki-rim screamed for help while she was dragged by her leg by this unknown force. Minji quickly grabbed her hand, tried to prevent her from entering the ring. The other classmates were just standing still as they thought she would still suffer the same fate as Gil Su, even if they helped. Minji helped Ki-rim to get up while Ki-rim was still traumatized. Without hesitation, Minji yelled that she would like to fight Min-ki, and this shocked Ki-rim, but Minji just took advantage of Rule 2 of the Ring of Rebirth. Ki-rim broke down into tears. As Minji entered the ring, Ki-rim cried hard, thinking even she would suffer the same fate as Gil Su. Min-ki was surprised to see Minji in the ring, and the other classmates were just speechless about her actions, and Minji started to stretch her arms. Min-ki smiled, asking Minji if she was really going to fight him. Minji stayed silent, implying a yes with that silence. He quickly locked in and accepted her request. While Minji was warming up, Min-ki offered another chance. Minji was confident and smirked. She finished her stretches and came face to face with Min-ki. With a soft smile, she cussed at Min-ki and was ready to fight him. Min-ki chuckles it off, thinking Minji was crazy. With his fists open and a creepy grin on his face, he rushed in towards Minji. He quickly grabbed Minji by her shoulders and pushed her to the ground. Just like how he took control of Gil Su, Min-ki took control of Minji within a few seconds. Min-ki came closer towards her with malicious intent. Consumed by lust, he tried to take Minji's clothes off first before even attacking her. Feeling powerless, Minji felt awkward in her body and felt uncomfortable. Min-ki was distracted by this, almost enjoying the moment while he was trying to rip her dress off. When he tried to open the shirt by force, a button flew across due to the immense force he exerted. The spinning button hit Min-ki's face, catching his attention over the situation. The button stopped rotating after it hit Min-ki's face. And in that moment, he knew something was off. Min-ki realized he was stabbed by a tool to his head by Minji. Before he could even react, while he was distracted due to his lust rather than his hunger for power, Minji quickly took advantage of this situation and stabbed Min-ki. The Min-ki started to lose his consciousness before the button even fell to the ground. Minji pulled the sharp tool out of his head, splattering Min-ki's blood. She pushed Min-ki to the ground while he went unconscious, as he was bleeding heavily. Before even the battle could begin, Min-ki lost to his lust and fell to the ground before the button could fall. The button fell to the ground after Min-ki, but covered with his own blood. With a deep sigh, Minji was trying to calm herself while she firmly gripped the tool. Just like Gil Su, Min-ki's body started to crumble into pieces, starting from the injury he suffered. Slowly, the pieces broke down into dust particles, and just like the previous battle, the dust particles went near Minji, who won the fight by eliminating Min-ki. But Min-ji resisted and didn't accept the power surge after defeating Min-ki. With a messed-up dress, she held onto the needle she found in a toolbox. She knew the basic biology of humans, that if someone gets stabbed in the head, they will die. She was calm and perfectly waited for a moment, while Min-ki's completely distracted. Her classmates are shocked to see the tactic used by Min-ji to ensure her victory over Min-ki. Min-ji stood up and stepped out of the ring. In order to express her gratitude for saving her, Ki-rim thanked Min-ji for stepping in for her. But Min-ji was simply disappointed. Min-ji ignored her gratitude and brought Ki-rim to the reality they are facing right now, that she would die eventually if she wasn't strong enough. Ki-rim froze in fear after hearing Min-ji's words. Min-ji opened the door with ease, which was impossible for others to open. Before exiting the class, Min-ji explained to Ki-rim that she didn't intervene to save her and told Ki-rim to kill while she could, else she would suffer a meaningless death. But the door allowed only Min-ji to exit, and it closed as soon as she left, and didn't allow anyone else to exit. While the classmates are distracted by Min-ji, Min-ho enters the ring, talking about how loud these people are. He set his eyes towards Hyuk. He challenged Hyuk to get into the ring to fight him. With a blank expression, he tried to realize the situation he's in right now. Hyuk knew he was far more different than Lee Min-ki, as he showed no mercy for Gil Su. Hyuk also knew that even Min-ji killed Min-ki without hesitation for survival. But Hyuk also realized he wasn't the only killer anymore. They all were killers. Hyuk smirked as if he felt like he didn't want to hold back anymore. It is similar to that of a beast that was born among the chicks. Every time the beast tried to touch a chick, it died easily. But the beast's mother said that the problem was not the chicks being weak, but it was the beast itself. Ever since, the beast lived low like a dog among the chicks, and ignored the chicks even when they pecked it. Min-ho was one of those guys who assumed he would kill the beast because it seemed weak, but the beast snapped. Hyuk stepped onto the ring. As he was climbing up the ring, he saw Min-ho and realized the last fight he had was an illusion. But Hyuk had no other choice but to confirm it himself. Hyuk started to tremble as he stood in front of Min-ho, realizing that the weaker of the two would die. Min-ho, on the other hand, was assuring Hyuk not to be afraid with a sinister smile on his face. He even told Hyuk that he was lucky that both of them belonged to the same weight class out of the whole class. Even Hyuk tried to laugh it off. But Hyuk let his beast out, consumed by wrath. Min-ho pitied Hyuk. He had to beat him to death. Comparatively, Hyuk is taller, but Min-ho was confident that he's a wimp. But considering Gil Su, Min-ho became aware that Hyuk might become strong at any point in time once he receives his karma. Min-ho realized he received his karma as soon as he stepped on the ring, just like video game systems. But he also realized Hyuk hasn't received his karma yet. In order to take advantage of the situation, Min-ho quickly closed the distance between Min and Hyuk. Min-ho leaped with all of his strength for a takedown on Hyuk. Min-ho successfully grabbed Hyuk from his takedown attempt. As soon as he realized he caught Hyuk, he creepily smiled, thinking he had gotten his advantage over Hyuk. But in an instant, Min-ho was confused about what was happening as he saw tube lights in the ceiling, with blood in the air. Min-ho realized there was a lot of blood around him, and this must be a joke as he saw his classmates upside down. But his classmates were just horrified and scared after witnessing what had happened. Min-ho quickly lost his consciousness, and blood started to splatter all over his lower jaw and neck. It was Hyuk's devastating right knee to counter Min-ho's takedown, which ended up snapping his head due to his immense strength. While Min-ho's head fell down and his body started to leak a lot of blood, Hyuk was calm, but enraged by the beast itself. The beast that Hyuk had held back could no longer be stopped or controlled. Just like Min-ki and Gil Su, Min-ho's head started to fade away. Meanwhile, his body also started to disintegrate into dust particles. And within a few seconds, Min-ho's entire body disappeared, and the shirt started to fade away as well. With a stale expression, Hyuk realized he had won the battle against Min-ho. His classmates were just awestruck due to his immense physical strength. Hyuk felt the blood of Min-ho on his pants near the knee, which he used to counter. Feeling empty, Hyuk just stared at it for a while. Hyuk was shocked as a message popped up in front of him. The ring gave Hyuk 10 points as a bonus, as he defeated his opponent before even karma was distributed to him, and it increased his karmic points. The message also showed his karma points distribution of Hyuk. Hyuk realized that he absorbed a part of Kang Min-ho's stats and understood that Min-ho had a lot of stamina due to his extra point over stamina. Suddenly, Hyuk felt something surging through his hand, entering his body. It was karma, and it was an unfamiliar feeling, but it also enhanced his muscles and tendons, which allowed him to move explosively. Hyuk clenched his fist and felt the power of karma coursing through it. Curious about this power surge, Hyuk wanted to try karma in order to understand it even further. But his mother's words crossed his mind once again. He quickly tried to erase the thought of killing anyone by nodding over, and he was done with killing. Hyuk quickly thought of a way to escape. Since he had defeated an opponent, he thought of walking away just like Minji. But his instinct suggested he fight more, and his focus shifted to someone else. His focus averted to Bae Hangsong. He always bullied other people. He found them a threat, as he might kill the weaker ones to survive. Hyuk was frustrated by that thought. Hansong started to pray and started to beg for mercy. Seeking forgiveness, he fell onto his knees and accepted that it was his fault for being a bully. Within that instant, Hyuk noticed something odd. He saw Hanseong's eye turn red while he was pleading, and within an instant, it reverted back into his normal eyes while he continued to apologize. Confused about what had happened moments ago, Hyuk noticed that there was something strange in his eyes. Hansong confessed that he regrets everything that he's ever done. But Hyuk wasn't buying his story, as he was suspicious of whether he would kill the weak ones, and Hansong was pleading that he wouldn't kill anyone and stay quiet. After hearing his plea for mercy, Hyuk was confused about whether he had to do something about Hansong. In the meantime, Hansong quickly drew a weapon out of his pocket. It was a cutter. Suddenly, Hyuk noticed a strange red flash over Hansong. Hansong, completely blinded by rage, charged towards Hyuk to kill him. He swung the cutter across Hyuk's face, but Hyuk nearly dodged the slice. Even though Hyuk almost dodged it, it still cut his face shallowly. Instantly, Hyuk countered it with a powerful strike to Hansong's jaw. The punch almost made Hansong go mid-air and lose his consciousness. The cutter fell onto the ground and broke. Hansong fell onto his knees again after being countered by Hyuk. But this time, even though he's on his knees, he totally went unconscious, and his face started to bleed due to Hyuk's precise and powerful counter. Hyuk tried to analyze why Hansong's eyes turned red, as if something possessed him when he was trying to kill him. The punch landed so hard on Hansong's face that he started to foam at the mouth due to its impact. But Hyuk realized he was just unconscious, not dead. Confused about the situation, Hyuk wondered if he had to kill Hanseong with his bare hands. But his attention was averted. He looked at his classmates and realized his classmates were still watching his gruesome act. He realized it was too late, and he's already a monster and a killer. Hyuk quickly opened his fists and approached Hansong's unconscious body. He started to choke Hansong by his neck, trying to strangle him. As Hyuk continued to strangle Hansong tried to resist. But eventually, Hansong gives up. Just like his friends, he also started to disintegrate into dust particles right when Hyuk was strangling him. Hyuk stood up and tried to dust his shirt off as it became dusty due to Hansong's disintegration. He even rubbed his hands off to remove all the dirt. Now that Hansong's eliminated, he thought it was over. As he stood before the karma point message in front of him after killing Hansong, Hyuk realized that this wasn't the end, and he wouldn't be happy fighting if it continued. But in that moment, Hyuk realized something. He turned around and took a glance at his classmates and his class. Hyuk was curious about the range of this supernatural phenomenon, whether it covered the whole school. But he was suspicious whether it would extend over the entire Gangdong or even the entire Seoul. Hyuk's curiosity quickly turned into a concern about his mom and whether she's all right or not. The hallway and the classroom were dimly lit. The windows were covered with blood as it became a fierce battle between men and women. Some of them, who were excited to see blood, used weapons like hammers to kill with incredible, while some didn't want to fight and had to fight for the course of their survival. This was a very similar rule to that of a ship anchor that sinks into the sea, to drag every person to the bottom by any brutal means. After a massacre, only some were alive from the whole class. Yoon Ki-rim, previously chosen by Lee Min-ki, was still scared after witnessing all the chaos that happened. Min Byung-sae was shy yet had many friends, and the teacher, who set his eyes on Byung-sae. Left with no option, the teacher chose Byung-sae for a duel in order to exit the room. Fear instilled by Byung-sae as he knew it was impossible for him to defeat his teacher. The teacher fought Byung-sae, and he quickly strangled Byung-sae, making him lose consciousness at a very quick rate. The teacher strangled Byung-sae to death, and his life slowly diminished. Witnessing all these horrors, Ki-rim was still traumatized and started to panic heavily as her life was at stake. The teacher glanced at Ki-rim in silence. As the teacher walked out of the classroom, Ki-rim asked him to save her while she was panicking. Consumed by fear, she started to think if it was all a dream and if she was stuck in class forever. Meanwhile, Hyuk was charging towards the window with immense force. But the barrier that was protecting the window repelled him, making him fall to the ground. Witnessing the barrier's force, he thought it was impossible for him to break it. Quickly, he stood up and ran across the corridor to find a way to escape his school. As he was running, the thought of his mom struck his mind again and again, making him unstable. He thought someone might be strangling her to death as of this moment. This thought alone made Hyuk lose his temper. He quickly kicked the nearby window again, but the barrier's force was so strong it didn't even budge for an inch. Hyuk delivered a powerful punch followed by a kick to break it. He landed a number of punches over it in order to break the barrier's force and break out of the window. But Hyuk used all of his stamina and fell to the ground, while a strange red message popped up over the window. Hyuk was surprised by the appearance of red text. The message implied Hyuk had to get angrier, and only then could he kill. Hyuk sighed deeply as the red message vanished. He started to wonder who created this game and what his intention was behind it. But he cleared all of his thoughts and realized one thing. Out of frustration, he quickly slammed the door beside him. He continued to walk along the corridor, and he realized that he would become a killing machine or a slave in order to survive until the end. Only then can he meet the creator of this game, at least once. And only that time he wanted to meet his faces and beat each and every one of them to death. The gym was the only place students could go once they left the classroom. There were a few people in the gym, but everyone had killed someone and had their guard up against each other as they maintained their distance. Hyuk entered the gym while Min-ji was sitting near the door. She took a glance at Hyuk and was surprised, but she kept her silence. While some started to enter the gym, another yellow message popped up displaying that a bonus game was on, and it was their break time to prepare for the future. Confused about this message, Hyuk analyzed that there are about 30 students in the gym with him as of this moment. But since it was written that the previous game hadn't been completed yet, he understood that more and more would enter the gym as time went on. A red-screened room over the balcony quickly caught Hyuk's attention. He entered the room as he realized that he needed to be a step up from the rest in order to win the bonus game. But it was just a locker room with a bunch of lockers and chairs. Hyuk quickly started to search if he could find anything useful. He even searched the dustbin nearby to see if he could find anything useful. Something else caught his attention. Being exhausted from searching all over the room, he saw something on the ground. Hyuk found a katana. He grabbed and unsheathed it to see if it was real and sharp enough to kill. The others saw Hyuk wield a weapon and were shocked. Within an instant, everyone scattered and ran around. Everyone started to search every corner of the gym in hopes of finding a weapon. Some of them even searched over the power supply box, and some tried to run away and hide. But Hyuk did not stop searching even after he found the katana, and eventually found another room that caught his interest. He saw another red curtain. Curious about what's behind it, he quickly slid it away and opened it. Hyuk froze after he saw that what was behind the curtain was a hidden rule. Hidden Rule 9 stated that if a person killed more than 5 people, they would awaken to an innate skill and become a king without subjects. But as he was reading it, the message started to wobble. Eventually, the message dissolved into the thin air. The message's dust was entering Hyuk's body as the message continued to disappear. Hyuk stood still, trying to figure out what it all meant while the curtains flew beside him. The gym was quiet from the outside. But inside, chaos erupted as people started to fight over the weapons they found scattered around the gym. While others even tried to take advantage of the situation when Mr. Lee and another teacher were fighting over a weapon. As people were searching for props all around the gym, another person entered the gym, confused about what was going on. He started to wonder what everyone was looking for. But most of all, he found a leg over his head. He saw Hyuk climbing the ceiling of the gym, hoping to find something useful for the bonus game, while he had already found another sword. He was surprised by Hyuk's acrobatic abilities and insane agility. He was fueled up after seeing Hyuk and realized he couldn't lose to him. He jumped explosively to the ceiling by using the balcony as a step. As the chaos continued, a golden light spawned in the middle of the stage. As the intensity of light reduced, it became clear that it was the yellow message again, indicating that the previous game and the break time had ended. Suddenly, the chaos stopped as everyone's focus shifted to reading the rules for this bonus game. Everyone had found a piece of armor and at least had one weapon with them, making them more prepared and dangerous for Hyuk in this bonus game. But Hyuk found only 3 weapons during the break time, with no armor. One of the swords was a Japanese sword for cutting. The other one was a bastard sword for both cutting and stabbing. And the other one was an S-stock for only stabbing, as all the equipment is of F tier. But Hyuk did find 5 hidden rules for the throne game. Hayuk found the hidden rule number 5, hidden rule number 6, hidden rule number 7, hidden rule number 9, and hidden rule number 15. As everyone was reading about the rules for the bonus game, he noticed that the current game was a bonus game and not a throne game. Hayuk used the hidden rules to realize that the throne game was a game where people would declare themselves as kings and collect subordinates to take the throne. He understood that rules numbers 9 and 15 were connected by the term king without subjects, and noticed it was a rule that needed another rule to understand, and was hidden in a hard-to-reach place. Since the reward would be a D-rank weapon, he knew it was better than an F-tier weapon and realized he must win that weapon. He aimed for rule number 9 and had no choice but to give up on rules number 5, 6, and 7. Hyuk resolved himself to show his worth to the creators in the game, and both the reward and the title King Without Subjects appeared to be decent. He only needed to kill 3 more people, as the conditions to become a king without subjects were to kill 5 people and awaken an innate skill, which he had already awakened. Eyes of distinction, which enable Hayuk to see what intention a person has. The red and black flashes of light emitted from Hansung indicated his hostile, black, and killing red intent. In a moment where no one knew what the others were thinking, the eyes of distinction were an unrivaled skill. Suddenly, a golden light caught Hayuk's attention. A big golden transparent cube spawned out of nowhere, startling the other students. Multiple cubes spawned over the entire gym, which startled everyone. The rules for the bonus game suggested that it was a golden opportunity to get an E-rank item. If a dropout, who would be indicated with an item mark, dies, and if a dropout kills someone, the mark would disappear, and they would be given karma points. But everyone was confused about what or who exactly these dropouts were. Suddenly, people appeared inside the cube. Surprised by this phenomenon, everyone swiftly averted their attention from the cubes. People couldn't understand what exactly happening now, but soon its meaning became clear. Everyone realized that the people who had appeared with an item mark above their heads were those who didn't fight until the end and were left in the classrooms. They were the only non-murderers here. Among them was Ki-rim, who was in Hayuk's class, and it all meant that they had to kill the most innocent individuals to obtain items. People are divided into 2 sides. On the first side, there are people who gave up and didn't know what to do, and had decided not to act, even though they were the majority. As for the other side, it was further divided into groups, a side that decided that they had to kill to obtain an item, and a side that resolved not to let their friends die. While those who decided not to act spectated, the rest of them slowly started to surround the item boxes. Suddenly, someone swung a metal-spiked baseball bat over the box, trying to hurt the dropout. But he was curious as to why he couldn't hit. He understood the bonus game hadn't started yet. While the dropout was crying for her life, someone stood up for her. Teacher Kim came to defend the dropout, trying to defuse the students by morals. The students too realized it was Teacher Kim, but everyone was armed and dangerous. One of them yelled that everyone here was murderers and got to this place by at least killing one person. Consumed by guilt, Mr. Kim's reality sank in. He realized he even killed his students to get to this place, just for survival. Chaos erupted between the 2 factions. One of the students was trying to defend Hyejin by wielding an axe and defending both him and Hyejin. The opposite faction members just stood there, trying to find an opening as he was threatening to kill them if they came any closer. Minji glanced over the box and saw Ki-rim mouthing her name. Ki-rim was filled with hope that Minji would save her, just like she did from Min-ki. But Minji wanted her to get out with her own strength, as she hated the weak and loathed those who didn't resist. Because whenever Minji saw someone who was getting bullied or beaten in front of her, she imagined herself as if she were the one getting beaten up. She hated that pain, and she hated the weak who caused her to suffer. No matter how many times she stretched her hand to help, they didn't stand up for themselves and wished all the weaklings would die. Even though it was her honest feeling, she could never turn her back on someone who was suffering. She always hated that part of her, but there was nothing she could do to overcome this. Minji counted 6 people who surrounded Ki-rim and noticed that these people had a sword or wore chainmail. But Minji was better equipped with a shield, longsword, and body armor. But understanding she was outnumbered, she quickly scanned her surroundings to increase her winning odds, all amidst this confusion. But just then, the transparent golden walls started to fade away. Within a few moments, the only source of protection for the items vanished. Hayuk was determined to kill 3 people in order to achieve his goal. But out of all the people, he was confused as to whom he should choose. Choosing the weak people would be very efficient, but Hayuk refused. He decided to kill the first one who received an item and take it from them. Suddenly, a scream was heard throughout the gym. One of the students got impaled in the throat by a sharp spear, and blood started to splatter as he tried to push it away from his throat. He was pushed to the ground, and the man slowly pulled the spear out from his throat. When he pulled the spear out, blood started to erupt from his injury, as it was a deep one, and it cut the veins. Due to severe blood loss from the throat, he tried to breathe through the blood, resulting in severe coughs as blood started to ooze through his mouth as well. The man who stabbed stood there and watched as his victim struggled to breathe and was bleeding. But he sensed something behind him. A huge hammer, completely made out of light, just like the material that was used to hold the dropouts, spawned right behind him. The hammer swung across the face of the man with immense strength and speed, but it was targeting someone else. The hammer instantly smashed the dropout, killing him within a moment, with blood splattered everywhere. Everyone was shocked to see this scene and looked completely confused. And within a few seconds, the hammer started to fade away and disintegrate into smaller dust particles. As it faded, there was a pendant floating inside the hammer. The man noticed this pendant, and it now belonged to him, as he killed an item and earned it. He became aware and happy for a moment. He realized that he had an E-rank relic with him, which came in handy. Suddenly, there was a disturbance in the air. Hyuk quickly rushed towards him and quickly covered the distance between him and his opponent from the blind spot. Suddenly, he leaped into the air. While he was examining the pendant with his spear, Hyuk was in midair, focused on his first opponent, and prepared for his first hunt. He chose his Japanese katana, and as he got closer and closer towards his prey, he quickly unsheathed his katana for a powerful slash. He sliced through his head from the back, but Hyuk felt a clash when he sliced him, as if he was parried by something. His opponent became aware that Hyuk tried to slash his neck and behead him from behind, but Hyuk's katana broke into pieces. Hyuk couldn't even understand how and why his katana broke. The force was so intense that it didn't snap his katana into two or bend it. It was shattered into pieces due to some protection. His opponent turned around. Completely enraged by this, his eyes quickly turned red as he wanted to hurt Hyuk. Hyuk just landed on the ground with a broken katana in his hand. While Hyuk was thinking about what had just happened, his opponent charged towards him to impale him with his spear. He realized it could be some sort of protection spell that the pendant offered his opponent. He tried to impale and stab Hyuk in his gut, but Hyuk threw his broken katana as it couldn't be used anymore and quickly evaded the spear. The broken katana was high up in midair. Hyuk's quick reflex enabled him to punch his opponent's face in an efficient way. But as he punched through his face, he felt the same sensation again, as if something was protecting his opponent and parrying his punch. His katana was still in midair but started to descend. Hyuk was surprised to see his punch had no effect on his opponent. While the parry effect caused intense light energy, it made it hard for his opponent to see what was happening at that moment. He quickly charged towards Hyuk and tried stabbing him in his stomach, but Hyuk dodged awkwardly, making him inconsistent and making him lose balance. But he somehow converted and shifted the excess momentum while dodging, and this helped him to flip out of the situation, helping him to maintain some distance between him and his opponent. The broken katana finally fell down, with its blade part touching the ground first. But while he was trying to flip, his hand slipped, causing an injury in his hand. This distracted Hyuk as he was in the middle of an evasion. His opponent rushed in with immense speed by carrying his spearhead. But Hyuk launched himself into the air with the momentum he gained after pushing himself against the spearhead itself. The excess force Hyuk used to flip over the spear changed its direction downwards as Hyuk safely spaced himself. Hyuk landed on his feet and stood face to face with his opponent. Suddenly, he felt something, some sensation tingling over his body. It was a feeling that was way different from the boring fights he had against Minho and Han Sung, and a feeling that he hadn't felt for a long time. Hyuk's focus was on that glowing pendant, wondering how long it would last. He instantly moved out of the spearhead and tried to land another punch on his opponent. Hyuk was focused and fierce with his intentions and his punch. The punch landed on his opponent's face, but it didn't damage him at all as something parried his punch again, an invisible force. But the pendant stopped glowing after he landed that punch, and Hyuk instantly understood what was going on. He checkmated his opponent as he read the situation and quickly sidestepped. He quickly took advantage of his blind spot and unsheathed his estoc sword. Before even his opponent could realize what was going on, he noticed something was odd. He realized he had been stabbed in the neck from behind as blood started to ooze out of his wound. Hyuk held his estoc firmly as his opponent struggled to breathe. He quickly pulled his sword from his neck, which made him spill more blood than usual, and he even started to bleed from his mouth. His opponent slowly started to lose consciousness and felt his life fade away. He finally fell on the ground and passed away due to heavy blood loss. Just like the previous victims, he started to fade away and disintegrate into ash. While his body faded away, he noticed the pendant was still intact. Hyuk took the pendant. As he killed the first one, he realized he still had 2 more to go. He also obtained the pendant, a necklace of protection, and E-rank equipment that could intercept an attack within a certain range with only 3 interceptions at a time, and it recharged every 20 minutes. The total student population was 1,938 people throughout the college. But including teachers, the number exceeded 2,000, and out of them, only 812 had survived past the Ring of Rebirth. While only 150 of them participated in the bonus game, the dropouts were running throughout the gym for their lives. 2 of them surrounded and trapped a dropout while he was running for his life. Suddenly, one of them used a spear to tackle one of the dropouts, making him trip across the floor. He fell chin first on the floor. One of the participants held his head by the hair and pulled him back. He pulled up his knife and came closer to finish him off while he was scared for his life. The blade touched his neck. The same scenario happened throughout the gym. Many chased after individual targets, and the lucky ones who killed them would receive compensation. One of them drew his sword and stood in front of Kirim to finish her off while she was trembling out of fear. But within an instant, Kirim disappeared from his sight. Minji stepped into action and quickly leaped out of action with Kirim over her shoulders, escaping the situation with ease as they all stood confused. Minji grabbed Kirim and ran off towards the other end of the gym, where another fight was going on. She was heading towards Chu Yong Jyn, who was trying to protect his girlfriend with an axe while she hid behind him. While they were fighting with Yong Jyn, someone yelled his name, catching everyone off guard and surprised. It was Minji, carrying Kirim over her back. She jumped in to save him. She instantly kicked him out of the scene, and he fell onto the ground, dropping his sword. Minji landed on the floor as Yong Jyn was just shocked and confused. The moment she slammed her fist into the throat of a student who was approaching Lee Haejin, his girlfriend, an alliance was formed. But Minji had other plans apart from saving Yong Jyn and Haejin. She called Baek Sae-rom, who was also a friend of Haejin. Like that, she continued to call out specific people's names. But there were some who looked away because of their fear. However, there were also some who slowly entered the fray. As she started to aggressively form an alliance, the hunters felt overwhelmed facing Jong Minji's group. Even though this was a bonus game and even though an E-rank item was enticing, there were many individuals who didn't want to risk their lives for it. But some were still willing to kill even though they didn't have to put their lives on the line. While the chaos continued, some of them were struck with arrows from above and were caught unexpectedly, as none of them could block the arrows as if they were released by someone who was very skilled in archery. The third-year student representative, Pil Jong, along with his friend Sun Duk-pil, was willing to kill even though they didn't have to put their lives on the line by differentiating between people he knew and didn't know with a sword. On the other hand, one of the dropouts tried exiting the gym by running to the door. But as he was running, he noticed something behind. Fear instilled in him as if he were at the door of hell. He was beheaded within an instant by a player who ran around swiftly, cutting dropouts' necks. It was none other than the queen bee of third years, Lee Hyuna. She was cruel in her own ways, as she saved people with pretty faces and mercilessly killed those she deemed ugly. And she gave swords to those she saved and ordered them to kill others. On the other hand, there was a man standing over the dead body of a teacher, wielding an iron mace. 5 teachers died, and among them, 3 weren't dropouts, but those who hunted the dropouts. It was the gym teacher, Hwang Mangi, who didn't hesitate for a moment to kill his competitors. But there was also another human in the room, who instilled fear in his enemies, who were intimidated by his presence. Choi Jun-sung challenged his opponents if they wanted to move, as they were just trying to find an opening. One of them fell to the ground, and he walked up to them with a long sword in his hand. As Jun-sung was walking towards him, the other guy sneaked behind him. He took out his knife and was ready to stab Jun-sung from the back, as he was desperate for survival and to win the game. He found an opening. Within an instant, he rushed towards Jun-sung with immense rage and speed. He sensed something in that moment. The moment he tried to stab him, he entered a particular range. Jun-sung smiled as he already sensed his presence and was ready to counter it. With immense strength, Jun-sung swung his sword from below with a creepy grin, slicing him in 2 halves as he dropped his weapon. But even in this whole simple game, there were a few options, and players who shown each had their own style and techniques instead of a typical conventional fight. A sword clashed with a saber, creating sparks from this interaction between the tools. Since Hyuk's rule was more eye-catching, he was trying to kill the one who obtained an item. But instantly, Hyuk noticed something was wrong with the clash. His opponent's saber started to slice his sword, indicating the difference in sharpness between these two tools. Hyuk quickly stepped back and spaced himself in a safe position. Realizing that his opponent's saber was an E-rank weapon, which is far superior to his F-rank bastard sword, Hyuk understood that if his sword received a direct hit, it would mostly break into two. His opponent quickly swung across his gut to injure him, but Hyuk evades it with ease. He tried to assert dominance over Hyuk by continuously going offensive against him, but he was able to dodge it all and parry the strikes that he couldn't parry. Hyuk waited for the right time to counter his swing, and in that moment when his opponent tried to charge his swing, Hyuk quickly stabbed him over his chest. As it was a fatal injury, he instantly started to fade away into ashes. Just like he received his pendant, he received the E-rank saber, which was far superior. But Hyuk was confused. He noticed that there was something very different from his other swords. Hyuk's attention was averted to someone who was nearby. He saw a guy trying to fix his shoes. Suddenly, something caught his attention, and he was shocked. Hyuk rushed in quickly as he tried to test his new saber sword. He charged up his swing and was trying to slice him in half, but the shoes, which he just wore, provided a jump boost, which enabled him to exert more force for the jump. When Hyuk almost sliced him in half, he quickly jumped over his strike. Hyuk noticed his opponent was mid-air for an extended period of time. This caught him off guard as he wasn't prepared for that evasion and that ability. He lost his momentum and fell to the ground. He landed perfectly, and he was able to jump again like a spring. He used his boots to escape from Hyuk as he jumped around the gym and evaded everyone. Confused about the situation, Hyuk wondered if it was the effect of the shoes and if it would be challenging to kill him. Hyuk stood among the crowd, but within an instant he disappeared, making use of the crowd as his cover to cut his opponent's line of sight. Mid-air, he searched everywhere for a while and turned back to see where he was. He searched through the crowd but couldn't find Hyuk. He even looked over the other side to see if he could see Hyuk so that he could be aware of his predator. Since he couldn't see Hyuk anywhere, he thought he had stopped pursuing him and changed his target. Even though he felt a moment of relief knowing Hyuk isn't around anymore, he also realized it wasn't the right time to relax or feel relieved. But he noticed Hyuk in the middle of the public, covering himself, and he was rushing towards the landing spot of his opponent. He realized there was nothing he could do, while Hyuk trapped him mid-air, as it's impossible to dodge or evade mid-air. As he fell, he panicked that he might be killed, and he too knew that dodging mid-air is not possible at all. Hyuk's estoc pierced him and splattered his blood all over. Within that instant, his opponent died as Hyuk still stood firm on the ground. Everyone was filled with fear and shocked by the scene, especially the spectating students who thought they were a safe distance away but were terrified by Hyuk's determination to kill his target. Exhausted by chasing him, Hyuk gasped for breath to balance his breathing level. He sat on a chair, which was near him, to breathe for a moment and gain stamina. But as he was resting, he noticed something. People started to become cautious of Hyuk as he was actively killing people in order to achieve his goals. Although Pil Jong and Mangji had killed more people than Hyuk, he faced the most hostility. No one even doubted that Choi Jun-sung, the best fighter in the whole school, would kill people. But Hyuk popped off and did things that even the best fighter Choi Jun-sung wasn't doing around. This really caused trouble, and a lot of hate fell onto Choi Hyuk. But even when everyone was hostile and malicious toward him, he found a person with white hair through innate skill. In order to befriend Hyuk, he even waved at him. Hyuk was surprised to see him. He quickly ignored him, as he was feeling weird that he had no intention of hostility, even though he had killed people. As the round was about to conclude, the only dropouts who survived were the four Minji was protecting, as others either died or killed someone with the help of their friends and got rid of the item mark. Since it was tough to face the 15 people in Minji's group, the quest for the hunt ended right there. But within moments, the announcement for the next game appeared, which confused people and made them nervous about what was next. A red message popped up saying the throne game has begun. A golden light spawned in the middle of the stage. The rules for the throne game were displayed in yellow text, stating all the specifications for the contest as well. But based on the rules, it was possible for a lot of people to gain the support of 5 people in a single school. To think of it, a typical group of friends was made up of 3 to 5 people, and most of the time, it would be based on that one central person. And also, there were more people who attempted to gain 5 people's support than they thought. The reward suggested it was 10 karma points, and usually, if someone killed a person, a total sum of 7 karma points would be distributed to each stat, as it was better than killing someone mercilessly. But since the karma points could be allocated however we want, it might even be better than killing 4 or 5 people. Sun Dukpil received a golden message which popped right in front of him. The message asked if he wanted to support Pil Jong to make him a king for this round. He glanced over Pil Jong about this. Pil Jong nodded back, implying there's a sinister plan ahead, formulated by Pil Jong himself. Even Minji thought of 5 people, but she didn't think about those who trusted and followed her. She also didn't think about those who were easy to deal with, like Yoon Ki-rim. A yellow message popped up in front of people, asking if they wanted to support Minji. She thought of leaders she was familiar with and with whom she was friends, and spoke in front of everyone, asking if there would be endless thrones and suggesting unity among everyone for strength. People heard her speech, thinking about whether they want to offer their support to her. She was basically saying that the number of thrones was limited, and that the ones who declared themselves as kings had to fight each other in a battle royale. Since she asked right after the message appeared, people asked for Minji's assurance. But Minji was 50% sure rationally, but 100% sure emotionally. People realized the determination and confidence level of Minji. With trust, they all affirmed with Minji and chose to support her, as it would be beneficial to make her a king. A golden orb appeared out of nowhere in the gym. Minji's body started to glow as the golden energy started to spiral around her body. Golden shining lights appeared throughout the gym, indicating all the king's locations. Among the 797 survivors of the bonus game, 42 had become kings. The other set of rules was shown for the throne game, with the last one being hidden. It all fell in the right place for Hayek, as he had already killed 3 people. This was a perfect time to execute his plan for hidden rule number 9 and hidden rule number 15, and he realized he could have an advantage. Before the throne game could begin, there was a 5-minute time break to choose their kings. Otherwise, all those who hadn't chosen a king would cease to exist. Hyuk stood against the wall, resting up for a while and trying to conserve his energy for the game. Meanwhile, Young Jin was discussing with Minji about recruiting Hyuk to their team. Considering all the options and possibilities, Minji confronted Hyuk and asked him to join her team. Hyuk thought of all the good deeds and how Minji was with him the whole time for a moment. But since he had found the hidden rules, he had to stick to his plans in order to win the throne game. Hyuk told Minji that he had some circumstances that wouldn't allow him to join her faction. But after witnessing his immense power and agility, Minji didn't want to become enemies with him, at the very least. Out of curiosity, Minji asked which faction he was going to join, but Hyuk rubbed it off by telling her not to worry, as he wouldn't be her enemy as long as the situation allowed. Minji stayed silent, trying to process the situation. She immediately gave her hand for a handshake. Hyuk saw goodwill through the handshake. He sensed no hostility or malice in Minji's eyes, as she just wanted him on her team for an easier victory. Hyuk realized Minji didn't have any bad intentions. Hyuk shook hands with Minji, implying a peaceful relationship between the two. As Hyuk was standing, a black silhouette appeared in front of him, catching his attention. Choi Jun-sung introduced himself to Hyuk with a simple hi gesture. But Hyuk noticed something was off about Jun-sung. Hyuk quickly pushed him off by keeping a safer distance as Jun-sung thought Hyuk was being cranky with him. After witnessing Hyuk in action, Jun-sung realized Hyuk fights pretty well and wanted to fight together, as he thought it was mandatory to choose someone anyway. Hyuk refused it as he sensed something through his eyes. Jun-sung's eyes were red, which, by his innate ability, eyes of distinction, implies that Jun-sung has harmful and killing intentions. But Jun-sung smiled it off, as if he knew what was going on. He thought Hyuk was joining Minji's faction and was with her. He turned away and continued to walk away from Hyuk as he understood what was going on. But even in that moment, Hyuk noticed a red aura emitting from Jun-sung, but there was also goodwill equally. Confused about this, he thought about how it would be possible to have both goodwill and killing intent, and if it would mean he would destroy him, as he couldn't get him. Jun-sung continued to walk away as Hyuk continued to observe him, and knew he was a funny guy as he thought he could threaten him. Almost 5 minutes had passed. While everyone stood around the 42 kings, Choi Hyuk stood by himself and rejected everyone's offer when they tried to get him on their faction. Some even thought he was backed by someone powerful to act independently. When the timer hit 0, a golden light spawned and illuminated the room. It was the throne game's hidden rule number 9, which Hyuk found in a curtained room before the bonus game. Just like all those 42 kings, even the rule started to become dust and spiral around his body, as if he were absorbing it by himself. Although Choi Hyuk didn't know this, Unlike the other rules, which had multiple copies, there was only a single copy of the king without subjects rule, and everyone was just too stunned to speak. Even though Hyuk's ascension to king without subjects was an unexpected thing, everyone realized that the 30 extra karma points would make such a difference from the beginning that it would be harder and progressively get worse to catch up with Hyuk. The throne game's other set of rules was revealed, suggesting that there are only 5 thrones and they cannot leave unless only 5 kings remain. It also stated that the only way to end the qualification of a king is to kill them. The message indicated that the only way to end the qualification of a king is to kill them without hesitation. But most importantly, if a follower's king is killed, the follower would join the enemy king's group, as this would be an interesting rule because this way, it would expand their army exponentially. Now, after reading all these rules, those who had hastily become kings regretted it. It was as if they had volunteered to jump into a game of death with no options left. But just like we have 2 sides of a coin, there were other kings who had a burning desire to take one of the 5 seats. At the same time, killing intent poured onto Choi Hyuk, who was the strongest by himself but had no strength in numbers, as it would become beneficial and give him an extra hand if he had some. Choi Hyuk could see the killing intent with his eyes of distinction, as most of their eyes turned red. But Hyuk started to laugh menacingly. He unsheathed his sword, and as he pointed out, his saber sword started to shape itself into a jagged blade, resembling a fang. He pointed the fang saber towards Pil Jong, the master archer, then pointed it towards Jun Sung, the best martial artist throughout the school, then pointed towards the iron mace-wielding tank, Manji. And he continued to point his fang saber towards all kings, and with a creepy and eerie smile, Hyuk told them he was going to kill them all, while they were scared by his threat as it sent shivers down their spines. But he didn't mention or threaten Minji anywhere. Thus, she kept her silence and observed the situation. Since he received 40 free karma points, Hyuk distributed the points in stamina and recovery with 5 points each in power and speed, and 10 points for recovery with retribution as 8. But Hyuk himself didn't know how many he was going to kill throughout the entire journey. The plastin stats raised with items would be indicated such that if we were to take away the increase stat, it would decrease to that value subtracted by the number specified before, plus. Hyuk earned 3 items from the bonus game. An E-rank necklace of protection, which can intercept an opponent's attack within a certain range. E-rank tireless boots, which allow you to run faster and jump higher, and an E-rank fang saber with a durability of 300. Each of the kings had their own emblems, with Jong Min-ji as the Crazy Night King, Choi Jun-sung as the Slaughter King, Kim Pil Jong as the Hunter King, and Choi Hyuk as the King without subjects. There are 43 kings now, including the King without subjects, Choi Hyuk, and there were only 5 thrones. Each and every group started to distance itself from the others. Hyuk leaped over everyone within an instant, while everyone was trying to figure out his intentions. Pil Jong became alerted by Hyuk's actions, leaped towards Pil Jong, while Pil Jong instructed his shields to come forth and spearmen behind them, as it was effective enough to defend and counter as well, and he instructed the rest to get behind them and cover against the wall. Frustrated about the fact that he was targeted as soon as the round started, Pil Jong drew his bow and aimed towards Hyuk. Hyuk leaped in towards him, making it a face-off between the 2 kings themselves. However, instead of attacking Pil Jong, he landed beside him and ran ahead. Seeing this, Pil Jong was surprised. He looked back at Hyuk and realized that he was not trying to attack Pil Jong in the first place. His real target was the weakest of the 6 kings he pointed to, whose symbol happened to be a dole. Hyuk did not know his name, but only that he was friendly with Lee Minki, Hyun Sung, and the others who used to bully Hyuk. The targeted king raised his blade in fear. However, it was all for naught because Hyuk jumped over him while making a clean slice through his forehead. The targeted king was shocked in place, unable to move. It was only after a moment that he realized his bleeding forehead was a sign of his death. The system prompted him that he was the first to kill a king and was thus given an additional 3 free karma points, while his retribution points also increased by 3. As he landed on the ground after his first kill, the system also informed him that he got 2 points for killing a king in general. As the prompt disappeared, he realized he had taken 1 down and only 5 more targets were left. Originally, the subjects who had lost their king should normally get affiliated with the enemy king. However, Hyuk happened to be the king without subjects. The subjects who lost their kings and their affiliations were approached by other kings. These subjects ended up joining the first king who made contact with them. And so, whenever Hyuk killed a king, The place overflew with new subjects. This led to a chaotic state with all the kings hurrying to recruit more subjects. After all, when such a chance appeared in a game where you could die without enough power, the real competition between kings was bound to begin. The psychological battles quickly switched to a full-blown war. Heads were simply being slashed left and right in the devious brawl. Meanwhile, Hyuk leisurely slashed another guy's wrist off. With his wrist chopped off, he became a sitting duck for Hyuk to stab in the neck. Seeing the death of their comrade, others under the same king rushed towards Hyuk. However, he swiftly dodged an attack while simultaneously blocking an incoming swing of a blade. With a single slice of his blade, he killed both his attackers, beheading one brutally. Looking off into the distance, he saw the blood splattering everywhere as things had turned into a battle royale. The king whom Hyuk had been targeting yelled at him to stop. In a frightful tone, he screamed out a plea for the same. However, he had forgotten that his subjects could not disobey his orders, and by mistake, he had forced them to freeze in their tracks. This made it a very easy task for Hyuk to slip past their defenses as their king tried to run away. But to the king's horror, an enemy king's soldier attacked him from the front when he was not looking. A single stab was all it took for the king to stop in his tracks. The guy had started to grin, thinking he had come up victorious. However, Minji, who had been watching all this, swiftly slashed her blade from behind him. As blood spurted from his wound, Minji looked ahead with resolute eyes. Minji looked at her shivering friend and told her to kill the person Minji had just wounded. However, her friend was hesitating. Minji told her to shut up and just kill, calling her a piece of trash. With tears in her eyes, she resolved herself. Pushing the blade into the wounded guy's neck, she finally killed him. After a kill, the title of item that was floating above her head gradually disappeared. Minji was satisfied with this, but wished she could have done the same to Lee Hyejin as well. However, she cautiously decided to wait for now. Even the number of kings that survived, there was now more space than before, which made it easier to control their movements. Due to the brawl started because of Choi Hyuk, everyone's stamina was also at rock bottom. After using powers surpassing their stamina, the people were not able to move as they wanted because it was something similar to muscle pain. If Yoon Karim died in this situation, she was nothing more than an idiot. However, just then, something caught the corner of Minji's eyes. She looked back and horrifyingly noticed that Pil Jong's upper body had been cut off from his waist. Pil Jong had a shocked look on his face as if he did not understand what had just happened. And not just Pil Jong, but everyone was looking at his in shock. Pil Jong, the school president, had finally died, and it was Choi Hyuk who killed him. Minji was absolutely speechless, as she could not understand how Hyuk could have done that alone. At the same time, Choi Jun-sung looked ahead and regretted not surrounding and attacking another group earlier. As he looked at Hyuk, he fearfully asked if Hyuk really killed Pil Jong alone by himself. Hyuk gave him murderous eyes as he looked back. Through the crowd of Choi Jun-sung's subjects, he looked at him with bloodlust. With a deathly smile, he suddenly leaped forward with an attempt to slice Jun-sung's head off. However, Jun-sung was able to react in time and block the strike at the last moment. This did not prevent his hands from trembling as they received the impact. He realized that this was just Hyuk's pure strength, without any skill. Jun-sung had searched all over the gym and had found a skill he could use to hit with incredible speed regardless of what weapon it was. But Hyuk's simple knife was seemingly already on par with Jun-sung's skill. With another slash, Hyuk's sword clashed against Jun-sung's. Unable to block it fully, Jun-sung used his skill but was still pushed back as he rapidly lost stamina. If he used the skill even one more time, he would not even have enough energy left to run off. Realizing this, he ordered his subjects to all block Hyuk's path. While Hyuk tried to cut through Jun-sung's subjects, Jun-sung was running away with all his might. After getting rid of a lot of Jun-sung's followers, Hyuk decided to pause for a while as he took a sigh. He thought to himself how he had been so close to killing another king. It had been great when he killed Pil Jong when he was caught off guard. Pil Jong could not block his attack because he ignored the defense item on Hyuk. It would have been best if he would have been able to take Jun-sung along with him too. However, he had not really been fighting with the intent to kill. He had been training and experimenting how far his body could move and how he could stretch his arms and legs. In response to Choi Hyuk's ability and talent, the S-Talk blade evolved into a predator's sword, which was an E rank. Now, there were only 17 kings left alive, and out of his 6 specific targets, only 2 remained. Hyuk looked at his next target with a smile and said that they should continue. He took a deep breath and readied himself. With a swift push off the ground, he sprung himself forward. Seeing him still in the mood to fight, the others were shocked and wondered just how much stamina he had. The truth was that Hyuk's stamina was now sitting at a staggering 83 points. Hyuk's next target, Hwan Mangji, swung his mace as it crashed into the floor. However, Hyuk swiftly dodged the strike. He circled behind Hwang and made a slash that tore through Hwang's shirt. Both of them took a step back to steady themselves. However, Hyuk was smiling while Hwang shuddered in fear. Hwang immediately ordered his subjects to block Hyuk. Despite having frowns on their faces, they had practically no choice but to follow his orders. Hyuk looked at the incoming subjects with an axe. But without even blinking or batting an eyelid, Hyuk sliced the person's head in two. With a flurry of attacks, he swiftly did away with the rest of the enemies around him. While Hyuk was dealing with the subjects, their king Hwang was trying to kill others and get more and more points. He had decided that he had to end his game quickly if he wanted to live. With a swing of his mace, he struck 3 people at once and sent them flying. Clutching his weapon, he reminded himself that he had to be one of the last 5 kings. The moment Choi Hyuk had charged at Hwang Mangji, the other king's fates had been sealed. The battle dragged on as more blood was shed. Suddenly, in a part of the battlefield, a flurry of purplish strike could be seen. These were attacks of the assassin king, Lee Hyuna, who was fast and stealthy. However, her stamina was still a problem. When she grew tired, Jun-sung took his chance and swung his axe at her. It hurt her shoulder and dug into her flesh. As she fell down defenseless, Jun-sung made a charge. He stabbed his blade forward while giving out a fake apology to her. With a swift motion, he pulled his sword out as blood gushed out from her wound. She lay dead at his feet while Jun-sung was thinking that the axe was too good to throw away. However, even he knew that he would not be able to kill Hyuk with this, and he most definitely had to get a better item. Thinking so, he glanced towards Lee Hyejin, who was being protected by Chu Yong Jyn at the moment. These two had grown up together and had fallen in love with each other long back. For Chu Yong Jyn, Lee Hyejin was like his other half. Looking down at her frightened face, he asked her if she was okay. She tried to smile and replied in affirmative. But just as he hugged her, an axe came flying from behind her. Before Yongjin could even realize what had happened, he felt blood drenching his hand. Looking down, he realized that an axe was lodged into Hyejin's head, who was now dead due to the fatal blow. The system brought down the yellow hammer on her just like it had for every person labeled with an item title. Right in front of Yongjin's eyes, her body was crushed as her blood splattered everywhere. All that was left behind was a sword with a dark red design. Jun-sung made a dive for his last item and gleefully picked the sword up. However, at that very moment, Yongjin's eyes became bloodily red as he awakened the unique skill, Raging Warrior. With unbridled fury, Yongjin charged at the relaxed Jun-sung with axe in hand. Jun-sung underestimated him and simply kept his new sword raised to attack leisurely. Minji saw the reckless assault and tried to stop Yongjin. However, Yongjin was deafened by rage as he pulled his axe back for a heavy blow. But Jun-sung's slash did not penetrate deep enough as it was somehow slowed down by a mysterious golden shield at the last moment. Yongjin's axe met its mark as it left a splitting blow in the middle of Jun-sung's head. At the same time, Hyuk was successful in stabbing Hwang Mangji's neck. In a split moment, the lives of 2 kings had simultaneously come to an end. As they fell to the floor with blood dripping from their wounds, they both perished and disappeared. After all was done, Yongjin fell to the ground with teary eyes and grieved the death of his love while clutching the sword she left behind. Hyuk gave him a glance with sympathy. He looked around and wondered if this was the end. It had taken around 30 whole minutes to eliminate 26 out of the 43 kings. However, it barely took 5 minutes to eliminate 13 out of the remaining 17. Thus, only 4 kings remained. The Crazy Night King, Young Minji. The Heckler King, Kim Hunbaek. The Slave King, Song Seaman. The King Without Subjects, Choi Hyuk. The long, brutal fight had finally ended, and out of the 797 survivors, only 483 remained. The system notified that it was now time for the break, and the king and the subjects could freely move but could not leave the school until nightfall. At the canteen, a whiteboard had a list of the available dishes. Over there, the different kings and their subjects gathered to have their food. Hyunbaek worriedly questioned Minji why they were serving their meals together. He suggested an alternative of fairly dividing the goods and letting each group decide how to distribute it. After making the deal, he proceeded to call on everyone to have as much as they wanted since they were sharing the food between each other. While distributing it, Hyunbaek though to himself about how he had gained a political edge over Minji and decided she was just an idiot who did not know how to use power. An evil smile filled his face as trouble loomed over Minji and the others. It was not going to be an easy journey ahead for Hyuk. Anxiety spread around as the surviving students discussed how they had killed people. They wondered if it would be the same the next day too. While some students searched for their friends, wondering if they were alive, others sat on the ground shivering in fear, and some cried over their losses. Meanwhile, a student was sitting quietly in a class alone. He looked outside as something caught his attention. The barrier around the school seemed to be disappearing. His eyes widened in surprise. He hurried to his feet and shouted that the wall was gone. As soon as the other students heard the shout, they started rushing towards the school exit. However, there was a message that only the kings received which said that all troops were to stand by until the next morning. Hyuk felt a headache as he wondered just what the system was planning now. Minji tried to stand in the way and stop everyone. She told them that a message was sent to only the kings to stand by until the morning. She also mentioned that those who leave would perish. Hyuk was a bit confused that she had mentioned perish, but there was no such mention in the message. The others started chatting amongst themselves in confusion. Two girls questioned Minji and asked why only the kings received it, and questioned its legitimacy. Just then, Song Simin spoke up and said he got the message too. Hyunbaek came forward and said he got the message as well. However, he said that the message only said to stay in their positions till the morning. However, with shrewd eyes, he said that the thing about perishing was a lie. Minji narrowed her eyes as she was put in a tight spot. Everyone looks at each other confused, unsure whom to trust. They ask if there really wasn't anything about perishing. Young Minji affirms that it definitely said perish and asks Kim Hyunbaek why he is lying. Kim Hyunbaek is confused and asks why he would lie. Chu Yong Jyn says he got the message too and it said perish. People look at Kim Hyunbaek and doubt him. Kim Hyunbaek looks frustrated. Young Minji tells everyone to go back in the school. Kim Hyunbaek yells that it's easy to make someone a fool. Young Minji calls Choi Hyuk to gather all the kings she wants to discuss the kind of situation they are in. They gather at the classroom. Young Minji mentions that two things caught her attention. First being the words written in the Ring of Rebirth. She asks why it is not, "Will you live, but will you kill?" Today's message called them troops. Young Minji says whoever they are trying to make them into an army. The Ring of Rebirth is for individuals where they tested their talents for killing. They made them fight in groups and pick leaders in the throne game. She wonders what they would fight against as an army. Hyunbaek pulls out a bottle of alcohol from his backpack and takes a big sip. He is frustrated. Young Minji keeps calling him Kim Hyunbaek and not even friend or senior. Young Minji is angry and tells him not to piss people off in his drunken stupor since everyone is sensitive. She advises him to go out and stop the drinking and sleep. Kim Hyunbaek flips them off and leaves the room. The meeting ended with the agreement they would gather again once they had more information. Choi Hyuk looks at the table and sees his stats. He has a star next to the stamina, once he exceeded 100 points. It's not just an increase in statistics, but change in qualitative karma. He has received qualifications of a sovereign. He thinks about how this aligns with what Young Minji was saying, and maybe they are trying to form an army. He thinks the Predator's blade has no special abilities or karma, and it's just ugly. But it's good as a sword since it is sharp and sturdy. He suddenly remembers a woman's crying face as she's being choked to death. It's a nightmare and he tries to clear it, but he can't change the past and he's angry about it. Does this mean he needs to become a killer? Or does he become an indiscriminate killing machine after discarding his previous ones? He thinks that he should lay out some rules on who to kill and who to save. He first evaluates Young Minji. He calms down and decides to take things slowly. The bottle of alcohol drops and spills over the floor. Young Minji runs through it. She is seen murdering the drunk people. Kim Hyunbaek is frightened and backed up against the blackboard of the classroom. He asks Young Minji to spare him and tells her he's sorry. Young Minji draws her sword covered in blood as Kim Hyunbaek looks terrified and kills him. Next morning, Young Minji calls a meeting to tell that Kim Hyunbaek and the sex executives of the heckler troupe dies last night. She told them in their drunken state they molested a female student and committed devious acts. She goes to mention they ignored their restraining order and launched a preemptive strike, leading to the death of all 7 members. She tells the other members present in the meeting that she's sorry it could not be resolved peacefully. The other members look at each other in confusion and worry. One of them raises his hand and asks if it was necessary to kill them. She tells them that there was no other choice. A system message popped up saying the 24 people who didn't return in the morning had perished. Choi Hyuk thinks to himself that, as expected, Young Minji's guess was right. Another message popped up saying that all of Gangdong district had become a war zone. The next announcement said that on the 30th day, locations of escape codes will be announced and that only the troops with escape codes may escape. This was followed up by another announcement mentioning the location of places with living supplies will be announced. The ones who saw the message looked at each other confused about what's going on. Why did they mention survival? The wonder if they have to fight with other people for supplies. Choi Hyuk is shocked on hearing this absurd but harsh rule. Young Minji and Song Seaman allied together to go to D-Mart, a place with supplies. Choi Hyuk asked if he could go home first, which surprised Young Minji and Song Seaman. The city outside is in chaos and they do not know what it's like outside. Minji mentions it would be like suicide going through the city alone and asks Choi Hyuk if he's going to be fine by himself. A very determined Choi Hyuk says that he will be fine. Young Minji skeptically agrees. Choi Hyuk leaves the school. He looks outside the school to see a frightening view, wondering what the hell happened. Buildings are on fire, hospitals burning. In a single day, the city lay in ruins. Choi Hyuk reaches home. He comes to the kitchen and sees the dishes aren't done. This leads Choi Hyuk to wonder if his mom hasn't come back home yet. Choi Hyuk is nervous and scared for his mom. He goes to exit their apartment, wondering if this is despair or doom. He opens the door and sees nothing out of the blue. He goes outside, but then he gets chills. He looks around and feels something strange is going on there. People in the apartments nearby look at him downstairs by peeking through the curtains. A person waves his hands around and signals him to leave to warn him. Choi Hyuk, seeing this, looks confused. The man continues to signal and whispers to leave and that it's dangerous. Suddenly, something pops up behind Choi Hyuk. A gray monster with massive arms pops up out of the ground, tearing the asphalt roads around it. The onlooker who tried to get Choi Hyuk to leave is now sweating buckets. He yells at Choi Hyuk to run as the monster's eye emerges and stares at him. It's a quadruped with tiny horns and red eyes with gray skin. It drools as it looks at Choi Hyuk squared off against it. The nervous Choi Hyuk draws his weapon against it, determined to fight it. He dashes at the monster with his sword drawn back for momentum. The monster lifts its forelimb in the air and spreads its fingers into a claw shape, ready to smack down and attack Choi Hyuk. Choi Hyuk stops, changes his direction, dodges the claw attack, and retaliates by attacking the monster's hind limb. He manages to wound the monster, and purple blood starts spilling from the wound. Some of this blood falls on Choi Hyuk, whose uniform starts dissolving, and the ground where the blood spilt is also melting. He realizes that the blood is acidic, but fortunately for him, his endurance is high enough to where it doesn't melt his skin. The monster opens its jaw and lets out a loud screech, making an unnerving noise. This causes Choi Hyuk to be visibly disturbed and irritated. The monster uses this opportunity to throw a car at Choi Hyuk, who is now caught off guard. Choi Hyuk barely manages to dodge that, but then immediately the monster takes a plunge at him. Unable to dodge, Choi Hyuk ends up taking a hit and being knocked back. He ricochets off a car and crashes into a nearby building. The building wall is broken due to the impact of the throw from the monster. It continues to approach Choi Hyuk, who is currently laying on the ground. It lets out another screech. The glass panes from the windows on the buildings shatter and Choi Hyuk appears to be in pain. He draws his serrated blade and leaps at the monster, who lifts its forelimb ready to counter. Choi Hyuk manages to dodge and get under the monster. He lands a successful hit near the torso of the monster, causing it to cry out in pain and bleed once more. The monster is now enraged and fights back. It attacks with its forelimbs again and manages to hit Choi Hyuk's legs and making him unable to dodge the monster's attack. Choi Hyuk is on the ground with the asphalt under his feet turned to rubble. He looks up. The monster leaps at him with both claws ready to attack while Choi Hyuk is on the ground. The monster sinks both its paws into the ground where Choi Hyuk was. He's nowhere to be seen. The man who warned Choi Hyuk to run looks up from the balcony stunned. He recalls last night seeing weird messages but brushed it off as being tired. He wonders why his TV isn't turning on. He read a book and went to sleep. He regrets that because if he had left, then it wouldn't have been too late. He wakes up due to an earthquake. But this earthquake was caused by the rampaging monster that Choi Hyuk is currently fighting. Squishing humans under its claws, flipping cars, all he could do was watch from the balcony in fear. He sees Choi Hyuk evaded the attack and thinks there is still a survivor, and that he is incredibly strong. He wonders if Choi Hyuk is human or not, but that doesn't matter for now. What truly matters is whose side is he fighting for. He thinks to himself while watching Choi Hyuk fight the monster. That obviously Choi Hyuk is on their side. The onlooker is terrified, fearing for Choi Hyuk's life. The monster sinks its claws into the ground, smacking down on it. Choi Hyuk's blade emerges through its palm, slicing its arm apart, causing the monster to cry out in pain. Choi Hyuk looks determined and leaps in the air. He slices through the monster's neck in one slice, severing its head. The head crashes to the ground, making a huge thud. Choi Hyuk calls upon the onlooker, tells him to come down. The man still staring from his balcony is shocked to see Choi Hyuk survived. The monster's head lies on the ground lifeless. Choi Hyuk tells the onlooker it's dead. So do not worry, and tells him to come down. People gather in the parking lot alongside Choi Hyuk. They talk about a ring. The old man mentions he doesn't know anything about a ring, and some weird words appeared, but nothing happened. The onlooker mentioned that once it became night, monstered attacks like one Choi Hyuk just fought. The lady tells them that there was another that appeared for just a second that was the size of an apartment. She goes on to say she couldn't see it well because it was dark, but it was like a dinosaur. The other two argue they didn't see anything of the sort, but the lady swears she saw it. Choi Hyuk wonders if there is truly a monster the size of an apartment. He looks at the apartment and wonders how many slashes it would take to kill that monster if it were the size of an apartment. He tells the three residents of the apartment that he's going to Hinmyung Middle School. The old man tells him he's going to stay here since he doesn't want to be a burden to Choi Hyuk. The other two follow him to the middle school. They were imagining the middle school as a refugee shelter, but the truth is that place was a war zone. At the school, there were many things necessary, including food, weapons, and barrier of the weak. While the barrier was in effect, monsters who entered the school premises had their abilities cut in half, that of its original potency, if not for the barrier. With the states of people who just received karma, they wouldn't be able to avoid annihilation on the very first monster attack. Two of those same monsters that Choi Hyuk fought earlier approach the school main doors. The people are in a rush to get to safety and lock the doors. One of the monsters leaps at the school's windows and tears into the glass. This sight left the people taking shelter in the classes afraid and screaming. Men, women, and children were being attacked by the monsters, unable to do anything. The students who have armor and weapons rush to the front lines to fight. Until now, the monsters have never directly come to the front lines to attack them. Dong Soo-hyung in armor comes to the classroom just to see it covered in blood. Dong Soo-hyung and his allies call a meeting at night to discuss that they can't let the monster go beyond the barrier or they will kill them. There is only one method left, that being to stop them from retreating. He is seen outside the school gate waiting to ambush the two monsters lurking inside. Him and his allies hide behind a bush waiting for a good opportunity. They ambush and charge at the monsters, all of them at once, catching them in a surprise. The two monsters retaliate. Some of them get caught in the jaws of the monsters. Dong Soo-hyung leaps at one of the monsters, directly yelling, "Stop," saying he won't let them pass. He manages to thrust his sword into the top of the head of one of the monsters. Suddenly, his ally calls out to him and tells him to watch out. He turns his head to see the other monster was ready to bite him, jaws open, charging at him while his sword was still in the head of the other one. He is terrified and thinks if this is how he dies while looking directly into the monster's mouth as it charges at him. He closes his eyes, accepting his fate. Suddenly, the monster's head gets split apart. Dong Soo-hyung is surprised to see this and relieved. He is surprised to see Choi Hyuk cutting off the monster's head in one slice, rescuing him. Dong Soo-hyung is on the ground, Choi Hyuk standing in front of him. They stare at each other. Dong Soo-hyung looks surprised to see Choi Hyuk. He asks him who he is, but Choi Hyuk continues to walk. Choi Hyuk is thinking that if his stamina is similar to his power and speed, he can only go all out for 5 minutes, which means his stamina consumption is similar to before. But Hoi Jun-sung would pant after a single strike of his lightning strike attack. Choi Hyuk wonders why that was. If he used his control stat to completely control his body even for just one strike, could he bring enough strength to make his body unable to use karma for a short time? Choi Hyuk attacks another monster, slitting its mouth apart. At this point, there were a total of 37 monsters left in the school premises, but the formation of Dong Soo-hyung's suicide squad was on the brink of breaking apart. The members looked scared as they were facing two monsters, even wielding a shield and swords. Choi Hyuk leapt from behind them forward towards the monsters. He thrust his sword into the skull of the monster and continued to follow through on the slice, splitting it in half and killing it. Meanwhile, another student wielding a crowbar is under attack by another monster. He tries to use the crowbar to prevent the monster from closing its mouth. Choi Hyuk is seen killing the monsters in the way. The ferocious monsters were shocked as they looked over to see their leader split in two. After killing 3 with a single slash and wounding 4, Choi Hyuk was already at the rear of the monsters. He had charged in facing them and ended up at the rear. There was only one monster in front of Choi Hyuk. Choi Hyuk let out his breath and swung his arm. The monster curled up more pitifully. But Choi Hyuk's blade didn't touch the monster. Instead, he used the power behind it to swing his body around. Choi Hyuk's foot stomped on the crook monster's forehead and jumped up. Instead of slicing the frightened crook monster, he decided to use it as a stepping stone and crushed it after kicking off. The monsters decided to start retreating to escape. The students who had surrounded them defeated them one after another. The crook monsters who used charging tactics against the humans were, in reverse, defeated by charging tactics. Choi Hyuk notices he isn't recovering fast enough. He realizes the penalty for using power that exceeds the power and speed stat isn't only a decline in stamina, but recovery of stamina as well. Dong Soo-hyung thanks Choi Hyuk for guarding the fortress and saving their lives and grants him an item order request. When they use the scrolls on dead monsters, a golden hammer would appear smashing the corpse and leaving an item behind. They used a considerable number of the item scrolls in Shinmyeong Middle School to change all 46 monsters into items. The sight of golden hammers falling from everywhere was magnificent. Kang Dong-soo offered Choi Hyuk to choose 8 items of the 46. To come to this offer, Kang Dong-soo and the 7 leader figures of the Shinmyeong stronghold after discussing about it. Since they used their item scrolls, they should take a fee and reduce it to 5, but then another argues they can't be stingy after such a dangerous situation and suggests going big and offer 10. Another person counters it's fine to give him the 8 he killed. However, Choi Hyuk didn't feel like being greedy. He didn't even need to. 8 E-rank items were enough. If he took any more, he wouldn't be able to use them all and just become baggage. Choi Hyuk first picked an armor. A set of armor made from the crook monsters. The moment he encountered a crook monster, he regretted not taking armor from the school. Besides that, he chose the E-rank flash sword that was like the estoc he used in the past. He then chose 3 recovery potions and a handy bag that could store more things. Choi Hyuk's mood became better after placing the potion chest filled with 6 potions in his handy bag. He was worried by the fact that today's fight put a strain on his body, but with these potions he would be able to fight even harder. Kang Dong-soo seemed to be sad at the loss of the potions as he looked at Choi Hyuk's handy bag. However, he quickly changed his expression and energetically asked if he planned to stay there. Kang Dong-soo was surprised. The outside with the weakening barrier would definitely be more hellish than here. He couldn't understand why a young student would go out alone in a place like that. Choi Hyuk thought this isn't a game where you can survive by locking yourself up, survive, and escape. That's the key. For each of his stats past 100, he had a star next to the stat. He wondered if there will be another star past another 100. Instead of changing quantity, there was a change in the quality after upgrading past 100. He lies in a sleeping bag still wondering what happens if he invests more karma points in the stats increased by the items. Flashbacks to a red-haired person sitting on the floor asking a person to repeat what they said looking angry. He is smoking on the ground while angry at a person for swearing at him and proceeds to beat him up and kill him. 2 people bystanders asked if he just killed someone who were promptly threatened by the teen. He asked them what that has to do with them using vulgar language, giving no respect to them. The old people were furious. They took him by the collar and beat him up. When he retaliated, more people came up to support him and beat the kid up. He apologized, face all bleeding and crying. He said it wasn't him while someone stomped on his face. Teachers and parents got involved trying to stop the men who were engulfed in madness. Innumerable students were ripped apart. Afterwards, whenever students saw a man, they would lower their gaze. Irrational violence firmly carved itself into reality. Fear and taboos were created. Each group had similar situations to this. Sometimes at selfish people who didn't participate in the battle against monsters, sometimes at the director of the daycare who left the children and escaped by himself, sometimes at foreign laborers. The people realized that in this place, loners meant death. And even if it was rubbish, authority was needed, as only when they stood up for the chosen authority could they ensure their safety. Fear and taboo created order. Quickly, ranks were being assigned. Also, depending on who and how they gained power, greatly influenced the characteristic of the group. It was like the age of civil wars. People who gathered in the assembly areas were busy establishing order. Young Minji's troop, those who started with a battle royale instead of an assembly area, were trying their best to secure their first supplies and base. Dong Soo-hyung tells Choi Hyuk that Shimyong Middle School wasn't the only assembly area. There were others like Dongjin Hospital, Hyunhar Department Store. There were also people who said those were assembly areas. Dong Soo-hyung tells Choi Hyuk he thinks he saw the monster's lair. Choi Hyuk asks where the lair was, to which Dong Soo-hyung replies that it was where the ecological park was located. Dong Soo-hyung goes on to mention there is a dark hole-like thing there which appeared in mid-air. He mentions some monsters came out of it. Not crooks, but these had 2 legs and sharp arms. They were something else, human-shaped. Choi Hyuk arrived at the ecological park. An intense battle was already going on. A young guy held a sword and shield and was fighting monsters by himself. Though his movements were sloppy, he was strangely fighting well. As if he knew where the monsters would attack, the young man was steadily slaying monsters even as he stumbled. He slays the monsters pretty effectively, chopping of their heads. When the giant blades the monsters had struck down, the young man would do whatever it took to deflect it with his shield. As their blades were huge, a large opening would follow the monsters' attacks. The young man would use those opportunities to stretch out his sword and stab them. Choi Hyuk remarked that he's strangely good at fighting and the man's abilities were incredible. The young man was completely exhausted and suddenly yelled for help. Choi Hyuk was quite surprised that moment. Choi Hyuk didn't reveal his presence and stood behind the young man. However, the young man had sensed Choi Hyuk's presence without looking back. At the young man's request, Choi Hyuk unsheathed his blade and charged forward. Choi Hyuk rushed in a step quicker than the bladed monster's blades, when he instantly killed 5. The bladed monster, who was sitting at the back, stood up face to face with Choi Hyuk. It had 2 legs and 4 blades instead of hands, and screamed unpleasantly and charged at Choi Hyuk with its arms spread. Choi Hyuk reflexively dodged the first slash. He couldn't even see the blade. Choi Hyuk was barely able to avoid the second and the third as well. Its physical abilities made it seem like it would easily slice up 10 crooks. Its power and speed were much greater than Choi Hyuk's. Its continuous attack with 4 blades was like a saw with no opening. Choi Hyuk tried his best to dodge and was on the defensive. The bladed monster's attack hit Choi Hyuk's arm, causing him to get knocked back so far that he crashed into a wooden bridge. The monster didn't allow any room to breathe and kept going on the offensive, relentlessly attacking Choi Hyuk. Choi Hyuk ran from the monster's attacks. His foot slipped on a rock and he tripped and fell down on the ground. Unable to get up in time, he looks back to see the monster charging at him still. He remarks that it's fun and puts out a grin. Steam expelled from the monster as it attacked more ferociously. Choi Hyuk became more absorbed into the fight and was able to see its moves and narrowly avoided or blocked them. The monster had increased its pace. However, after it let out all its steam, its vigor died down. On the other hand, Choi Hyuk had already read his opponent's attack pattern. The exhausted bladed ghost kept wielding its 4 blades. That moment, its first and second blades struck down, and when it was about to raise its third, due to exhaustion, its speed had slowed down a little. Choi Hyuk's eyes flashed. He squeezed out the karma in his body and slashed out with his fang saber with the shortest distance and quickest speed. Choi Hyuk instantly added all his strength into his slash. The fang saber ripped apart the bladed ghost's neck and 2 of its arms. A system message popped up saying he has exceeded 100 retribution. First to succeed in upgrading your retribution, he received another qualification to be a sovereign. He was allowed to have 5 subjects, whose karma will increase by 20% if they followed him. He finally upgraded his retribution. Choi Hyuk poured his remaining free karma points into stamina. This time, his free points were applied without penalty. The Predator's blade absorbed the blood of a worthy opponent. The Predator's blade quickly absorbed the bladed ghost's blood, and the mummified bladed ghost turned to dust. The dust passed through the portal it was protecting and scattered. The young man, who was there first, pointed at the portal and told Choi Hyuk he had to destroy that. Choi Hyuk didn't reply as he examined the portal. Choi Hyuk wielded his Predator's blade and split the altar. With a vibration, the portal turned into smoke and disappeared. A system message popped up. First, to destroy a target. Granted 2 additional free karma points and an additional rule revealed that every night the number of monsters that cross over the portal increased by 20%. While Choi Hyuk was still processing the meaning of the 20% increase, the young man screamed. It seemed like he saw the same thing. The young man started to mumble something. He calculated that by the 30th day over 1 million monsters will have crossed over. Choi Hyuk thought as he looked at the despairing man that he was fast at calculating. Then he turned around. But the young man, who was despairing by himself, called out to Choi Hyuk, saying he knew Hyuk would come. He told him Choi Hyuk had to go with him. He was Baek Seoin with the intuition skill. Baek Seoin was at the Veterans Hospital when it happened. He was drinking a can of soda at the rooftop. The sudden assembly announcement caused crowds of people to gather in the hospital parking lot. There were even some who wanted to enter the hospital by passing through the security guards. There were even people who were speaking nonsense, something about seeing monsters. Just when he had taken a sip of his drink, Baek Seoin suddenly had an ominous feeling. Cold sweat ran down his back and his heart raced. It was as if he heard a scream coming from within him. He felt like he would suffocate. Baek Seoin was in a panic as he hurriedly left the hospital. His heart was pounding and his vision narrowed. He heard a scream, someone yelling to help them. An air conditioner unit fell on the floor due to the shaking of the ground. Just then, he heard the sound of loud screams and shouts and saw people running in fear from something that was following them. A monster the size of an apartment that spewed flames from its eyes and mouth suddenly appeared as if it had dropped down from the sky. The Tyrannosaurus-like monster kicked the building right next to the one Baek Seoin was hiding in. The monster blew flames, and those flames spread out in a circle, completely burning people in its path. The advancing monster swung its tail and bashed its head on the hospital and meticulously buried the people under the wreckage. Behind it was a swarm of monsters that hunted and killed the escapees. People were chased and hunted by these smaller dinosaur-shaped monsters. Unable to do anything, he stifled his cries and could only let tears drop from his eyes. The monster that smashed the hospital suddenly disappeared. Just then, Baek Seoin received another message. The Wyvern of Destruction will appear again on the final day. The Wyvern of Destruction will protect the escape code. He tells Choi Hyuk his intuition only cared about his safety. It didn't matter whoever else died as long as he was alive. Choi Hyuk listens to him deep in thought as he mentions that they need to form a suicide squad that will destroy the monster spawning portals ahead of time and kill the Wyvern of Destruction. He tells Choi Hyuk that he needs his help to do that. That moment, Choi Hyuk was deep in thought. The Wyvern of Destruction. How can he kill it? Was it possible to kill an apartment-sized monster with a sword? Perhaps it was not meant to be a monster to kill. Maybe they were supposed to lure it away and escape. Choi Hyuk resolved himself to kill the monster. It was fine if he looked for the method starting now. He asks Baek Seoin to lead him to the portal to test if his intuition was right. Baek Seoin revealed a slightly hopeless expression. His intuition tells him that the monsters over there are going to be stronger than the ones here. He asks if it would be better to look for more people before then. However, Choi Hyuk just shrugged his shoulders. He said to think of it as a test. If he wanted to stay with him, it would be a bit troublesome if he would die facing monsters at that level. Baek Seoin looked as if he had no other choice. Choi Hyuk shares his potions with Baek Seoin, who drinks them to get his karma back. They were at a mountain fighting mountain orcs. Baek Seoin had almost died. Choi Hyuk decided to ask him to know more about intuition. He began by asking if his ability is only sensitive to his well-being. How does he know the locations of portals? He told him it was because he resolved to kill the Wyvern of Destruction. From that moment on, he started to fight with intuition, ignoring his heart that wanted to find and trust a safe group. After a day of looking for information and ignoring his intuition, a new intuition formed. It's probably telling Baek Seoin a way to survive even after fighting the Wyvern of Destruction. He felt that if he found a portal and fought, someone would come. And someone did come. That was Choi Hyuk. That's when he realized that the only chance to survive the Wyvern of Destruction will be him. Choi Hyuk liked Baek Seoin. He especially liked the crazy thought of needing to kill the Wyvern of Destruction. He asks him why he wants to kill the Wyvern of Destruction. He mentions he's always been an unfilial son. He is planning to be unfilial one last time and killing the lizard-like wyvern monster. Choi Hyuk was able to understand him better than anyone else. He liked his thirst for revenge. He was reminded of the brutality that had happened in his school. The moment Choi Hyuk decided, a message appeared in front of Baek Seoin saying that Choi Hyuk wanted to accept him as his follower. Once he accepted, all his karma points would increase by 20%. Baek Seoin looked at Choi Hyuk with surprised eyes. He examined Choi Hyuk's face, bit his lips once and nodded his head. Choi Hyuk asked him why he said they needed a suicide squad, to which Baek Seoin replied, "The number of monsters will grow tomorrow, and it will be even more difficult for the two of them to clear portals." Choi Hyuk lifted his nearly recovered body. Since it was obvious that if it was going to be harder tomorrow, it was best to destroy more today, and decided to fight. Lee Jin-hee resolved herself not to fall asleep. She held a knife and waited for nightfall in her bed. The monsters who were targeting this place? The Shadow Teeth. Their whole body was surrounded by a black fog. They possessed great stealth abilities, so people didn't notice when they passed by right in front of their eyes. The only time they would show their appearance was when they slashed the neck of a sleeping person and drank their blood. Every night, 3 shadow teeth would enter, and each one would take 1 life and disappear. 3 at a time, 1 person each. That was the gist of it. People who saw the shadow teeth tried to go after it and kill it, but it was faster than them and killed them and escaped. They surrounded the shadow teeth and struck its face. It started turning to dust at its mouth. The shadow teeth cried out a strange sound to call its comrades, and its comrades who were waiting outside would enter and save the shadow teeth. That day, there were 21 deaths and 7 injured. The people in the hospital were divided on whether to fight or not. Where they fought, the shadow teeth let out a screech that called forth its comrades. Where they didn't fight, there still was people who died. Day 3 had 3 deaths as well. No one saw or heard anything. Lee Jin-hee grit her teeth. She didn't know how, but somehow everyone knew in just 3 nights. The fact that 3 shadow teeth would enter and that each one would kill 1 person. People would look the other way even if the person next to them was dying. Because the moment they took notice of it, the chance that the shadow teeth would go into a frenzy and kill them as well was high. A hoarse cry for help was barely able to escape from the victim's ripped throat. She could hear him struggle with his suppressed body. A shadow teeth had passed by Lee Jin-hee without her noticing and had gotten on top of a victim and slashed his throat. Lee Jin-hee got up abruptly, and she saw it. A person who was lying next to the victim waving his hand, telling her to sit back down. She held her blade in her hands and shouted out loud to wake the surrounding people. The shadow teeth looked at Lee Jin-hee and screamed. The people who were still lying down tried not to pay any attention to the commotion. The shadow teeth grabbed her blade and stopped it, trying to dodge her attacks. She pulled her leg back, preparing to counter. She kicked the shadow teeth and sent it flying with a bang. The shadow teeth was cunning. As Lee Jin-hee's attacks were tough to deal with, it jumped up and attempted to escape while piercing the necks of the escaping people on its way. However, Lee Jin-hee was quite formidable. Her awakened karma added to her energy as she leaped on the monster. Lee Jin-hee, with a powerful swing of her blade, completely cleaved the monster in 2 halves from its torso. Soon after, criticism poured down on her. The man who was lying down next to the victim shouted. He asked her what the hell she was doing. They all ignored the fact that she slayed the shadow teeth and turned on her because she was the reason 3 people got injured. She argued if they were going to let people die. But the man asked if she saved him, to which she couldn't reply as the victim lay lifeless on the floor. The first victim, who had his throat ripped by the shadow teeth, had already died from shock. She asks, so if they gave someone else away as food, they are supposed to shut up and let it happen. He called her a greenhorn and asked her who she is to be so self-centered. She talked about some portal yesterday doing parkour. If she wanted to die, he told her to die by herself, not to harm others in the process. The man let out all the animosity he accumulated. He felt disgusted by the young woman who kept going outside raising her voice. He couldn't forgive her useless sense of justice that almost led to his death. And Lee Jin-hee argues back that if they stayed stuck there like cowards, they will die. She goes on to state currently, only 1 person dies a time. But what if that won't be the case in the future? He asks her if she thinks everyone here stays still because they have no courage. If she sees because of her high and mighty justice that others are dying, that's not justice but simply her having no sense whatsoever. Lee Jin-hee felt like her energy was escaping her. If you looked at it mathematically, it was true. If everyone stayed still, only 1 person would die, while if they fought, many would die. She became agitated. Although she looked towards the other for some support, the others were simply timid and turned away from her gaze. As soon as she looked around, people who came to be on friendly terms with the man over the past few days all spoke against her. She decided to leave the place, let them all suffer, no point in arguing. She suppressed her boiling anger in her chest. You couldn't kill someone just because you were angry. She was experienced in parkour since her first year in middle school, an exercise where one could deftly move rapidly through urban environments, clearing obstacles with various athletic movements. She was currently using the power of karma to exceed her limits. She was able to steadily pass through as there were no rough movements in her run. She stopped and sighed. As her head cooled, she became embarrassed. She was happy she left after losing her temper, but she had no plans. She had no choice but to keep walking. It was too late to go back now, so she thought she would look for another assembly area at the next station. She suddenly heard noises and smelled the distinctive stink of monster blood. At the same time, in the darkness, sounds of fighting and shouting approached her. It was an earnest cry for help meant for someone else. Lee Jin-hee hesitantly peeked around the corner. That moment, as if he had heard her thoughts, she heard the voice shouting at her to help. Lee Jin-hee instinctively ran towards the sounds. She would come to see it was the sound of Baek Seoin calling out to Choi Hyuk while fighting a bunch of monsters. Choi Hyuk and Baek Seoin were fighting scaled monsters that looked like they had armor. Baek Seonim calls out for help while he guards with a shield and a sword. Choi Hyuk is readily slaying monsters alongside Baek Seonim in a subway. Baek Seonim remarks that these monsters are different. Usually each portal was protected by a single type of monster, but this one had different kinds of monsters ranging from tank types to spider types and much more. And the monsters were being commanded by a mid-boss using military-class strategy. Baek Seonim calls out to Choi Hyuk and asks him to say something. Just then, suddenly Choi Hyuk crashes into a wall due to the impact from a monster's attack. Baek Seonim instinctively calls out to Lee Jin-hee, who is hiding behind a wall trying to understand the situation that is going on. When Baek Seonim finally shouts desperately asking her to help specifically, she decides to go and see what's going on. She sees Choi Hyuk and Baek Seonim fighting, fending off the monsters with Hyuk in the lead. She leaps forwards into the crowd of monsters in order to lend her help. With a swing down, she stabs one of the monsters in the head. She looks forward in awe as she watched Choi Hyuk. He has leapt up in the air and is now slaughtering the mid-boss, which looks like a bat with 4 eyes. As his blade penetrates the monster's skull, he follows through in a swift motion to slice its head, splitting it apart in half. The two of them quickly slaughter the rest of the monsters. Suddenly, a monster head hits the wall behind Lee Jin-hee after getting thrown by Hyuk as she watches with her jaws dropped. An additional rule is revealed, stating after 15 days monsters become organized. Choi Hyuk has destroyed more than 5 portals and revealed more than 2 additional rules. This grant him a C-rank skill, Soaring Slash. Lee Minji is awestruck and calls Choi Hyuk as Appa. She tells him that the way he jumped and killed the monsters were art that she's never seen anything like before. Choi Hyuk is confused as to why she called him Appa. She goes on to say that any person who is good at parkour deserves to be her Appa. She begs him to teach her. Baek Seonim and Choi Hyuk tell her they plan to kill the Wyvern of Destruction, a monster the size of an apartment. Upon hearing this, she is initially shocked they would dare challenge a creature the size of an apartment. But even when there was no karma, they were climbing walls of buildings with their bare hands, and now that they have karma, anything is possible. Choi Hyuk and Baek Seonim look at each other equally confused and concerned. At Duncheon High School, Young Minji and Lee Jin-hee were sitting down across from each other. Chu Yong Jyn was silently standing behind Young Minji. She asks if the rumor about the enormous monster wasn't just a rumor. Lee Jin-hee goes on to mention there are 2 conditions to win. One is destroying all the portals and suppressing the monsters. And the second is to either kill the Wyvern of Destruction when it appears on the final day, or at least keep it busy. If they fail to do either of the 2, it is impossible to obtain the escape code. Young Minji had almost decided. She asked her last question to confirm if the king without subjects sent her and asked her to prove it. A black flag fluttered above Lee Jin-hee's head. It was Choi Hyuk's symbol. Upon seeing this, Young Minji decides to accept her offer and smiles in relief. Young Minji declared that from now on, their troops will try their best to destroy portals, and they would be dispatching their elite troops in a week. Lee Jin-hee mentioned there was an assembly point in Hyunhae department store, and mentioned they had the most power, and quite a few troops had already gathered there. Young Minji said it wasn't far, which was good. The two finally shook hands after coming to a decision and agreement. During the first week, they cleared out 12 portals. But as each day progressed, the fight became more and more difficult since there were exponentially more monsters pouring in every single day. The LED to the growth of the number of monsters they hadn't killed, they had to put a stop to this. Choi Hyuk decided to put together a suicide squad and dispatch the very agile Lee Jin-hee as a messenger. Lee Jin-hee left Duncheon High School with light steps. Young Minji stared at the Lee Jin-hee, who easily jumped over buildings. Her movements didn't waste any energy. Lee Jin-hee disappeared from her sight in an instant. A speed even monsters wouldn't be able to follow. Young Minji asked Young Jin Sr. to call the kings. 4 kings gathered. Currently, at Duncheon High School there were 3 people who had the title of a king besides her. The slave king Song Simon, the student king Min Kyung-chul, the pig king Ma Dongshik. Ma Dongshik was the man Lee Jin-hee previously fought with. She announced her plans on dispatching troops to destroy portals and forming a suicide squad to support Choi Hyuk. Min Kyung-chul asked her how many troops she was thinking of deploying. She replied that plans to deploy as many to destroy as many portals as they can. Young Minji already decided to cooperate. Even if there were losses on her side, it was to reduce the number of casualties overall. This kind of decision was made because of her personality. If the door to hell opened on the final day and countless people were slaughtered by monsters and the wyvern of destruction, she had no doubt that she wouldn't be able to endure her sensitivity to others' pain. The Pig King. Ma Dongshik wanted to oppose her. He suggested instead of doing it, they act like doing it since they're not the only ones who will be fighting anyway. Young Minji tells him, they are not the only ones. What if everyone had the same thought Ma Dongshik did then? If that's the case, everyone might die? The coward Pig King asked her why that someone had to be them if they want to take the lead everyone should. While he talked, Ma Dongshik read at Jung Minji's mood. Jung Minji was younger than Lee Jin-hee, who fiercely talked back at him a few days ago. His insides squirmed at the fact he had to treat her with respect. However, she wasn't someone he could handle. Ma Dongshik argued they couldn't fight the portal monsters or the wyvern of destruction. They already suffered enough losses. They were people with a family to protect and couldn't take that risk. Young Minji, enraged, drew her sword. She threatened Ma Dongshik that if they didn't want to fight the monsters, would they prefer to instead fight with Minji's troops? She mentions she did not call them all for a meeting. With her words, the atmosphere grew cold. She had gathered the kings not to discuss these matters but to announce it. At least it was different from her original demeanor of listening to their opinions after their groups merged. Ma Dongshik froze momentarily before finally opening his mouth. He said he understood but asked her to reconsider the number of dispatched people. He reasoned they had families they wanted to reunite with and couldn't have them all go into mourning suddenly. He asked one person from each family be dispatched. But Lee Minji denied, saying that there were students who couldn't find their families too, and they won't treat those with families any differently. With strong karma, even the elderly can run around. Ma Dongshik's face distorted at her words. Young Minji went on to continue that if they are weak, they die. This is that kind of game. Ma Dongshik wanted to let out his anger and slam the table, but he desperately endured it. He was barely able to suppress his anger and force a smile, saying finally that he understood. The scene shifts to Baek Seoin and Hyuk as they are rummaging through a box to find supplies. 3 gangsters come up and ask just who they are to be crawling here like that. Baek Seoin notices them as Hyuk looks to the side too. He sees them and suggests they should split evenly since they are both there now. The gangsters look at the extended hand speechlessly. The middle one finally gives an evil smile and glares at them. Soon a bunch of gangsters come up to them and surround them. Baek Seoin is surprised as he looks around at the assembly. He tells Hyuk that they seem to be in a dangerous situation, but his intuition did not seem to be activating. Hyuk lets out a chuckle as he smiles. The gangsters had an axe symbol on their head, as was natural for them. He was debating in his head about which of those 20 gathered gangsters to keep alive and get information from. Just then someone yells from behind the gangsters to stop. A person in an army outfit wearing glasses comes up and tells the gangsters punks to put their hands away. The said person has 3 other people standing behind him wearing similar outfits. One of the gangsters looks at them and murmurs that it is the Association of Comrade in Arms. The army man suddenly claps his hands. He looks at Hyuk and Seoin and tells them that they should think of themselves as lucky civilians. The army man then looks at the gangsters and says that they knew that their assembly area was nearby the area. However, since they came from a long way, he wanted to split it evenly between them. The gangster cursed out as he heard that and started shedding cold sweat. He reached into his pocket in a hurry. Out came a handgun as he fired a shot into the ceiling. Looking at the army men intimidatingly, he told them that it had nothing to do with them. He then pointed the gun at them and told them to go their way. The army man looked at the gun silently. With a wide grin, he revealed a missing tooth. Suddenly, the others who were with him started bringing out various weapons. The army man motioned to his ears and mocked them, saying that he could not hear the gangsters cause he was too old. Meanwhile, his comrades were now standing beside him with numerous guns scaring the gangsters. The gangster leader was shocked and could not utter a word. The army man now said that they will be splitting the items 2-to-1 and they will be taking the larger part. Just then, he looked at Hyuk and told him that as civilians, they both should quickly run away. Hyuk heard this and chuckled mockingly. While the two group leaders stared in surprise, Hyuk started laughing maniacally. With a single step, he disappeared from his spot. The others were shocked as they couldn't even see when he moved. Without even a warning, Hyuk appeared in front of one of the gangsters. With a single punch, he blew the gangster's head off. The blood splattered and hit the person beside the lifeless body. With another quick blow, Hyuk hit this person and broke his back. Just then, a gangster came up with a gun. He pointed it at Hyuk's head. However, Hyuk sharply noticed the exact moment when the gangster was about to pull the trigger. With a swift movement of his hand, he disarmed the person, leaving him screaming in pain. The other gangsters were shocked but quickly got to work, shouting at each other to shoot Hyuk. With one punch after another, their heads blew open and splattered across the floor. The blood painted the walls red as they all fell one by one. Meanwhile, the army men observed speechlessly as they noticed the literal massacre. The old army man leading the bunch even started sweating as he thought to himself just who this kid was. Baek Seoin panted as he took something out from under his shirt. He looked at the necklace that Hyuk had given him. If not for the necklace of protection, he would have died in the blink of an eye from all the bullets. Meanwhile, Hyuk quietly stood between the bloody mess he had created. He looked back at an unwounded gangster who was now backed up against the wall in fear. The gangster was utterly horrified as he pleaded Hyuk to stop. Hyuk grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. While the gangster struggled to get words out, Hyuk asked where their headquarters were. The gangster stammered out a response that it was at the KTT building and pleaded with Hyuk to spare him. Hyuk asked if he did not think of the consequences when he came at him shooting guns. The gangster kept shouting for help, but Hyuk mercilessly snapped his neck and left him on the floor. The supply boxes were now all open and in plain sight. Hyuk talked with the army man and told them they should split it evenly. While one of the soldiers were about to complain, the older leader stopped them and immediately agreed to Hyuk's demand. He said that Hyuk was quite an amazing young fellow and was exactly like the army man had heard. Meanwhile, Seoin was looking at the dead bodies lying on the floor and noticed one of them had a speed enchant. He said it was quite a waste for it to end up in the hands of a gangster. Enchants were unique items presented in a jewel-like shape that got etched on the skin when used. Enchants were very valuable and were limited to stat-increasing items. They were an additional way to increase one's stats, and one could overlap up to 5 enchants of the same grade as retribution points. Choi Hyuk currently had a combination of 3 control enchants and 1 stamina enchant. He additionally had the Ring of Speed and the Ring of Vigor with him too. Seoin left the body alone as he realized there was not anything left to use this time as well. Suddenly, he looked towards the army men looking through the boxes of supplies. They seemed to be happily analyzing and calculating their rewards for the day. Senonin walked up to Hyuk and called his name. He asked him if he was planning to go wipe out the gangsters at the moment. If so, he told him that they should take those army grandpas as spectators. Upon hearing Hyuk's confusion, Seoin explained that they needed to start showcasing their power. He explained that people would only fight the Wyvern of Destruction if they saw that there is a chance if they fight with Hyuk. Hearing Seoin's intent to promote their team, Hyuk gave it some thought. He then asked Seoin if those armed men would even want to watch them fight. Seoin told him that they should give some gifts to incentivize them. He walked up to the army men, calling them grandpas. Saying that they were going to clear up the gangsters, he asked them if they would like to watch. The army men looked at each other in confusion. The leader looked at Seoin and asked just why they should do that. He said that they might not have got the news yet, but they had already requested an alliance with their leader. Thus, Seoin was hoping that they could watch their skills and discuss it with their leader later. The army men said that they had already seen that their skills were amazing, however, Seoin dismissed that as nothing. He showed them an item card and said that they would not leave them empty-handed as a show of friendship. The army men discussed it among themselves and decided to go. Seoin smiled upon hearing their agreement. Seeing Hyuk already walking out, the army men asked in surprise if they were going right away. Seoin said that that was indeed the case. The army man was a bit surprised and wondered if they were really going like that. The two of them alone against a whole building of gangsters seemed simply absurd. Thinking thus, he convinced himself that Hayek must be having forces elsewhere. However, when they all arrived at the enemy base, the army man could not help but ask where their comrades were. Seoin just told them to not worry and simply spectate from a distance. Looking back, he once again told them to not go anywhere. The army men were now a bit concerned. They started thinking that they were young ones who did not even value their own lives. However, they were confused too because those two simply did not look like such kids. Seoin came running and called out to Hyuk. He asked if they were not going to sneak in, since Hyuk seemed to be entering from the front door. Hearing Hyuk's confusion on why they should do that, Seoin said that it will be hard to distinguish between friend and foe if they fight head-on. Seoin told him that it was simply not good to kill people who were forced to cooperate with the gangsters. However, Hyuk told him that cooperators were not any different from the gangsters either. While this shocked Seoin, Hyuk turned around. He said that he does not kill people who are not cooperators. Seoin fell into deep thought on hearing that. If they used that method, the civilians would not know what is going on and would oppose Choi Hyuk. He was conflicted within himself upon whether this was right or wrong. Back during Japan's invasion, in order to survive, there had been people who cooperated with the Japanese Empire with no fault of their own. Seoin wondered whether they could be called innocent by his definition. How far could excuses like wanting to live be used in such situations? Just then, Hyuk called out to Seoin. He told him that he should not start misunderstanding things. What they were here to do was not kindness. They were doing it because they needed to, and it just so happens to be a group who picked a fight. Baek Seoin was much softer than Choi Hyuk. Hyuk had inwardly engraved the word revenge into his heart. He believed that those who lowered their heads because they were scared of the gangsters would simply not be of much help even when fighting the Wyvern. In such a situation where supplies were insufficient, it was impractical to unite everyone, and it was better to reduce the number of people where it was possible. As Hyuk neared the gangsters, they took notice of him and Seoin. One of them lazily asked why the two of them were there. Hyuk simply stared at him and said that they were there to hunt gangsters. The gangster's face was flushed with anger as he uttered a curse. Hyuk immediately punched his face and blew it off cleanly. Seeing the beheaded gangster, the two other people behind him tried to run. However, one of them was too slow and got his head severed. The other one, in a green tracksuit, rang a whistle that alerted the entire base about the intruders. The gangsters all stopped what they were doing and turned their attention to the source of that whistle. Meanwhile, Hyuk had pointed his sword at a kneeling person who asked if they were there to hunt gangsters, because if so, he wished to join them. Thus, the three of them entered the KTT building area where around 1,300 people had assembled. Among them, 500 were gangsters while 800 were normal people. Although gangsters had many problems with the law and morals, as they were experienced fighters, they were quite courageous even when fighting monsters. Thanks to them, this place was the safest of all even against the monsters. But this big place was in no way free for the normal people. Gangsters excluded normal people. They monopolized information and items that were only advantageous to them. Not too many days had passed when the gangsters became the king of this place. And after that, they had revealed their true nature. Hyuk was simply angry at how things were going over here. He shouted out and said that since the gangsters here had attempted to kill him, he had just come for payback. Looking at the surprised people, he told them that if they were not a part of this, then they should just leave. The gangsters and people alike looked at Hyuk, wondering just who he was. The person who was standing behind Hyuk fearfully thought that it was a shame that it was only two people who came. He shook his head and said that he could not really do anything about this and he preferred fighting those gangsters than getting killed by these people. Looking down at Hyuk, the gangsters starting talking, calling him a crazy guy. Hyuk sensed their bloodlust with his eyes. He simply gave off a smile at the thick smell of blood in the air. Unsheathing his sword faster than anyone could react, he dashed forward. Heads rolled left and right wherever Hyuk passed through. The other gangsters simply looked at this horrifying sight and shivered. They started running away in fear. However, it was already too late as Hyuk was at their position and cleaved through them neatly without any issues. One of them, who had run a bit farther, tried to plead with Hyuk and asked him for help. However, Hyuk ignored his request and sliced through his torso with a clean cut. He looked back and though that this guy had been quiet when Hyuk looked weak, but he had immediately changed his attitude and started begging for his life when Hyuk turned out to be strong. Just then, someone creeped up behind Hyuk with a gun in hand. However, just when he put it against Hyuk's head, Hyuk heard it clearly. The man was utterly surprised as he could not believe what he was seeing. Before he had even noticed, someone had come up behind him and impaled his back. This person slashed through while shouting curses at the gangster. He looked at Hyuk briefly in silence. Hyuk did not say anything and walked past the person. The person had a bit of hostility towards Hyuk, but it was not excessive. He knew how to fight, but he was not an enemy, and so Hyuk had decided to spare him. However, right in front of Hyuk, all of a sudden, another person stabbed a gangster in the back. With the knife in hand, this guy also looked at Hyuk silently. However, Hyuk glared at him with cold eyes. The person was petrified and shocked as he asked what kind of criteria it was that Hyuk followed if he even killed those who killed gangsters. At this point, Hyuk had slashed through the person's neck and was walking ahead already. The person who was now falling to the ground was wondering why it had been him. Hyuk simply stared at the building filled with malicious bloodlust. Soon the clean walls were splattered with blood and damage. Hyuk's face was not an exception either. Bodies lay strewn across the floor as Hyuk approached the final room. He opened the door slowly. The moment Hyuk stepped foot inside, he was greeted with a bunch of people holding blades against his neck. The leader of the gangsters sat at the back with bulging muscles and a domineering presence. He cursed Hyuk as his body shivered in rage. Looking up, he asked Hyuk why he was still alive till this point. Hyuk simply looked at his sword and noticed its durability was quite low. He tossed it away without much care. The blade landed on the floor and shattered to pieces on contact. The leader of the gangsters looked at this and told he had better give up. However, before he could say any more, Hyuk had already dashed across the room and delivered a swift kick to the leader's head, smashing it against the wall. The others were shocked at how fast this had happened. As they shouted in worry for their leader, the leader himself was lying down with his bloody head smashed against the wall. Hyuk's face darkened as he looked down at the boss's lifeless body. He looked up coldly and exclaimed that the leader was pathetic. At the KTT mall, the fight had finally died down. Seoin grabbed a bag of items and called the army men over. He handed the bag to them saying that this was a gift for them. While the army man said okay with a straight face, behind his glasses he was actually sweating hard. This event had reminded him of that time when he had seen a one-sided battle, a massacre. He thought he had seen it all. But what he saw at the KTT mall was simply way too brutal. It was on a whole other level. After the battle had ended and the loot had been collected, the army men greeted Hyuk and Seoin and said goodbye. Before they left, Seoin stopped them for a bit. He requested them to kindly discuss the events they had seen clearly with their leader when they returned. The army men turned back with sweaty faces as they said they'll make sure it is done. On the 10th day, Hyuk and Seoin were killing monsters as usual. The number of monsters Hyuk was killing every day was absurd, but still not enough to reverse the flow. If Hyuk tried his best, he was able to hunt around 400 monsters a day. On the 10th day, 20,000 monsters poured in from the 30 portals. However, that was not all, as the amount of supplies would be reducing by a third every 10 days. Instantly, supplies that were originally able to feed 500,000 people could only sustain about 170,000. But there were still 300,000 people alive on the 10th day. During this time, due to the amount of supplies, although they did not starve to death, the temptation and tension was intensified. The key reason for their temptation happened to be the portals. Destroying the portals was necessary, but at the same time, it was risky too. Because of this, the number of deaths and victims continued to increase in groups allied with Choi Hyuk, and those assembly areas which only sought after supplies were becoming more secure. While some fought for others, there were those who wanted a free pass which forced Minji to raise her sword. Thus, she dispatched an envoy to a neighboring assembly area. The envoy arrived at the headquarters of the said assembly areas and told them Minji's kondaiton. The assembly area was to spearhead the fight to destroy a portal the next day. Otherwise, they will have to give up their right to the supplies they owned. Hearing this, the face of the assembly area's leader darkened. He let out a mocking laugh. The leader mockingly said that this person sent by the crazy Night King must be crazy himself. The envoy did not react harshly and simply looked forward with silence. Thereafter, he returned to the base to report to Minji. Another envoy who had just returned asked Minji if they should kill them all. Minji coldly replied that they should kill all except for those who are less than 14 years old. The subordinate was confused and asked how they should determine their age. Minji was silent for a while before she started her sentence. She hesitantly replied to let them live if they looked young. However, the subordinate once again asked if they should kill their parents as well. Minji was firm in her reply as she instructed them to mercilessly kill their parents. Although Minji empathized with the weak, she was not confident in being able to kill those who surrendered, so she left Chu Yong Jyn in command. Even when she had hardened her heart, she was unable to bear the death of children. Despite being respected, This ambiguous attitude of hers naturally brought sarcasm. Still, her decisive actions displayed a surprising amount of power. To set an example, the heads of the assembly leaders who defied her were cut and skewered on blades to be displayed in front of the burning building. The neighboring assembly areas, who were shocked at her merciless slaughter, decided to take part in fighting monsters. With Choi Hyuk's massacre and Minji's power play, the Allied forces were able to take advantage of this fear to win over the other forces more easily. Not long after this, everyone had started to destroy the portals. By day 15, the number of portals was reduced to 20, but more than 30,000 monsters appeared in a single day. And the number of monsters continues growing. There were now 250,000 survivors and around 130,000 monsters. It was already an established fact that at some point the number of monsters would easily exceed the number of people. Choi Hyuk looked at the C-rank skill called Soaring Slash. He was unable to use it as he needed at least one stat and retribution points to reach rank C. As his stats and retribution points passed 200, they evolved into 2 stars, and his stats no longer increased when killing normal 1-star monsters. Even when he killed mid-bosses whom he called 2-star monsters, his stats did not increase automatically. To achieve 1 star, 100 points were needed. For 2 starts, around 200 points, so 300 points would be needed for 3 stars. It would be impossible to use Soaring Slash at this rate, but then he would not have a blade made of karma, which means he would not have an area attack. It is practically impossible to get a stat, and his retribution points to 300 by the 30th day, so his last resort was enhancing his control. Up until now, it was best to increase his stats harmoniously, but now things had changed because a new rule stated that the number of monsters that arrived through the portal would increase by 20%. It did not matter if he had more power and speed, he would simply not be able to go against all the monsters. He needed an overwhelming breakthrough. If a person saw it as a game, then the tutorial had just finished and now it was time to choose a class. The more he increased his control stat, the more easily Hyuk could manipulate karma. At present, he was not only able to control his power and speed, but he was also able to control his karma. Hyuk lets out a deep breath as he pulls his fist back. His fist hits a truck and sends it flying while breaking it in 2 pieces. He pushed upwards with his palm. It ended up sending a blast of air that completely tore off the wall of a building in the far distance. Seeing the destruction, he paused for a bit. Suddenly, he felt a crack as the bone in his hand broke. That explosive punch had surpassed his endurance, and thus his arm was unable to take the load. His control was at 148 points, so he decided to concentrate and give it a try. He held his blade up high as he steadied himself. With a shout, he tried to use Soaring Slash. The karma in his body started flowing towards his arm and gathered at his palm. It then proceeded to flow into his sword. For a second there, Hyuk was able to see the pathways and the direction in which the karma moved, so he expected some positive results. With a deep breath, he pointed the sword ahead. His foot, firmly planted on the ground, left a huge crack on the tiling as the pressure coming from him increased. Bits of rock started floating around him. Closing his eyes, he forced himself to focus, as he felt a pull at the sword's handle and decided it was time. With a heavy lift of the sword, he forced all the karma into it. As the sword glowed blue in color, Hyuk was almost blinded by its shine. However, after a blink, he clearly saw it. It was only for a split second, but a blue blade had formed from the karma that filled the sword up. The exhaustion from using the karma is extremely taxing and causes him to fall to his knees. He pants from exhaustion as he looks ahead. However, there is now a smile on his face as he realizes that he can finally make it. He can finally make a blade out of karma without the assistance of a skill. There were 7 groups that were allied with Choi Hyuk. Young Minji's troops, the Alliance of Comrades in Arms, the Knights of the Korean National Sport University, Shinmyung Stronghold, Kangul River Park Stronghold, Seonsa Hyundai Park Stronghold, Cheonhu Hyunhai Department Store Stronghold. All allied forces assembled at the Hyunhai Department Store. They had initially discussed the formation of a suicide squad, but a new rule made it so they had to unite together. The new rule was that the monsters would start to act in groups, so they had to unite. Further, supplies were going to reduce significantly every 10 days, so it would be in their administrative interest to get together. However, if the barrier of the weak collapsed, there would be no way to fight against the horde of monsters. Because of this, the more groups there were, the faster the consumption of these barriers of the weak. So all the forces, a total of 130,000 people, started to gather towards Hyunhae Store. The reason they chose the Hyunhae Store was because there was actually a healer there. Back when all this began, The hospital was going through its normal routines. However, the system told them that those in the hospital would be unable to leave unless they killed 3 patients. At first, everyone was surprised at the nonsense they heard the doctors saying since the patients could not see the message. However, in the end, the incident unfolded in a similar way to the Ring of Rebirth. After they confirmed that they really could not leave, chaos erupted. And the scarier part was that there was no way to know what the hell was going on outside the hospital. Finally, on day 4, the meals and rations inside the hospital were almost exhausted. As the doctors looked at the sleeping patients, they raised their knives with a guilty heart. In a single night, they lost all the dignity they had kept up the past few days and attacked the weak patients. The stronger, healthier patients were not much different. Finally, someone died. Someone was explicitly murdered. Seeing this, the chief doctor was utterly infuriated. He said that the others did not have the qualifications to call themselves doctors, as he swung a baseball bat to keep them away from the patients. The others tried to reason with the chief doctor, but he would not hear any of it. Keeping his guard up, he backed into the room where the patients were present. Once inside, he bolted it shut to make sure that the other doctors would not be able to enter. He even pushed an empty bed against the door to give it support. Seeing this, the patients were extremely alarmed. However, the chief doctor turned around with kind eyes. He told them all not to worry and assured that they would be safe. On day 5, he came out of the room. He saw one of his fellow doctors sitting outside in the hallway with a guilty face, but ignored them as he pushed a medical cart that he needed. On the 7th day, even the intravenous saline fluid was running out. Just then, a system notification showed up in front of him saying it was calculating his retribution points. It said that he was now a healer type since he had not killed any patients and continued to look after them. The doctor was shocked on seeing such a message in front of him. However, at that moment, the patients who were lying down started disintegrating into light particles. The golden particles filled the room as the chief doctor screamed in sadness at the deaths of the patients one after another. Every time a light was absorbed into his body, his retribution points and karma increased, especially his control and recovery stats. However, the chief doctor, named Judgement, was not happy at all, because in his eyes, he only saw the figures of the patients who had disappeared. Tears streamed down his eyes as he realized that they all ended up dying in the end. With a mortifying shout, he fell to the floor on his knees as this marked the birth of the only healer in the Gangdong district. Atop the Hyunhae store, Judgement stood at the roof with his hands stretched outwards. He opened his eyes with a firm flare and shouted at everyone to get up. His shout was imbued with power as it echoed down and reached every soldier looking up at him. His hands held a blob of holy light that sprayed particles of light down. These particles of light landed on the soldiers and invigorated and buffed them. All of them started to sing in unison as Jinman continued to bless them. The skill called Get Up was a support skill that would increase one's courage and awareness along with their sense of camaraderie. All these people experiencing the same scene at the same time felt a sense of security and kinship with one another. To these people who continuously lived in a cruel environment, the comfort from this skill was greater than expected. After casting the skill, Jinmin retracted his hands and the glow faded. As he backed down, the leader of the Hyunhae store assembly came forward to give a motivational speech for the army. He said that they only had 13 days left. There were currently 19 portals left and around 40,000 monsters coming through them every night. However, he asked them if their strength only amounted to so little, and if this was the strength of them humans who rose to the top without fangs and hides. He demanded them to show the monsters just how strong they were. It was time to show the unknown creators of the game their worth and their strength. With this, he assigned instructions once again saying that shielders will be blocking the front. The spearmen will be stabbing. The swordsmen will be ending it all. Ranged attackers will stay behind the lines and will follow the commander's orders. Meanwhile, the detachment will support the crumbling front lines. With all troops in place, he finally shouted that it was time to go. With a finally war cry, the entire army readied itself as it awaited the monster horde. A large shadow loomed over the frontline shield bearers as they looked up. A bull rammed through their defense with utter speed, throwing away anything in its path. And right behind it, jumped up the nightmarish creatures with swords attached to their hands. The commander told everyone not to be afraid. He told them to advance, but the creatures were way too fast for them to be able to do much. The battle was off to an extremely messy and chaotic start already. However, the humans were not entirely helpless as one of the soldiers shouted at his fellow brethren to endure. He pointed at the suicide squad and told the others not to fall behind. If they fell behind, then the suicide squad would surely die. A soldier killed multiple enemies by throwing spears like a javelin. Meanwhile, the fencer poked and thrusted their rapiers at the enemies at insane speeds. At another corner of the battlefield, a bald-headed man in heavy armor grabbed the enemy's head and threw them against each other. The battle was going well, but the silhouette of the dark creatures lurked eerily in the shadows. But just as the dark creature emerged, something else caught its attention from behind. A woman with two swords rushed in behind the creature, almost speed blitzing it before it could even realize. The woman was none other than Lee Jin-hee. As she leaped, she swiftly sliced the creature into multiple slices, almost like a diagonal finisher. The battle-hardened veterans continued to march towards the enemy over the sliced and diced body parts of the creatures, as Hayek took the lead. With sheer determination in his eyes, he did not stop, not even once. Just as the creatures watched this massacre, with his upgraded broadsword, Choi Hyuk quickly jumped over the creatures with the intention of slamming his sword down. He stabbed the head of the reptile that he fought a few days back, almost quickly putting it out of its misery. However, Choi Hyuk showed no mercy. He stood atop the creature's body as other creatures started to surround him. Hyuk defeated the reptile, which he struggled to kill without breaking a sweat. Just as he was staring at the lifeless body of the reptile creature, his focus, filled with bloodlust, quickly averted to the other creatures. In order to defeat and hunt the Wyvern of Destruction, Choi Hyuk realized there were three conditions that needed to be fulfilled. The first one was a blade of karma. Another reptilian monster stepped in to face Choi Hyuk. But Hyuk did not step back, and he held his sword firmly. But this time, it was not the reptilian monster itself, but an orc riding it. Along with the orc, there was another mid-boss whom Hayek faced earlier. But the force did not stop there, as there was another dark monster that could traverse through the shadows. Except it was not like other shadow creatures. All these beasts lined up against Choi Hyuk, but Hyuk did not back down. Enraged by this, the orc leader roared fiercely, initiating the attack. Everyone charged towards Hyuk. But Hyuk did not bother to dodge as they charged towards him. He closed his eyes and started to focus on his blade. But the monsters were quick enough to close the distance within a fraction of a second. Suddenly, Hayek's sword started to emanate karma. Just as the aura sparked, it almost startled the monsters in the vicinity. The blade sliced the monsters with ease, without even offering the smallest resistance. It was Choi Hyuk's immense strength that helped him slice both the reptilian monster's head and the orc into two halves. Not only one, but Hyuk managed to slice most of the monsters that approached him with one single slash. The orc leader could not even comprehend what was happening as his upper body fell to the ground. The shadow creature witnessed the massacre as blood splattered everywhere. The shadow creature was simply surprised by Hayek's superhuman abilities. But just as it continued to observe, Hayek quickly took advantage of the situation. The reptilian creature's body fell over the shadow monster, instantly killing it due to its fragile body. An extension of the blade was created using karma to increase the range of his sword, but it consumed so much of his energy. Hyuk was completely drained and was sweating heavily. But he already knew that none of the efforts that he made were enough to take an upper hand over the Wyvern of Destruction. Just as he was looking at his predator blade, the sword was extended for a bit to increase the range of his sword. His sword started to glow golden as Hayek continued to focus on it. Hyuk rushed towards the creatures, even though this method consumed a lot of his stamina and pushed his endurance to its limits. The mid-boss, which he faced earlier, stood and braced for impact as Hayek rushed towards it. Meanwhile, in order to crush Hayek, another mid-boss joined to create a powerful barrier for Hayek. What was initially a red blade turned into a pinkish-red blade as Hayek lined them up perfectly in his range. Hyuk found a path where he could sever both of them efficiently. But due to his enormous karma release onto his blade, the blade continued to shift colors from pink to blue now. The blade extended its reach by creating a blue spectral sword over the main predator blade. Hayek slashed down the mid-boss with ease. He swiftly went beside the first mid-boss as Hayek took down the bladed mid-boss as well as the shadow mid-boss. But just as the creature was witnessing absolute domination from Choi Hyuk, his claws fell onto the ground. The bladed mid-boss knew what was up and realized his situation. Hyuk's speed blitzed the first mid-boss creature so fast it almost sliced it before it could even comprehend it. He went for the other two after vacuum slicing the first one as he observed how clean his cut was. But this move took a serious toll on Hayek's stamina, as it was a key element for him to continue to fight in that battle. It was as if his body could not compete with his karmic skills. Choi Hyuk realized that the second condition for hunting down the Wyvern of Destruction was evolving his rank D Predator Blade to level 100. The creatures disintegrated into dust as Choi Hyuk slew 7 of the bosses to evolve his Predator Blade. Hyuk rested for a bit and wiped his sweat off, as he realized that at that rate, it would be possible for him to evolve it completely to defeat the Wyvern of Destruction. But just as he was readying up, Choi Hyuk noticed a small red tablet and a mythical orb in front of him on the ground. The red tablet was a one-person escape code, where the owner of the code would be able to escape on the final day. The mythical orb was a dragon hunting weapon called a vine cannonball, which could be used to falter a dragon momentarily, as it would react to dragon blood and would bind the dragon blood. Hyuk stood and continued to remember what the 3 conditions were that needed to be met in order to hunt the Wyvern of Destruction. The first one was the complete Blade of Karma, which could be useful to pierce the Wyvern of Destruction. The second one was to evolve the Predator Blade to level 100, as it would improve Choi Hyuk's efficiency. Baek Seonin mentioned that the most important condition out of all was the last one. The last condition in order to defeat the Wyvern of Destruction was to gather an army of all the clans and leaders. Hyuk took the red tablet in his hand, as he understood it was a one-person escape code. He continued to analyze the plan of action with it, as he understood it was both good news and bad. Hyuk stood victorious at the end of Day 17, where the entire battle lasted for about 4 hours as 3,000 humans and 2,000 humans were critically wounded. But apart from that, 3 portals were destroyed and over 20,000 monsters were wiped out. After the intense battle, the injured people were taken to the Hyunhae department store, where they were being treated for their wounds. Many people suffered scratches and slashes over their bodies and their vital organs. But some lost their major limbs, such as a whole hand or a whole leg. One of the veterans was screaming in intense pain as a monster chomped off his hand, while the healer, Bae Jinmun, took notice of the veteran. Bae Jinmun extended his palm towards the victim, and his palm started to glow and emit a golden aura. Jinmun continued to show his palm over the veteran's severed arm and focused his karma into one single point. Miraculously, the arm started to grow back within seconds from his shoulder as the healer continued to focus his karma. Within a few seconds, the arm that was missing grew back instantly. Jinmin grew the veteran's arm in an instant as Jinhee continued to observe the sight, as it was amazing to witness the healing process by Jinmin. Jinhee and Seonin observed the healing, and Seonin said it was only possible because Bae Jinmun used around 100 retribution points in order to grow back a limb. He also added that a portion of the consumed retribution points was used to help him grow, and he even added that Jinman might have more karma than Hyuk himself. But Hyuk did not react to it and continued to focus and rest up. Suddenly, Seonin called Hyuk and asked if it was because of the one-person escape code. Hyuk affirmed as he continued to think about the situation. He realized that the one-person code was a serious problem, as it stated that only the troops who had obtained the escape code could escape, a rule designed for members of the troops who cooperated with each other. But in this case, it could potentially become a poison, as if one took extreme measures and ignored their assembly area and troops. They could just hide on the outskirts of the war zone and use it when the time arises. Choi Hyuk knew it was impossible for him to kill the Wyvern of Destruction without an army backing him up. But Sonin knew it was not like they could do anything about it, but it reminded him of another problem that they had to settle beforehand. Hyuk realized they had to persuade the kings. The other kings still didn't know Hyuk's other objective, and they were only told that the Suicide Squad's role would be to destroy portals and grab the Wyvern of Destruction's attention until they obtained the escape code and retreated after receiving it. But if that happened, Hyuk would be completely isolated from the battlefield, where they planned to kill the Wyvern. Just as Hyuk was thinking if he could kill them all by himself, Sonin reminded him about the crazy Night King. Hyuk's focus averted to Sonin as he mentioned Jung Minji, the crazy Night King. Seonin mentioned that they were going to persuade her first in order to achieve their objective. Meanwhile, Yoon Kirim was speaking with her fellow warrior. Kirim was genuinely having fun even though the situation around her was worse. Minji walked up towards her, calling her with a formal and authoritative tone. Kirim was startled just as she heard Minji's voice. Her body started to shiver just as she stood in front of her, as Minji exerted psychological dominance over her. But instead of addressing Minji, she started to shiver due to fear and said nothing to Minji. She instructed Kirim to lift her head and look her in the eyes. Just as she heard Minji's voice, she instantly teared up as she knew what was up. As Kirim was wondering about what was going on, Minji started off the conversation by asking if Kirim was doing all right. But being startled, Kirim shakingly replied she was doing well. This led Minji to another question, as she was suspicious about her wellness. Minji told Kirim that she ran away from her last battle. Kirim teared up as Minji asked how she could be doing all right if she was doing well. Kirim was speechless, as she was worried, and she didn't know what to reply. But Minji asked her to look at her, and she asked if she was going to look away when she faced monsters, while Kirim continued to tremble due to fear. Despite being in the same class 3 times, Minji had quite detailed memories of Kirim being a lovely girl with no shadows, although they weren't best friends. In the past, Kirim held both of her hands and said she must be happy that she was so pretty. In that moment, Minji was confused as to what she was trying to say. But with a bright and warm smile, Kirim continued that she was so happy about the fact that such a pretty girl chose to be her friend. While Kirim showed a boastful expression as she looked at her with a bright smile, Minji was endlessly jealous of her beautiful smile. But even though Kirim possessed such a smile, she was in a trembling state where she couldn't even meet eyes because she was so absurdly weak, and this enraged Minji. Kirim felt guilty, as she did not even look Minji in her eyes while Minji yelled at her for her pathetic behavior. She grabbed Kirim's face as she continued to yell while she was completely flustered by Minji's actions. Minji called out Kirim as she held her head firm. She said that if she doesn't kill, she will die and advised her to kill if something scares her. Minji even asked if they would leave Kirim alone just because her smile was warm or if she was trembling. Minji held her face and looked at Kirim with pity as she called her nice Kirim and asked if she wanted to live. Kirim cried due to Minji's intimidation as she asked if she had to make the creatures unable to kill her. She continued to throw a series of questions at her, like how long she leans on others for help, and if men would help her until the end. Kirim was overwhelmed by Minji's actions, and she barely replied with an apology after stammering as she was trembling due to fear. Minji bit her lips due to immense frustration. She continued to press her cheeks with her palm as she told her it wasn't her whom she should be apologizing to as the Slave King tried to defuse the situation. He held Minji's arm and tried to defuse her by saying that he would protect Kirim at any cost. But Minji completely froze as soon as the Slave King held her arm. The bodyguard quickly noticed this. He stepped in to protect Minji and was almost ready to strike down the Slave King. But the Slave King quickly took his arm off, as he didn't mean to do it, and he implied he meant no threat over the situation. Minji said that it was indeed a relief that the Slave King would protect her and expressed her gratitude as the bodyguard continued to defend her. Kirim was exhausted, and Minji and her bodyguard continued to walk away as the Slave King expressed his gratitude for Minji because it was because of her that he was able to live there safely. Minji and her bodyguard continued to walk away, but the Slave King was impressed by her charm and her sassiness. He then tried to console Kirim by telling her it would be all right and patted her back. He also said that Minji was so harsh because she was actually worried about her despite her scary nature. It has been 20 days since the outbreak occurred. Seonin was going through a meeting with Minji at the Hyunhae department store as he was explaining his part of the story and treasoned it would help save more people. But Minji had other opinions about saving people. Seonin, on the other hand, knew that the number of people who had not joined the Hyunhae department store must not be small, and it would be significant for Hayek to carry out their mission. He alerted Minji about the whereabouts of all the preschoolers and the elementary schoolers. Minji had no idea about where they were and thought something malicious might have happened to them. But Sonin's eyes gleamed with deception, as he knew where the crazy Night King was weak. Seonin has observed in the past how she despised the weak and still never abandoned them. Just as she once massacred the other gang, she ordered her soldiers to kill them all. But she imposed one condition: not to kill those who were less than 14 years old. Seonin analyzed that the proportion of adults in the assembly area was unusually high, and there were barely any children over there. But Sunin realized that there were originally over 5,000 children in Gangdong district, and all the children were at the preschool or elementary schools, and the majority said they never returned to their homes. As Minji was clueless about Seonin's attention, he later clarified that Jinhee discovered something when she went out for reconnaissance. Jinhee jumped over the place with both of her knives at her back. Seonin said that Jinhee noticed a group that protected many elementary schoolers and preschoolers. He also said that she reported to him about their leaders' different rules given to the children, and also told him that there was a way for these children to live. Though the rules were different, he told Minji that the majority of the children hid in the sewers before the monsters started their attack, and these children would probably hide in the sewers until the end of the game. Seonin asked if the children who were living in the sewers and eating rats would be able to obtain the escape code on the last day. But Sunian reminded them about the new rule that on the final day, anyone could transmit a rescue signal, and the monsters would start a large-scale invasion. With all these conditions, Sonian reminded them it would be hard for those children to live, and they might even send a pitiful rescue signal. Just as Seonin continued, a visual representation of the kids crossed her mind, as she realized how hard it would actually be for them. Minji suddenly realized that they would be powerless against all those monsters. Her eyes were filled with desperation to save those kids. The kids continued to scream for help as they were powerless even to escape from the haunting and claustrophobic sewers. But just as they were calling out for help, tentacles with blades reached them from behind. The monster closely resembled a spider, with its tongue sticking out as it closed the distance creepily. The kids had no other choice but to accept their fate. This alone collapsed Minji's mental fortitude as she held her heart out of empathy for those kids. She held her head and tried to convince herself that kids were also distributed karma. She also realized that there was absolutely no reason for them to be weak and they are no different from adults. But Sunin grounded the reality for her and asked if it would be actually possible for them to fight like adults, even if they had received karmic powers. Minji was concerned as Sunin sarcastically continued that the children would probably lift their shields and swords bigger than them and organize an army that would fend off the monsters. Just as she was thinking, she could not stop herself from imagining all the horrors those kids would be facing. The kids were running for their lives as the monster chased them with its bladed tentacle filled with human blood. Just as they were running away from the monster, it effortlessly positioned itself near the children and quickly stabbed one of the kids by stabbing the body from the top. The other kid did not hesitate, as hesitation would mean defeat, and she leaped onto the ceiling, which had a glowing light. The kid used all of her chances to reach out through the golden light in order to get help. Minji extended her arm even though she was shaking in order to save them. Minji realized it was all her imagination as to what the kids might be going through at that very instant. She quickly clenched her fist as she was already determined to save them all. She looked at Sunin and asked what the plan of action was in order to save the kids. Seonin smiled cunningly, having already gained an advantage over Minji in order to make Hayek achieve his goals. The crescent moon shone bright upon the dark night sky with clouds darker than the night itself. One of the faction's leaders understood that the motive was good, but he was concerned about whether they would have time in order to execute Minji's request. But Minji was sure that whatever they were going through might not be the end. Every king and the healer were present at the meeting as Minji reminded the kings about the disappearance of the police and the military. She even reminded us about the fact that games would vary depending upon the target, and asked what kind of games the police and the military would have to play, and wondered if they just evaporated from Kangdong district. Minji even gave an example of Bei Jinmun himself, about how he had awakened his powers and how he became a guardian. Jinman did not break his silence as Minji continued that those games might be much more complicated than they thought, and it seemed like they only needed to kill and survive, but it was not everything. Minji gave a similar statement that it was the same issue regarding children, and wondered if they had been given new rules, and about how they were able to send rescue signals on the final day. Minji continued to ask if those children were really discardable and reminded the panel members that getting out of Kangdong district was not everything. The military person called out for Kang Dong-su to hear his opinion. He asked Dong-su about the parents under his command who lost their children. He has also heard the whereabouts of the leader Seon Jisoo, who was also unknown. Minji stepped in amidst the conversation and told her that her troops would spearhead the operation. The panel members continued to watch Minji speak, but Minji did not stop addressing them. Minji also declared that she would not forget the people who helped her. If someone else had said it, it might not have meant anything. However, if it were young Minji's words, the weight would be different because if she said that, it would be because she really would not forget those who help her. Jinmin, the guardian healer, stood up from his chair. She declared that he would stand next to Minji, and he too would not forget those who help them. The other panel members were just stunned as this topic started to gather more upvotes. Hayuk also raised his hand, declaring his interest in the mission. The other panel members smiled upon this sight, as they were all determined about the mission. The other panel members also decided to take part in the mission, as it displayed true honor and patriotism. Chaos erupted at the Yunhai departmental store as the other kings were causing commotion. Ma Dongshik was furious about Minji's actions and was mad that they were not even informed about it prior. But Minji was polite and apologized that she was not able to tell Ma Dongshik in advance, and also insisted that this was something she must do. Ma Dongshik's ego was fragile, as he was not concerned about the mission to rescue children, but Minji's decision to make the crazy Night King's troops the spearhead for the mission. But Minji replied that it was not only her force, but also Ma Dongshik's forces that were included to be the spearhead for the mission. Ma Dongshik was serious, as Minji stated that it included all 6 forces that were with her for this mission. But Ma Dongshik felt oppressed by Minji's authoritativeness, as if she was mocking a dictatorial rule, and he slammed his fist over the table as he yelled, "Why would she decide their lives all by herself?" But Minji had enough. She gave a death stare as she told Ma Dongshik that everyone over there owes her a life debt. Her aura and her death stare shook the Pig King, Ma Dongshik's confidence, and instilled fear in his headspace. Minji even mentioned the 400 shadow teeth that were hiding near Ma Dongshik's assembly area while he sacrificed 3 people every night. Minji was furious about his shameless actions. But Ma Dongshik was stumped as Minji continued to ask if he would have been able to block the invasion of shadow teeth without her intervention. Minji did not back out of the meeting and stood by her points as she continued to tell Ma Dongshik that all her followers have always fought the front lines, and there was no one there who hadn't benefited from that. Minji's words had so much impact that they left all the Pig King's generals as well as the Pig King himself silent. Her eyes were filled with rage as she asked why they wanted to back out of this at this crucial moment. Ma Dongshik broke a sweat as Minji's intimidation was superior to the Pig King's ego. His body started to tremble because of Minji's dominance over the meeting as he realized he had gone too far after becoming agitated. The Slave King, who stood beside the Pig King, said that he supported them even though it was suffocating for him. He even mentioned that, despite being the spearhead, with the proper support of the weakening barrier and the support of the other troops at the back, they should not have many casualties. Minji's face was filled with gratitude as he understood that it was an honorable deed after all. She bowed her head to him in order to express her gratitude. The Slave King bowed back in order to acknowledge her feelings and her mission to retrieve the kids. Minji apologized once again and even told everyone that this would not repeat after the mission. She was told that they would dissolve their alliance, and with an indebted heart, she promised that she would wholeheartedly cooperate with him at least once. But the Pig King, Ma Dongshik, continued to keep his silence at bay. She stood up from his chair as he finally acknowledged his affirmation to Minji's rescue plan. The kings stood up and exited the meeting room with stiff and stale faces, but it wasn't acceptance, but submission due to Minji's intimidation and her adamant will to carry out the mission. But she was fine with it, as it would be the last time she would be working with them. Minji closed her eyes with relief as she finally felt relieved about the mission. She thought about the same kid who extended her arm to save her. But instead of shaking this time, she had a plan to reach out to them with safety, and this sense of relief gave her enough confidence that she would be able to sleep properly that night. It was already day 29 as there were 4 more portals remaining. The warriors lit up a wood fire over the iron can to warm themselves, but the warriors were well equipped and well prepared for the dawn of day 30. Choi Hyuk stood atop a building. He continued to observe the surroundings and the battle arena with his predator blade in his hand. It was almost like he was trying to plan and strategize his actions in order to defeat and survive the Wyvern of Destruction. The entire Kangdong district was dead silent, as the silence was too deafening with all the tall buildings in the vicinity. The crescent moon shone bright, as if it lit up the entire night sky. Choi Hyuk channeled his karma over his phantom blade, to which the blade resonated by glowing in blue. Hyuk tried to extend his blade through his karma to check if he was prepared to face off against the Wyvern of Destruction. But Hyuk managed to extend his blade far beyond his reach, which looked like it would actually help him defeat the Wyvern. Choi Hyuk analyzed the blade's structure, the shape, and its sharpness. He smirked, as he knew he had everything in order to crush the Wyvern of Destruction. Finally, day 30 arose at 6 in the morning, as it was instructed that within 2 hours, all the weakening barriers would be nullified, and kings would be able to send rescue signals. The location of the escape code was disclosed to be the Myeonggil neighborhood park. Only the kings or individuals who were not able to affiliate with any forces were able to obtain the escape code. Choi Hyuk stood firm as he held his predator blade, as he knew over 500,000 monsters had infested the entirety of Kangdong district. The ground started to shake vigorously as if an earthquake was happening, but Hyuk stood calm and composed. The quake was so violent that it even tripped the can which was next to him. A huge monster crushed the ground as it walked towards the civilization. Its foot was so huge it almost crushed the entire road. The creature had long arms, as if it were an enhanced dragon. Its eyes glowed red as it was the manifestation of the entire world's Judgment Day. The Wyvern of Destruction has been summoned. The Wyvern screamed and roared throughout the Kangdong district as sparks of fire surrounded it. The quake shook every one of the soldiers who were guarding the base camp. Some even tripped because of the immense trembling due to the Wyvern of Destruction. The warriors panicked, as they witnessed the Wyvern of Destruction, and they started to wake everyone up in order to fight the monsters and the Wyvern of Destruction. Minji and Choi Hyuk stood atop a building and witnessed the Wyvern's destruction capabilities as it crushed a building with ease. Minji even questioned Hyuk's strength and whether he could even really defeat the Wyvern of Destruction. Though the Wyvern was strong and would give him a hassle, Hyuk was confident that he would be able to defeat the Wyvern at any cost. Choi Hyuk's face brimmed with determination as he told Minji that he was going to save as many as he could, no matter how bad the situation would become. But Minji told him he had no other options, and he must do it. Hyuk reassured that the Wyvern of Destruction would face its destruction by his own hands. Minji smiled it off as she admired his determination and strength. She was happy to have Choi Hyuk by her side, as he was the strongest in the entire crowd. She gently smiled as she said it was cool. This caught Choi Hyuk off guard, as her admiration and her smile impressed him the most. He could not even talk anything back as he was completely speechless while he focused his karma over his predator blade, and Minji walked back into the building as she said she would see him later. The one person who had obtained the one-person escape codes moved in a systematic manner, and one would be a traitor if he did it by himself. But if others did it as well, it would become a rational decision. Over 10,000 people secretly communicated with each other, and what was more surprising was that no one knew that these 10,000 people organized a plan. There were some people who knew but chose to let it slide due to their friendship, and some who knew might have been killed when they fought monsters. Approximately 20,000 people had obtained the one-person escape codes, and among them, 10,000 had already escaped early in the morning. Only a few remained in the camp, as they were wondering what happened to those who had gone missing. Those who found out were either killed or won over, and because of this, the 110,000 soldiers in the Hyunhae department store had low morale. The throne game and survive and escape began as the creatures were far stronger than usual and bloodlusted. Hyuk continued to analyze the creatures as they resembled vultures, patiently waiting for rotten meat. Just as the dawn broke, a black cloud slowly covered the sky as if it was about to rain. Just as the rain poured, a blue barrier erupted from the building, preventing the rain from entering the vicinity. Choi Hyuk was confused and looked up to figure out what was happening. The barrier spanned over the Hyundai department store, covering all the alleys within a single range. The barrier's strength was strong. It acted as a cover from rain to protect the veterans, and over time, the barrier grew in size, as if it were extending its vicinity. The healer guardian Jin Man created this barrier as he held his hand and focused his karma at one single point to create a golden orb. But even the guardian healer Bei Jin Man's get-up was not very effective that day. The golden karma dusted over the veterans in order to empower them, and the mere existence of traitors who had left had a huge impact on their unity. It was already going to be a difficult fight, but in that moment they felt like they were fools for remaining and were struggling with a sense of defeat. Jimin was exhausted by his get-up command as he covered a huge area to cover a lot of veterans. Thus, he had to drink a karma recovery potion in order to restore his karmic abilities. He then extended his palm towards Choi Hyuk, who was fully prepared to engage in the battle, but his palm glowed with golden light as if he were about to grant him a blessing. A huge golden light shone over the Hyunhae department store as Choi Hyuk received his karma grant. Choi Hyuk received all of the golden light that emanated from Jinman. Jinman also focused all of his karma towards Choi Hyuk. With that karma grant, all his power, speed, stamina, endurance, and recovery have been increased by 100 each for 12 hours. Choi Hyuk felt an immense amount of karmic flow within his body as he felt his physical prowess spike. But because of this immense karmic release, Jinman was too tired. Jinman fell onto his knees as it consumed the last bit of his stamina and stated that he could not do anything for the next 12 hours. The guardian healer gave his all to Hyuk and wished him the best of luck for the fight. Choi Hyuk stood firm, with a stiff and confident face. He bowed down to the guardian healer and expressed his gratitude for empowering him. With the blessings from the healer and with his predator blade, he turned around. He stepped over the edge of the building to analyze and to engage in the battle. He raised his predator sword and channeled his karma through his blade. Choi Hyuk effortlessly managed to pull off something for which he had struggled a few days back, remarking on his immense strength and will to defeat the Wyvern of Destruction. He held his sword firmly as the karmic grant enhanced his sword skills as well. The karmic release over his sword extended his blade to a farther reach as Seonin, Junhee, Minji, and her general, and all other kings, witnessed his immense power. He stood atop the building with his karmic extended blade over his hands, pointing towards the monsters. Choi Hyuk took charge and initiated the war. A small mouse appeared as it was searching and sniffing for its food. The rat made sure not to alert anyone in the vicinity in order to have its food. It ran around the storage room sniffing for good food. A door near the garage was open. The rat noticed it and came over to the door in hopes of finding some good food. It ran towards the window as it smelled something fresh nearby it. It was a pale white room with only a single window pane. But within a few moments, a silhouette was visible as it approached the window from outside. Suddenly, the silhouette belonged to a creature that slammed through the window, breaking the glass and the wood frame. As the rat was running towards the window, the upper torso of the creature was sent flying through the door with blood splattered everywhere. The creature's upper body almost fell on the rat, along with multiple shattered glass panes. But because of the rat's quick reflexes, it quickly evaded it by an inch as the body slammed over the floor. The body fell, bouncing over the floor, as if it were thrown with such heavy momentum that the rat was confused as to what was happening. The body finally came to rest after slamming its upper body against the door, which actually closed the door as the floor was filled with blood. The upper body of the creature slowly lost its life as it started to lose consciousness due to severe blood loss. It was the bald general who wielded a huge hammer and struck the Hellwalker with an immense force, which sent its upper body flying towards the empty house. His hammer was huge, as if it could crush anything and everything. The general slammed his hammer over the nearby monsters with immense strength, which almost grouped multiple people with one single strike. The general swung his hammer so hard that it sent both of the creatures flying towards the other building in the air, exhibiting his superhuman physical prowess. The creature already lost most of its life force because of the huge impact which it shared with the creature. The creature slammed into the building and smashed through the glass pane, just like the other enemy. But there were two people running on the terrace of the same building on which the creature crashed. It was Seonin and Jin Hee, running towards something as Jin Hee was prepared to engage in combat with her dual swords, as Seonin acted as her shield. Jin Hee ran towards the corner of the building as she planned something in her head. Despite running at such high heights in the building, she displayed no signs of fear of heights on her face. Without hesitation, she jumped from the building's terrace with huge momentum, which resulted in her leaping farther from the terrace. He jumped to the next building, which was pretty low when compared to the building in which the creature crashed. She landed safely, exhibiting her agility just like a feline hunter. Following her, Seonin and the fencer knight jumped towards the same building in order to keep up with Jin Hee. But something else caught her attention above her. It was Choi Hyuk, with his predator blade in one hand, who leaped even further than Jin Hee herself, who was the most acrobatic amongst the group. Choi Hyuk did not avert his attention, as he was only focused on killing the wyvern of destruction in order to save everyone. He single-handedly jumped over the crowd of 500,000 monsters as he extended his predator blade with his karmic powers. He found a landing spot as he fell towards the reptilian creatures around him. Suddenly, the reptilian creature found Choi Hyuk's presence nearby as he closed the distance. But it was already too late, as Hyuk speed-blitzed the creatures and he slammed his predator blade towards the ground, slamming it with an immense force, which led to his karmic release through the blade itself. The shockwave from his blade rippled through the ground and destroyed every single one of the creatures in the range of his karma blade. The shockwave cleared out every monster as it hit the building that was in front of him, and also barely hit the building in front of him. The shockwave's effect started to fade as it left no signs of any life in the vicinity. Once the karmic effects faded, it showed a huge trail of destruction due to Hyuk's impactful strike, which almost cracked the building in two. Jin Hee and others witnessed this sheer amount of strength, as she was impressed by Hyuk's superhuman abilities. She held her sword tight and wore a proud smile on her face as she found Choi Hyuk amazing. But just as she continued to admire Hyuk, a spine-chilling aura froze her entire body as the ground trembled. Even the generals who were fighting on the ground froze because of this immense pressure due to the wyvern of destruction. The entire houses in the district trembled, remarking on the wyvern's true potential and strength. Even the house where the corpse landed shook violently. All the items in the garage fell over onto the ground because of this artificial quake. Choi Hyuk was completely overwhelmed by this. As the quake continued, he continued to observe the crack that he carved because of his karmic blade strike over the foes. The small crack made a few noises which felt like stones falling over, but the crack grew within an instant. The whole building started to crumble as it collapsed. The building literally burst into rocks due to some high tensile force as it fell over everywhere in the vicinity. This commotion caused the entire district to shake violently as Jin Hee and others in the building tried to hold on. The rocks fell over everywhere on the road, crushing cars and deforming the entire even surface. The rocks even crushed the remaining creatures that survived Choi Hyuk's karma slash. Seonin even blocked the incoming rock, which fell towards him with his enchanted shield. Within moments, the entire battlefield arena changed into dust and a pile of rocks. But Choi Hyuk did not avert his attention, as he knew something was up. As Hyuk stared over the collapsed building, a huge shadow was cast upon the entire arena. The Wyvern of Destruction stood before him, which ripped the building as it charged fire over its mouth. Even amidst everything, a flower appeared gloomy in a building as the chaos continued. The flower was withering away due to its poor maintenance since no one had taken care of it for over 30 days. The office was alive with all the chairs and desks, and dead without any people or any sort of office commotion. But within a few moments, the entire liminal serenity flipped as the ground started to tremble violently due to a huge earthquake. With its fierce eyes, the Wyvern of Destruction stared over the place with flames fuming over its mouth as the pot fell over due to its humongous presence. The withering flower pot fell and crashed all over the place. The Wyvern of Destruction stood on the ground firmly as the flames continued to burn over its mouth. The Wyvern let out a roar filled with sparks of fire, and Hayek charged towards it with his extended karmic blade over his predator sword. She showed no signs of hesitation, as he knew hesitation would, in fact, mean defeat over this battle. Just as the battle began, chunks of huge rocks and concrete rained all over the place. Each chunk was so large that it was almost twice or even thrice the size of a sedan automobile. A huge chunk fell into the pond, and the water splashed everywhere due to its huge size. Just like that, a lot of chunks fell over the pond as buildings crumbled easily at every single moment when the Wyvern took a step. The Wyvern's eyes were filled with malice, and it stood firm, as if it were the manifestation of doom itself. Meanwhile, the foot soldiers just stood still and witnessed the Wyvern's immense physical strength as it demolished the buildings with ease. Everyone was too stunned to speak, and some even froze due to fear. The Wyvern opened its mouth and exposed its teeth, with each the size of a tree or even bigger than that, and steam expelled from its mouth, indicating how much heat it would produce. The foot soldiers trembled in fear due to the Wyvern's appearance, marking a mental defeat before they even engaged in battle with it. In the meantime, a blue reptilian monster charged towards the battlefield. Along with that, other monsters also marched towards the battlefield along with it. The numbers increased as the Wyvern came closer to destroying everyone and everything. The soldiers were too stunned to speak or react to it, as they were only regretting their decision to fight the monsters. They all stood in silence as they realized they should have taken the one-person code and escaped from that hellhole. But Hyuk had no regrets, and he was clear with his motives, and he continued to walk forward with his predator blade, empowered with karma. Hyuk had a plan of action in order to defeat the Wyvern of Destruction, and he told the Suicide Squad to be prepared to charge towards it. He also told the support troop to deploy the extraordinary dragon cannon, as there were people all over the terrace of those huge buildings, waiting to strike it down at the right time. But all the task forces were simply stunned by the Wyvern's presence as it instilled fear inside their minds. But Choi Hyuk was able to notice it even though he was far apart from them. He was frustrated by this fact and yelled at everyone to get a hold of themselves, as it was necessary for them to win against it. They were reluctant, but still they were responsive as they loaded. They responded affirmatively to Hayek's command, and they deployed the dragon hunting weapon, the extraordinary dragon cannon. They instantly loaded the vine cannonball, which Hayek found after defeating the mid-bosses. But the Wyvern stood still, as if it was prepared for any type of attack the survivors would initiate. The cannons fired the vine cannonballs towards the Wyvern of Destruction. The enchanted vine cannonballs rained all over the Wyvern of Destruction. It was a successful hit, as every single one of them hit the Wyvern all over its body. The vines started to grow from where the cannonballs hit the Wyvern, as if they were growing within its own skin. Vines continued to grow all over the Wyvern's body as the Wyvern charged its flame breath. It grew all over the Wyvern's body, and the vines latched themselves onto the ground. But the Wyvern did not bother about this and continued to march. In that moment, the Wyvern noticed something. It could not move its leg as the vines were strong enough to hold the dragon on the ground, and since it was latched onto the ground, it immobilized the Wyvern. Thus, every single vine cannonball, which exploded over the tough skin of the Wyvern, continued to grow and grew towards the ground and tried to completely restrict the Wyvern's movement. But the Wyvern was completely enraged by this and roared out of frustration. The task force captain knew it was working, and he ordered his comrades to continue to shoot at the Wyvern. The comrades obeyed his orders and continued to shoot towards the Wyvern without hesitation. Within moments, Tens of vine cannonballs hit the wyvern from everywhere, and vines instantly grew upon the impact. Hyuk exhaled and tried to calm his breath as he was preparing to unleash his karmic strike. Choi Hyuk continued to focus on his blade as he extended his karma over his predator blade. But within moments, multiple streams of golden karma entered Hyuk's body and started to flow within his body. He held his sword firmly, with the sole intention of stopping the wyvern of destruction. Just as he was holding his predator blade, the metal started to crack and started to evolve mid-battle as it glowed bright blue. The blade shone bright as Choi Hyuk's karma surged through the predator blade. He targeted his blade against the wyvern, whose mobility was compromised due to the vines that grew from the vine cannonballs. His eyes brimmed with confidence and fearlessness as he prepared himself to strike the wyvern down, and he had to stop it at any cost. Choi Hyuk's stats distribution was vastly over the past 30 days, as all of his stats were 2-starred, and his control ability was at the top with 3 stars, with no free karma points. His Predator Blade evolved into the Greedy Predator Blade, a rank C growth-type weapon with a special ability infused into it, Drain, which absorbs the blood of enemies to replenish its owner's karma and heal their wounds, with a limitation of 5 liters of blood. Hyuk glared at the Wyvern of Destruction with his Greedy Predator Blade over his hands, with the sole intention of destroying it. The vine immobilized the wyvern completely, as it could not move from its place. Hyuk was able to see through the anatomy of the wyvern, and he was able to precisely locate the tendons and the muscles of the wyvern. Just as he understood the anatomy of it, he showed no hesitation and rushed towards it. He speed blitzed the wyvern within an instant, and he headed towards its leg to quickly take advantage of the vine cannonball's stun lock. He dual-wielded his Greedy Predator Blade and swung from behind. He took advantage of the momentum he gained after leaping towards the Wyvern of Destruction, and he slashed through the leg of the wyvern, penetrating its tough skin and injuring it. Blood splattered from the injury that Hyuk caused with his newly evolved Predator Blade as the vines snapped. This injury spiked the wyvern's anger, as it was quite a severe injury. Blood did not stop from the injury since the attack was infused with karma, and it was also a pretty deep one. This caused an imbalance in its posture, almost knocking the wyvern off its feet, as the injury was meant to sever the leg completely in one single slash. But Hyuk expected the same would happen, that he would not be able to slash through the wyvern's tough skin to sever its leg completely. Choi Hyuk also noticed that the injury was pretty deep, causing continuous bleeding and restricting its mobility as he cut one of the major tendons. Just as he observed the severity of the injury, Choi Hyuk yelled for the Suicide Squad. Hyuk instructed the Suicide Squad that the target location to focus on was the injured left leg of the Wyvern of Destruction. He signaled the Suicide Squad to spread out and attack to maximize their impact and cause more damage to the Wyvern. Minji took charge of the foot soldiers who were designated as the Suicide Squad and advanced towards the Wyvern. The soldiers carried all the weapons and were completely equipped with armor and gear, as they were ready to strike the Wyvern. The military general also took the lead, as he continued to advance along with Minji. The foot soldiers started to engage in the battle as they went face-to-face with the creatures that accompanied the Wyvern of Destruction. Just as one soldier swung his blade, the creature caught his blade with its teeth, marking its agility and adaptability over time to win over humanity. Seonin yelled for Team 5 from atop the building, along with Jinhee and the Fencer General. He instructed the Team of 5 to go up and aid in the battle, as the entire team was looking at Sunin. After getting their command, the members of Team 5 leaped towards the building and went up to aid humanity in its battle. But just as one of the team's 5 members leaped, a silhouette of the creature appeared from the lower level, as if it was trying to grab the veteran. Just as he was in midair, a creature grabbed the veteran of Team 5 by his leg, as he was completely surprised by this creature's agility. Just as it held his leg, he was completely stunned and unable to react, as it was difficult for him to react to the situation midair. But instinctively, he quickly stabbed the creature with his double-edged sword midair as it let him go. Just as the veteran stabbed through the flying creature, a huge tail appeared and approached them from behind. The wyvern quickly swatted both of them like flies, sending both of them flying. The wyvern noticed something with the vines that were attached to itself. Seonin found an opening over the position where the wyvern was located. He instructed Team 1 and Team 3 to head to the left to create an opening below. He then instructed Team 7 to jump onto the left foot of the wyvern and start to slash through the opening that Hyuk created. The team of 7 troop members climbed over the wyvern, and they drew their weapons in order to maximize their damage. Their maces slammed through the open flesh wound of the Wyvern of Destruction, and blood splattered everywhere. Even when the troop members struck the wyvern with their mace, they realized it did not damage or slow down the wyvern at any point. They knew their situation and understood they needed to find another way to slow down the wyvern. But a silhouette of a man appeared from a distance as he charged towards the wyvern. He charged towards the 7-member troop, who were holding up near the leg of the wyvern with his sword overhead. His eyes were filled with bloodlust as he continued to scream with rage. He slashed through the open wound that Hayek created with his newly evolved predator blade. This cut was pretty deep, and this caused even more pain for the wyvern as it roared out of pain and frustration, which both Hayek and the general caused. The bleeding was intense, as it was cut even deeper than what Hayek dealt with initially. The blood of the wyvern splattered all over the troop members as they were completely shocked to witness their general's physical prowess. But just as he cut the wyvern's legs, the wyvern jumped into the air with both of its legs in the air, making it airborne for a few seconds despite its huge appearance. Seonin witnessed this from atop the building, from where he gave orders to all the troops and squads. He froze to witness the incredible agility of the wyvern as it leaped in the air, and he instructed all of the soldiers to fall back and run away from the impact zone. But the soldiers were busy fending off the monsters away from the main battle zone and clearing out as many monsters as they could. Amidst their battle, the soldiers noticed that there was a shadow creeping upon them over the entire battlefield on which they were fighting. The wyvern was about to fall feet first on the ground, trying to mimic an impact equivalent to an asteroid. All the cars in the vicinity went flying, all the buildings cracked, and the ground crumbled into pieces because of the meteor's impact. Literally, buildings collapsed and exploded due to the immense force strain they experienced due to the wyvern's destructive nature. Almost every single house in Kangdong district exploded because of the intense impact the wyvern caused. The wyvern broke free from the vines induced by vine cannonballs and stood firm amidst all the chaos it caused. Seonin was completely overwhelmed as entire buildings crumbled, and he was trying to analyze the situation based on what was left after the impact. He noticed a few surviving veterans, while some were crushed because of the debris caused by the meteor impact by the wyvern of destruction. He quickly analyzed what must be done and initiated Plan B, to charge the ice cannons. Everyone quickly drew their ice cannons and started to charge them in order to quickly restrain the wyvern. Cannons instantly fired the ice grenades, which were totally targeted at the wyvern. The ice cannonballs successfully hit the wyvern all over its body as they exploded into huge ice chunks. But slowly, a deadly and chilling mist of ice started to grow from beneath the wyvern of destruction and restricted its mobility. Just like the vines, ice proved to be more effective in order to immobilize the wyvern in order to land another clean hit over its body to quickly defeat it. While the wyvern was frozen, Seonin then instructed Team 9 to quickly load and assemble the extraordinary dragon battering ram. But the wyvern was already able to crack through the ice, making it hard time for humanity to land another killing blow. But just as it was frozen, Choi Hyuk quickly rushed in towards the wyvern as it was very close to him, and it was at point-blank range. Hyuk went face-to-face with the frozen wyvern in order to end it once and for all. Wyvern was already able to crack through the ice, making it hard time for humanity to land another killing blow. But just as it was frozen, Choi Hyuk quickly rushed in towards the wyvern as it was very close to him, and it was at point-blank range. Hyuk went face-to-face with the frozen wyvern in order to end it once and for all. His greedy predator blade slashed through the wound in the neck of the wyvern of destruction as the ice covering that part cracked instantly. Hyuk knew his position and was aware the whole time about how he was able to execute a plan in order to save humanity. This completely enraged the wyvern of destruction, and it was able to feel the immense pain caused by Hyuk himself. The wyvern of destruction broke out of the ice as it was feeling severe pain in its neck, as it was closer to its head. In the meantime, the foot soldiers had another plan. The foot soldiers started to rush in towards the wyvern of destruction, as they wanted to end it once and for all. They held a huge spear over their hand as they all charged towards the wyvern of destruction. They engaged the spear right near the leg slice, which was opened up by Choi Hyuk himself as a golden light emerged from the injury the wyvern suffered. The golden light was so bright it could even be mistaken for a sunrise or even the dawn of a miracle. Because of this blinding light, the foot soldiers who carried the heavy war spear fell onto the ground and lost sight of the target for a brief amount of time. One of the veterans noticed something about the other veteran. He saw that the wyvern was starting to lose consciousness because of the continuous chain finishers over the head-on wyvern of destruction. Just as the wyvern took a step back, all the humans were enthusiastic and realized that they actually had a chance against the wyvern of destruction. After seeing the wyvern for a moment, they were all filled with confidence and happiness as they thought they found a way to defeat the wyvern. But just as they were excited, the wyvern of destruction's tail slammed onto the ground, killing the veterans who took the lead to charge their spears towards the wyvern of destruction. The immense power generated just from a tail slam caused the ground to quake violently and crush the metal spear completely, as the soldiers were completely shocked to witness this. The wyvern of destruction had enough. The flames fumed through its mouth, and it spat the blazing fire all over the battlefield, combined with its fearful roar, which almost wiped out the veterans who were a part of the spear squad. The buildings were completely filled with raging fire, with almost every room burning bright. The entire scene spread all across the Kangdong district, as toxic fumes spread all over the sky because of the intense burning. The roads were completely filled with flame embers, as one of the troop members got caught by these burning flames. It was burning his back completely as he tried to put it out by himself. But nobody was available in the vicinity, as everyone was burnt to a crisp. Thus, he rolled onto the floor and cried in agony and pain until the flames burned through his skin. The wyvern noticed all the chaos it caused with one single fire breath, which almost marked the defeat of humanity. But the injury caused by Hayek and the general lasted, as the wyvern of destruction was continuously bleeding from the open wounds caused by them. But despite the severe tendon cut, the wyvern continued to march towards the populated field in order to destroy everyone. But near the wyvern's injury, Lee Jin-hee and Choi Hyuk held onto the wyvern's leg as they had another plan of action on their mind. Jin-hee was barely able to hold onto its scales, as there were no proper cracks anywhere to hold her position perfectly and safely. But Hyuk also held onto the scales of the wyvern's tough skin with his greedy predator's blade and said it was her wish to conquer an apartment-sized monster when she questioned her actions. But Jin-hee realized she was actually regretting that because of the wyvern's massive scale and completely overwhelming destructive capability. Just as Hyuk instructed Jin-hee to hold tight, he quickly slashed through the skin of the wyvern as he held its skin firmly. The open injury was very close to the initial injury that he caused, as blood splattered everywhere from both injuries. The injury that caused it now was much wider and shallower, but it was still deep enough to cause hemorrhage. This spiked the pain and the anger of the wyvern, as its eyes were completely filled with rage and malice. Just as the pain hit its neural system, the wyvern of destruction quickly swatted both of them near the injury with its tail, which was powerful enough to crush any single human with ease. The wyvern accurately swatted near the injury, which would have caused the end of Hayek and Jin-hee. But just as the tail rose, Hayek quickly sliced open the injury even further and created a room within the injury, in which both Jin-hee and Hayek took cover in order to escape from its deadly tail slam. Although Hyuk was able to stay calm and gave clear instructions to Jin-hee to hold tight and to continue to slice, Jin-hee was trembling in fear as she realized she almost become a flattened bean. But Hyuk realized his sword probably won't even slice it well if he continues to slice beneath its skin, and thus he jumped off from its position. Jin-hee was completely confused as to what he was thinking, and she had no idea what to do. Just as she was thinking, the wyvern immediately crushed the nearby building with its leg, which was near the injury, as Jin-hee was feeling suffocated because of the tension in the wyvern's muscles. Meanwhile, a battle axe was swung with full force, which caused an open hemorrhage as blood splattered everywhere. It was the Pig King, Ma Dongshik, and the Slave King, along with Kirim, fending off the monsters with their weapons, as Ma Dongshik was completely frustrated about the fact that he had to fight the same creatures again. Even amidst all the chaos, the Slave King held onto his pitchfork and made fun of Hyungnim for being a tsundere, as Kirim held a broadsword firmly. Just as the Slave King was continuing the conversation, an orange creature ran towards the Slave King within an instant, with its claws as sharp as a razor blade. But before it could even approach the Slave King, a broadsword struck the creature through its mouth. It was Kirim who killed her first monster as she held her broadsword up in the air, making use of the momentum that the monster had, and pierced it through its head, while Minji observed it from a distance. Unlike her usual behavior, she was not scared. And despite all fear, she remained calm and acted with the intention to slay the beast that threatened the Slave King. Minji was completely shocked to see such a change in Kirim within a few days. But the Slave King winked with confidence, as he knew Kirim would never put him down in any situation. Along with the Slave King, Minji was also happy as she smirked, knowing she would be able to defend herself now without any need to watch her back all the time. The entire backline was calmer after witnessing Kirim's actions against the monster, but the blue barrier was still intact, protecting against any external interference, as it was still raining heavily. But over time, the number of beasts reduced as the troop members were able to kill most of them, and the barrier thinned and slowly started to fade away. Minji and the slave king walked towards a pothole, which was glowing with golden light. She did not hesitate, and she took her step over the golden veil in order to reap the benefits after killing the monsters in the vicinity. Just as she stood over the golden veil, a light came down from the sky along with the message as Minji obtained the escape code. A small wing was added onto the king's unique symbols, and in young Minji's case, a blazing wing appeared on the right side of the bloody knight. Minji's body was completely covered with golden light as she was receiving her escape code. The wing consisted of multiple escape codes over the feathers of the wing, which appeared over Jung Minji's bloody knight symbol. All of her troop members started to celebrate their victory because, for the past month, everyone only had the escape code on their minds. Everyone over the battlefield started to feel relieved as they were discussing leaving the Kangdong district and wanted to explore beyond this place as it might be peaceful. Kirim and the Slave King were completely overwhelmed by joy as they knew they were going back. But something else caught their attention as they looked up in the sky. There were a lot of sigils up in the sky, and a red light was falling over from the sigils, scattered all over the battlefield. A red sigil appeared in the sky, emitting a red beam of light from it. There were a lot of sigils up in the sky, and a red light was falling over from the sigils, scattered all over the battlefield. Since the barrier fell, rain poured upon the battlefield as Minji stood firm on the ground. She looked up at the sky knowing exactly what they were. Young Minji realized it was the rescue signals from the kidnapped children who were held hostage below the sewers as she held her heart with her fists closed out of empathy for the kids. She did not hesitate for a moment and instructed the troop to follow her without wasting any time. But the Pig King, Ma Dongshik, was reluctant to follow her orders, as he wanted to escape the battlefield as soon as possible. But left with no other options, he also instructed the veterans to follow Minji and rush in to save everyone. All the kings assembled as they continued to march towards the rescue signals, which were displayed over the battlefield. Minji was determined to save every single one of the children at any cost, even by risking her own life, and with only one thought on her mind, for Choi Hyuk to endure the wyvern of destruction. Meanwhile, Hyuk was amidst the battlefield, facing off against the enraged wyvern of destruction. The wyvern of destruction stood firm on the ground, as there were only a few warriors against it, such as the bald general, the mage general, Seonin, and Choi Hyuk himself. In the meantime, the battle between mid-boss creatures and the foot soldiers continued in the other part of the Kangdong district. A reptilian creature sneaked up behind a veteran, but he noticed its presence within moments. The reptilian creature opened its mouth wide and leaped towards him in order to rip off the soldier's head. But suddenly, a blade struck the reptilian creature from above, piercing its brain and mouth at the same time, killing it within an instant. It was one of the kings who wielded the spear who leaped over the reptilian creature and jumped over it in order to destroy it. The king barely broke a sweat to kill this monster, as the rain continued to pour heavily. He understood that it was getting difficult to go around all of Kangdong district at the same time, while Minji was taking the lead in order to defeat the monsters. Both Minji and the Spear King continued to slaughter the creatures, while the other king realized the losses of their troops were the highest. But Minji did not want to bring this conversation to the table as they had already discussed it. A figment of a memory flashed before her eyes, as there were a lot of knights who were defending the civilians and the children over the rescue signals. But the king in the robe did not bother to show mercy to the children or to the civilians, as he did not know why they would spill so much blood for those pathetic people. But Minji continued to be calm and faced off against the monsters while she knew there were children nearby. But the king in the robe was furious, as he did not want to lose all of his comrades, and he advised searching just half the district, and it wasn't something that they could do with their strength. But Minji remained silent as she stabbed through the skull of the creature. Minji remained calm even though the king in a robe was furious about it and asked if he was done yelling at her. But the king in a robe turned towards the slave king. Song Simin, the slave king, just nodded at him with a gentle smile on his face. Just as they cleared out that area, they chose to rest near a park. The soldiers were wounded pretty badly after facing off against the deadly creatures from the other realm. They rescued the children from the sewers just like Minji expected. One of the members realized student Ling Min Jung-chul's words were valid and wondered if there were any other forces besides theirs that could rescue the isolated children. The other generals and kings were discussing that the crazy Night King Young Minji's decisions have not been wrong until now. But the king, in a robe, was reluctant and did not know how to react, as the majority was siding with Minji. The king, in a robe, continued to walk away, as he gave everything up to Minji's actions. But Minji felt overwhelming guilt, and she said that she would somehow definitely repay that favor. Minji remained silent, as she did not know what to do or what to say. She looked up to notice if there was anything in the sky. She stared at the dark sky with rain pouring heavily over the battlefield, with buildings burning bright due to the flames of the Wyvern of Destruction. She continued to observe the red sigil with its light beacon pointing towards the rescue of the kids. But just as she was observing the light, she slowly zoned out to a memory of her past. Young Minji was sitting on her bed as she was bleeding from all the bruises and injuries she suffered. She felt an insurmountable amount of pain and loneliness when she was a kid, and cried her heart out as she was scared of it. Just like her past, the loneliness and the fear were instilled in her mind and her heart. She could not contain herself, and she sat over in the corner as she felt so lonely and scared about what would have happened to the other children. Kirim noticed something was wrong with Minji, and she rushed towards her with a bottle of water to help her with her panic attack. She gave the bottle to Minji and asked her to drink it, as it would help her to calm her mind. Minji was visibly confused, as she did not know how to react to the kind gesture of Kirim. Minji smiled as she felt relieved that someone was worried about her and cared about her. She slowly opened the bottle to drink and calm herself. Minji stared at the water bottle for a moment while Kirim stood in front of her. The bottle cap fell beside her as she was about to drink the whole bottle by herself. She let out a sigh and was about to quench her thirst. Minji even praised Kirim for fighting bravely and strategically against all those deadly creatures. She started to drink as he was already pretty drained and dehydrated. Water fell all over the place as she drank it from the bottle. But Minji noticed something was off. The water, which poured over the ground, suddenly turned red. Minji was stabbed by a broadsword, and her blood splattered everywhere. She dropped the bottle and was simply too stunned to react to anything after she witnessed who stabbed her. It was Kirim who stabbed her with her broadsword. Kirim was too stunned to react to anything, as she never expected Kirim to do anything like that. But Kirim's eyes were filled with remorse and guilt as she teared up. Minji coughed up blood, as the blood loss was heavy and the cut was pretty deep. Kirim remained silent as she saw Minji's life fade away and broke down in tears. The silence filled the atmosphere even though the entire battlefield was chaotic and disturbing with deadly creatures. Even though it was raining cats and dogs, the calmness suddenly instilled the crazy Night King's mind. Minji was stabbed by a broadsword, and her blood splattered everywhere. She dropped the bottle and was simply too stunned to react to anything after she witnessed who stabbed her. The bottle fell on the ground as the remaining water spilled all over the ground. Within moments, the leaked water was covered with bright crimson blood. One of the generals witnessed this as she saw Minji coughing up blood and struggling to breathe as the blade was deep within her neck. She could not believe what she saw with her eyes. She saw and noticed it was Yoon Kirim, who pulled her broadsword out and stabbed Minji through her neck. But instantly, a silhouette of a man sneaked up behind her. It was the slave king who decapitated the general with his razor-sharp pitchfork, instantly beheading the general, and Minji could not react to anything because she was bleeding heavily from the impact. Young Minji saw the slave king's actions and understood what was going on around her. She realized it was Slave King who manipulated Yoon Kirim and brainwashed her to backstab Minji. Meanwhile, the Slave King yelled at his comrades not to let go of the person, as they discussed earlier that morning. But the other knight was too stubborn and was putting up a fight against the traitors who backstabbed Minji. But one of the veterans sneaked up from behind as he slowly came closer towards the knight. He swiftly sneaked in and stabbed the knight from behind, piercing his chestplate as well. But amidst all this chaos and confusion, Minji did not bear any hatred towards anyone, but was wondering about one thing. Why? Kirim's hands were shaking as she did not have the courage to pull the sword out of her throat. But still, she managed to blame it on Minji herself. She screamed that she simply followed her own advice, to kill what scares her the most. Kirim slowly started to pull out the sword as blood started to leak from the injury. Life slowly started to fade away in Minji's eyes as Kirim was completely consumed by guilt and remorse. Without further hesitation, Kirim held the sword and pulled it out from her throat as the blood splattered everywhere. It was truly a devastating scene, as Minji was betrayed by someone whom she protected at every single instance whenever she was at the brink of death, and considered Kirim to be her own kin. But young Minji had her final thoughts about how intimidating and scary she was for Kirim, so she actually chose to kill her. She stared at the midnight sky as the water poured from above, and her life force slowly started to drain. It was quite tiresome for her as blood drained at a huge rate. Just like her past, when she was at the hospital. Just like when her father got arrested, she always felt tired because of the burden she chose to carry over her shoulders, filled with trauma and guilt. But in her final moments, she tried and chose to convince her that she actually gave her best till she died. Her life, despite being filled with remorse, was a beautiful one that she lived along with the memories she forged with strangers. Just as she closed her eyes, the crazy Night King, Young Minji, peacefully passed away in the middle of the road while it was raining heavily. The news spread all over the troop members, as many were confused about what exactly happened. It was Minji's own followers who were discussing what happened and why young Minji passed away. The knights were discussing how Song Seaman, the slave king, got past her guards and how Yoon Kirim backstabbed her. The knight was totally shocked to hear it was actually Yoon Kirim, who chose to betray the crazy Night King, Young Minji, while the other knight tried to keep it a secret from other faction members. The knights continued to discuss with less volume and were actually confused about Yoon Kirim's motives. They also discussed how cautious young Minji was, always keeping her guards around her, as she knew it was not like a video game where if the vitals were pierced, they would actually die without respawning. The knights also figured out that Chu Yong Jyn going to the Suicide Squad probably had a lot to do with it, as if Chu Yong Jyn was there, he wouldn't have averted his attention to anyone else and would always have had his guard up, even if it was Yoon Kirim. The knights were actually feeling sad for young Minji as it all happened so quickly, while the other knight tried to get his mind straight and to make him think rationally. They also knew that they didn't have the escape code anymore. That was granted to those with the symbols of the kings. The knights read the situation clearly and quickly tried to form and join an alliance with Song Seaman, the slave king, who ordered Yoon Kirim to kill Minji. But one of the knights was actually reluctant to join with the slave king. But realistically, they had no other choice, as the other troops are full, and joining his troop would be the best choice. Song Seaman was warning the king in the robe, as he told him that he had already given him his chance. The slave king had already predicted that she would not listen to the whole idea of searching only half of the Kangdong district, as it would consume a lot of resources and the lives of their comrades. Even the king in a robe felt bad, as he was also left with no choice, and he actually tried to commit treason with Minji verbally. The crazy Night King's troops dispersed, and many groups followed the Sane King, Song Simon's lead, and broke away from the war, and this scenario made other forces fall into a state of confusion. The military forces observed that the chaos spiraled out and erupted all over the Kangdong district. Just as the military general watched over the end of the street, a tsunami of deadly creatures arose and rushed towards them, as they were completely confused as to what happened to the forces in front. The military forces have understood that the northern troops have fallen to those creatures as they were overwhelmed by their numbers. Fear was instilled in the military force troop members, and it was only the beginning of the chaos outbreak. Fear was instilled in the military force troop members, and it was only the beginning of the chaos that was to come. But their survival instincts kicked in, and one by one, they started to run for their lives. The military commander yelled for their comrades to stop and engage the creatures in a fight and stick to their plan. The general was confused about all the commotion, and he realized that his whole troop would die within an instant if they ever took a wrong step. Thus, he ordered the troops to retreat. But the healer guardian Bae Jinmin overheard this order and denied the general's order. While both the military general and the commander were listening, Bae Jinmin reminded them about how bad things would go for the Suicide Squad. But, overcome by the surviving instincts, the general knew the other troops were leaving, and he told Jinman that they needed to worry about themselves at that moment. Without any further hesitation, the general rushed in the opposite direction as he told Jinman that they could not be the only ones who went back. The healer guardian never thought that such a situation and chaos might arise between his own comrades and his own commanders. But just as he was reflecting on where it all went wrong, everyone around him rushed to safety, as they all knew that fighting those monsters head-on without any aid was suicide. While he was reflecting, someone held him by his waist and rushed him to safety. He was one of the generous soldiers on the battlefield who was concerned about his health, and for all the good deeds he had done, he took responsibility for Bae Jinman. But the healer guardian could not even oppose or speak anything, as even he could not control the situation. Within moments, every single one of the soldiers on the block evacuated and retreated as the creatures rushed towards them with bloodlust and hostility. In the meantime, the troops that were over the building followed their plan as they continued to fire their cannon. But just as they were firing, one of the soldiers noticed a hand of the creature as it was about to climb up the terrace of the building. The rooftop squadron noticed that they were being targeted by the monsters as they started to climb up the building. The support troops captain immediately ordered the troop members to block the creatures. The captain knew that if the monsters reached the support troops, they would have no more aerial assistance. The support troops quickly averted their focus on the creatures that had already climbed up the building and shot them at point-blank range. In the meantime, Chu Yong Jyn and Lee Jin-hee were observing the entire scene. They held on to the thick skin of the wyvern and continued to observe the battlefield as the wyvern was bleeding heavily from the injury. Meanwhile, the flank team continued to destroy the creature head-on. But the bald-headed general also initiated a retreat call, as he knew the count had significantly increased, and it would be difficult for only 2 of them to handle and flank all of them at once. Just as he gave the command to retreat, he was also concerned about the king without subjects, Choi Hyuk, as he did not want to abandon him. But Choi Hyuk was already in the middle of the battle with the Wyvern of Destruction. His eyes were filled with bloodlust as he was smiling and enjoying the whole fight with the Wyvern, despite its destructive capabilities and its enormous size. The Wyvern took a huge step and stomped across the ground where Choi Hyuk was standing. The impact shattered the land as rocks were all over the place, and Choi Hyuk evaded it with ease. But the Wyvern used it to distract Hyuk, as the actual hit was with its tail. The Wyvern swung its tail while Choi Hyuk was in the middle of the air, leaving him no room or space to evade it without any support. But Choi Hyuk landed as quickly as possible. He backflipped through the tail as the Wyvern swung its tail at him. Hyuk was surprised by the Wyvern's battle IQ as he flipped. But just as he flipped, he glanced at the Wyvern's face for once, knowing what it was planning. The Wyvern charged flames in its mouth and looked at Choi Hyuk with pure hatred and malevolence. Choi Hyuk realized that he could not dodge this, as he was in the air, and it would be hard for him to land as soon as possible in order to evade the fire blast. But he also realized it was not too close, and the Wyvern could not point-blank him. The Wyvern of Destruction quickly opened its mouth in order to exhale the fire. But Choi Hyuk extended his arm, and suddenly a blue aura sparked over his palm. The Wyvern exhaled a huge chunk of flame, hot enough to melt the steel at once upon contact. Choi Hyuk quickly created a string with his karmic abilities and tried to swing his way out of the fiery embers. The karmic string quickly zapped him to the point of contact in the building, helping him to evade the Wyvern's destructive fire breath. He held onto the building for a moment to analyze the battlefield, and he saw through an opening. Immediately, Choi Hyuk launched himself towards the Wyvern of Destruction, as he did not want to waste a single moment during the battle. He flew past the Wyvern instead of going at the Wyvern point blank, as Hyuk knew the Wyvern would decimate him with its flame breath. Thus, he launched himself across the Wyvern, and he formulated a plan as he latched his karmic string to the Wyvern's thick-scaled chest. He zipped in quickly towards the Wyvern, with his greedy predator sword for his guard. He rushed in without any hesitation, as he knew hesitation would mean defeat against the Wyvern. But instead of zapping directly, he made use of the momentum when he launched himself from the building and swung all over the Wyvern. As he was flying with the help of his momentum, he slashed the other leg with his rank sea blade, and blood splattered all over the place. But Hyuk knew that was not his fullest limit. He was hungry for more chaos, more violence, and wanted to inflict more pain on the Wyvern of Destruction. As he was swinging, his body became light, and he entered his flow state as he slowly became one with his karma. His body was able to traverse at a speed where nothing could even perceive it. He extended his arm in order to swing more aerodynamically, in order to increase his pace while swinging. His eyes could easily see through the openings all around the Wyvern, and he found another opening. His perception started to grow. Choi Hyuk could no longer sense rain, which was falling all over the battlefield. He was able to sense his allies over the battlefield, as they were running away from it. But he was so focused that his brain automatically removed all his allies and enemies to increase his precision. He was also able to sense that the support squad was also in trouble, as they were being overwhelmed by the deadly creatures. But Choi Hyuk's perception of space was completely revamped. He was also able to see his advisor, General Seonin, call out to him to warn that everyone was retreating. But just as he was calling, his brain kept him out of the picture, at least for that instance. Choi Hyuk has entered his mana zone. He was able to pierce the Wyvern's back before it could even react. Within a fraction of a second, Choi Hyuk completely slashed the Wyvern of Destruction's body. But just as he was heading towards its head, the Wyvern reflexively breathed fire, facing Choi Hyuk at point-blank range. Choi Hyuk did not care and advanced towards the Wyvern's head. He was able to pierce through the flames with his blade as he was flying at such an immense speed. His eyes did not avert, as he was completely locked in, and his brain automatically shut down all the other senses to enhance his focus and perception. Suddenly, Choi Hyuk's blade pierced the wyvern's eye. The wyvern of destruction screamed in agony as Choi Hyuk's speed blitzed the wyvern over its flame breath. The battle took a huge toll on humanity, as there were corpses rotting and left all over the battlefield. The entire Gyeongdong district was in shambles, as the battle lasted for hours, if not days. The whole district was burning with smoke all over the sky, and the district was filled with deadly creatures. No matter how many hours or days they fought, Choi Hyuk had forgotten everything, and the more he fought, the more he admired the wyvern's strength. Their battle continued as the wyvern was about to stomp over Choi Hyuk. But as he dodged the wyvern's attack, Choi Hyuk just realized that all the wounds he inflicted had all healed. The wyvern's attacks were so swift and precise that his hair would stand on end even as he dodged them. But despite the disadvantage, Choi Hyuk realized that he possessed the strength to go toe-to-toe with the wyvern. A fierce joy wrapped his body, as both the wyvern of destruction and the king without the subjects were having the best times of their lives. Choi Hyuk quickly went overboard with his karmic string and swung across the wyvern's arm. Within a moment, he was able to scratch the wyvern's tough skin with ease. But Choi Hyuk did not stop there as he continued to swing across the wyvern in order to slash the wyvern's leg as well. But something else caught Choi Hyuk's attention. He noticed the wyvern's tail closing up on him with an enormous force, enough to shatter his bones within seconds of impact. But Choi Hyuk's battle IQ was higher, as he quickly attached his karmic string across the wyvern's approaching tail. He quickly swung across the wyvern's tail, and with the help of the momentum he gained, he quickly slashed the wyvern's back. But unlike his regular slashes, this one was deep, and more blood gushed out of the open wound. The wyvern was filled with agony and rage. It screamed out of pain. Choi Hyuk barely landed on his feet, as he predicted, and realized what he should do next. He realized that cutting through the wyvern's skin was not sufficient, and he should get through its bones. The wyvern slowly turned around, with flames fuming from its mouth and blood oozing out from its open injury. Choi Hyuk realized his strength, and he questioned himself about whether he would be able to cut through the wyvern's bones. But Choi Hyuk understood that he had no other options and was determined to finish the wyvern all by himself. Initially, what was a spark grew over time, as it was centric towards the karma and the willpower of their own consciousness. Choi Hyuk had discovered the fundamentals of the karma organ all by himself, and his retribution points have increased by 50. His body was covered with a maelstrom of karma, and the wyvern wasted no time and rushed in to stop Choi Hyuk. But just as the foot landed on the ground, Choi Hyuk zapped out of his place, almost like disintegrating into atoms within an instant. Choi Hyuk launched himself from the ground and leaped towards the wyvern's enormous legs in order to slash through its bones. His eyes were surging through the karma as he screamed while charging towards the wyvern of destruction. Choi Hyuk's power barrier broke as he wielded his greedy predator blade with one hand. He flew past the wyvern in almost no time as he slashed through the wyvern's legs by wielding it with a single hand. The wyvern could not even comprehend what was going on as it stopped fuming its flames over its mouth. The wyvern's legs were completely sliced off along its bones and muscles, as it was a clean cut by Choi Hyuk. The wyvern could not believe what just happened, as it was impossible for any mortal to sever its limbs with any sort of sword. Choi Hyuk's slice made the wyvern lose its balance as it continued to fall on the ground, and it was screaming in pain. The ground beneath the wyvern crumbled into pieces as it fell to the ground. The wyvern fell forward because of the imbalance and tried to balance itself by holding the ground with its hands. But just as the wyvern was brought to its knees, Choi Hyuk was in the sky, as he leaped through the air in order to behead the wyvern and put an end to the long-lasting battle. Choi Hyuk concentrated all of his powers and abilities on that one single strike as he continued to descend with his greedy predator blade over his head. Despite its thick skin, Choi Hyuk was now confident that he could sever the wyvern, as he was able to slice its limbs across the wyvern's bones. The wyvern knew what was coming, and it was completely powerless to react to anything. But Choi Hyuk knew exactly what he was doing, and he was about to put an end to that massacre. Suddenly, the sky cleared out of the dark, gloomy clouds, and the sun shone bright upon the Gyeongdong district. The rain stopped, but the damage and the destruction that were due to the war remained the same. But apart from sunlight, a bright light was shining across the tallest building of the Gyeongdong district. Choi Hyuk beheaded the wyvern of destruction with his powerful slash. Blood splattered all over the street as the wyvern died within an instant, as Choi Hyuk's blade sliced through the wyvern. This marked an unbelievable achievement of Choi Hyuk as he defeated the wyvern all by himself. Choi Hyuk saw the golden message across his view as he was granted 200 retribution points and was granted 100 free karma points, and he had finally obtained all 3 qualifications to be a sovereign and was granted a sovereign trait. Choi Hyuk continued to read through the message, as he understood that the sovereign was originally a position for those who command a massive army and lead a nation, and it was the most difficult trial. Choi Hyuk realized that he was able to accept an unlimited number of followers, and he had obtained the qualifications to be the representative of humans. He also received a reward for the corpse of the Wyvern of Destruction. The Flaming Winged Tribe's Karma Heart discipline had been passed down to him. But after reading all that, Choi Hyuk went to his knees as he was processing everything. He laughed, extending his arms over the horizon, as he finally overcame his limits and won the impossible battle all by himself, even when everyone retreated. Choi Hyuk finally let out a victory scream as he marked his victory over the long-lasting battle. He left his sword on the ground and realized that he was far stronger than the Wyvern of Destruction. Choi Hyuk wanted to boast, and only then did he look at his surroundings. But what he saw left him speechless as he continued to observe the whole battlefield while being near the Wyvern's corpse. He saw that the city was in shambles, and buildings were burning bright as he realized there were no signs of life around him. He noticed that all of the foot soldiers were ripped into pieces, and some were even impaled on the battlefield. Choi Hyuk continued to walk over the battlefield as he inspected if there was anyone else alive. He was calling out his friends Lee Jin-hee and Baek Sonin, and as he was walking down the path, he noticed something. He realized that everyone was so weak, and they all had died during the battle with those deadly creatures. But just as he was thinking, Choi Hyuk heard a coughing noise beside him, and he quickly turned around to take a look at the person. He saw a hand crawling out of the wyvern's corpse as it was completely filled with a pool of blood. Lee Jin-hee crawled out of the thick hide of the wyvern's corpse as he was coughing hard. She was completely covered by the wyvern's blood as she climbed atop the corpse of the wyvern. Choi Hyuk did not know how to react, as he was completely stunned by the random appearance of Lee Jin-hee from the wyvern's corpse. Just as he was observing Lee Jin-hee, who was covered in blood, Baek Seonin crawled out of the debris and told Hyuk that he had hidden in the middle of the fight because he got a bad feeling about it. Choi Hyuk was relieved to see his friends once again. But apart from these two, Chu Yong Jyn was also struggling to get out of the wyvern's huge corpse, as he was stuck in between. Choi Hyuk and Baek Seonin lifted the corpse so Chu Yong Jyn could get out of the crawl space, and Lee Jin-hee pulled him out. Worried about his health, Baek Seonin asked Chu Yong Jyn if he was doing all right, while Jin-hee thought he had died already. But something else caught Choi Hyuk's attention. He smiled as he witnessed the scene. He noticed that the wyvern's body started to disintegrate into ashes as he realized he had won the battle against the Wyvern of Destruction. A news flash in the real world addressed the mysterious appearance of a transparent curtain throughout Seoul. As the news flashed all over the media, people were discussing that people came out of the Kangdong district after all the struggles. Some enthusiastic public even looked up for their pictures, realizing they were all savage-looking and were so brutal. They realized that the survivors were all suited up in armor, and they all had swords in their hands. The public had also realized that people came out from the Seongbuk district and the Mapo district as well, and everyone was wondering what might have happened inside. They were also wondering if the missing military personnel would ever come back, to which they were uncertain. But some were not worried about the chaos that was unraveling and just hoped it would end as soon as possible since no one was able to do anything, and the world was becoming a mess. Meanwhile, a pop-up message showed up in front of Lee Jin-hee, displaying that after a 3-day break, their mission would begin. But Lee Jin-hee was frustrated about the fact that they had to return. While Jin-hee was frustrated about it, Baek Sonin realized that there might be some reason for granting them their powers. But Choi Hyuk remained silent. He glanced over the buildings, which were totally fine and devoid of destruction. He noticed that the roads and the automobiles were working fine. He observed that the humanity outside the barrier remained as usual, as they were not worried about the people who were inside. Choi Hyuk even noticed that the mobile phone services were working totally fine, and the city remained as usual. They were not bothered by any creatures, were not forced to kill in order to survive, and did not bother to ask what was going on as well. Observing all this, Baek Seonin clarified that this place remains unharmed, while certain districts were being targeted. Even after observing all this, Choi Hyuk remained silent as if he were disappointed. The 4 war veterans continued to observe Seoul from atop the mountain. The 4 exited the barrier and entered a fugitive village, where everyone who had successfully retreated had been staying. A few of them observed the four as they entered the village. Everyone did not bother to look up as they continued to walk towards the village's residential area. The survivors quickly realized it was the king without subjects, Choi Hyuk himself. They continued to walk past the survivors, as they thought he had died due to the fierce battle with the Wyvern of Destruction. Choi Hyuk glanced sideways in order to check on the survivors. But all those who had retreated were shocked to see Choi Hyuk entering the village after clearing out the creatures and the Wyvern of Destruction all by himself. Meanwhile, a commotion arose over the fugitive village camp over the rations they had. A big man was trying to assert dominance over the supplier who came to deliver the supplies to them. He held the old man firmly by his shirt and continued to yell at him as he asked how much longer he was going to tell him to wait at the fugitive camp. As he was trying to assert dominance over the old man, a hand reached out to him by his shoulders from behind, interrupting his argument with the old man. It was Baek Sonin who stopped the commotion. But the big man was still upset, and just at that moment he observed Chi Hyuk passing over Baek Seonin. He gave a death stare to the big man and instilled fear in the big man just by a single glance. The big man was terrified to see such a cold stare from Choi Hyuk. But Choi Hyuk did not stop, as he was just glancing over the commotion, and he walked past them, while the big man felt intimidated just by his presence. They immediately stopped the commotion and walked away, while Baek Sonin wondered where all the policemen or soldiers had vanished to, and Choi Hyuk replied that they might be on their own mission. Choi Hyuk realized that Young Minji's words might actually be right. But just as he mentioned her name, his eyes sank. He remained silent right after mentioning her name. It was Chu Yong Jyn who told Choi Hyuk that Young Minji might have been killed. But when Chu Yong Jyn talked about Minji, Choi Hyuk felt his mind go blank. Despite seeing all his fellow soldiers' corpses all over the battlefield, he was indifferent about the deaths of others, and he did not really feel sad. Just as he continued to walk, he saw a small insect crawl in his way. Despite knowing that something huge was approaching, it did not move away and stood still. Choi Hyuk did not stop, and he stamped over the insect as he realized his indifference was because he did not think of others as his equals, which was why their deaths never heavily impacted Choi Hyuk emotionally. He continued to march on his way as he did not bother to look down upon what was beneath him. He even noticed the annihilation of the Suicide Squad, and it sent ripples in Choi Hyuk's heart. But he was more dispirited than sad, and everyone was so weak, loneliness. Apart from everyone else's demise, Young Minji's death was different. It was because Choi Hyuk had accepted her as his equal, both personally and on the battlefield. It was not because she was good at fighting, but because she had a strong mental fortitude and a strong will as a person, which Choi Hyuk admired the most. Young Minji was able to see things that Choi Hyuk could not see, and was able to move people in ways he could not. When he cooperated with Young Minji, Choi Hyuk felt his back was covered, no matter how many enemies he had to face or how many people chose to betray him. For her to have died in vain, Choi Hyuk felt sad. He had thought he would be able to continue to cooperate with her in the future. Choi Hyuk was overwhelmed by Young Minji's death. His eyes sank in sorrow, and to prevent his emotional breakdown, he bit his lips to control his emotions. In order to distract himself from the wave of sadness, he diverted his focus to his friends, asking what plans they have for the 3 days. Baek Seonin shrugged off the question with ease, as he mentioned he had nowhere to go. Meanwhile, Lee Jae-hee replied that she was going to meet her mother during the 3-day break. Chu Yong Jyn also replied that he had nowhere else to go, just like Baek Sonin. But Choi Hyuk replied that he had to go somewhere so he would be back, and he instructed the members to meet up the next day or the day after tomorrow. But Baek Seonin was confused as to where Choi Hyuk was heading. When he confronted him, Choi Hyuk mentioned that he was going to Seongbuk District. The veil started to crack from above, as Choi Hyuk mentioned that he was heading out to find his mother. Choi Hyuk separated from his comrades and kicked the ground hard. With a single leap, he was able to jump tens of meters. Choi Hyuk was determined to find his mother even amidst all the battle, and he made sure not to forget his primary purpose. He crash-landed on the road where people were standing, and the debris fell all over the public. Choi Hyuk emerged from the dust as he stood up firmly on the ground. But he was disappointed after he saw the scenario. On his way to Hyewa, he was quite happy. The city was quite unscathed, and the hope that his mother was still alive swelled in his chest. However, when he arrived at Seongbuk District, he felt suffocated as he saw a transparent wall, and it was the same as the one he saw in Gangdong District. It meant one thing: his mother had to participate in the survival game. He asked everyone around the town to find any sort of clue regarding his mother, But he was disheartened as he could find nothing, and when he spoke her name, a bitter taste rose to his mouth. His mother cared for him as a single mother despite all her struggles. This was why Choi Hyuk used his mother's last name instead of his father's without anyone's knowledge. He could not lose his mother, as she was his only family. But just as he was worried about his mother, he heard someone call his mother's name, Choi Mi-yeon. A middle-aged woman was speaking with Choi Hyuk, as she was able to identify the features of her mother, being in her mid-40s, but she addressed his mother as the saintess. Choi Hyuk was completely stunned, as he did not understand the meaning behind his mother's nickname. A ring of rebirth had appeared in Choi Mi-yeon's office. A middle-aged man was standing atop the ring, as he was planning to end everything as soon as possible. He called out for the office's assistant manager, Kang. He declared his next opponent, as the assistant manager Kang was scared of his lie, and he knew what happened to the previous people who fought. The challenger stood firm in the ring, as he knew it was an easy battle for him to win. Meanwhile, the assistant manager of the office, Kang, stood completely unaware that he was the next challenger. He was suddenly pulled in by that unknown force which loomed over the ring, pulling all the contenders into the ring. The assistant manager, Kang, was worried about the situation he might end up in, and he tried to plead with Kyung Soo, the challenger. But Kyung Soo did not care, as he just wanted to finish him as soon as possible and leave the room. Just as the force was pulling Kang inside the room, a lady stepped up to protect Kang from his misery. The lady stepped up into the ring and took the place of Kang and challenged Kyung Soo for the battle in the Ring of Rebirth. But he was shocked to see the woman stepping up for Kang, and she was also the chief designer of the firm. Choi Mi-yeon stepped up to stop the massacre from breaking out. She warned Kyung Soo and told him not to do it as it would destroy the human with him. But Kyung Soo said that he wanted to get down. There was nothing he could do in order to live and survive, and assistant manager Kang would not have anything to say even if he beat him to death. He pointed his fingers towards Choi Mi-yeon and instructed her to get down from the ring, but the Ring of Rebirth did not allow it, as two people had already stepped inside the ring. This shocked Kyung Soo, as he could not process what just happened. He realized she could not go down, as the ring did not allow her or him to leave. A memory flashed before his eyes, where the assistant manager, Kang, would always screw Kyung Soo for his work. But the chief designer, Choi Mi-yeon, was always kind towards him and showed more hospitality for him. Kyung Soo started to panic, as he really did not have to kill Choi Mi-yeon since she was a good human being. Choi Mi-yeon declared that she did not want to fight him and told Kyung Soo to drop the idea as well. But Kyung Soo did not know what else he could do, since the Ring of Rebirth says whoever kills their challenger would leave the room and survive. Every other colleague stood and observed, as they all did not know what else to do, and they were panicking as they realized they had no other options other than to fight the opponent of their choice. But Choi Mi-yeon did not back down, as Kyung Soo yelled at her and asked if she wanted all of them to just die. But Choi Mi-yeon replied affirmatively to whatever Kyung Soo was saying. She said she was willing to let others die in order for them to survive. Kyung Soo was completely shocked, as he could not process what was happening and how a kind lady could speak like that. She asked if she had to kill someone else to live. Then, would that mean she should live by following the rules like a chess piece? Choi Mi-yeon later added that they were not puppets, and instead of being forced and living as a puppet, she insisted everyone die as humans. Kyung Soo let out a deep sigh, but he was frustrated about her empathy, as it would not help the situation any better, and it would only mean the worst for him and the rest of them. He had had enough, and he charged towards Choi Mi-yeon with a rock-hard fist clenched over his back as he did not want to die. But Choi Mi-yeon evaded it with ease, as her reflexes were so skillful. She gently held his hand, which he used to throw a punch at Choi Mi-yeon herself. She quickly locked her arm over his hand, all within milliseconds. She effortlessly took Kyung Soo down, as she threw him without breaking a sweat and completely made use of his momentum against him. Kyung Soo slammed hard on the ground as he fell face first, which shook his brain for once. But he gained consciousness within moments and realized he was put in a tough situation. Choi Mi-yeon took ground control over him as she lay over his body. She hugged him tight and held him firmly in order to keep him out of her reach and strangle his body so he could not fight. He even tried to kick the ground to flip her over, as he could switch the positions, and he could finish her with a single blow. But Choi Mi-yeon held him with all her might, which made it very difficult for him to move, while his movement was completely restricted. While Kyung Soo was yelling for her to let go of him, she was adamant that she was not going to let anyone fight on her watch. Time continued to pass as their battle was being restricted by her own determination. Kyung Soo punched her hard in her liver, as liver shots could be so painful and would be difficult to endure. But she did not budge and held on to him as the time continued to pass. Desperate for survival, Kyung Su even pulled her hair so she could let go of him. Even then, she did not give up as the timer hit its mark, marking the end of the battle. The message popped up, saying it was a draw between the two fighters. But both Choi Mi-yeon and Kyung Su were completely confused as to what would happen next since the battle ended in a draw. Both contenders were sent flying across the two ends of the ring as they were in the middle of the air. Kyung Su was caught by his fellow colleagues as he was knocked down by the ring itself. Meanwhile, Choi Mi-yeon was caught by her colleagues as well, even though she was sent flying. Kyung Su was completely exhausted from his battle as he could no longer fight, and he was completely out of stamina. The same goes for Choi Mi-yeon, as she could not fight anymore, as she lost all her stamina by trying to restrict Kyung Su's movements. Concerned about Choi Mi-yeon, who stepped up for him, assistant manager Kang and other colleagues asked her if she was okay. Choi Mi-yeon felt better after seeing their colleagues' concern for her, and she replied that she was fine. Assistant manager Kang was frustrated by this, and he stepped up onto the ring by himself just as he checked up on Choi Mi-yeon. He was filled with vengeance as he stood on the ring of rebirth, menacingly. He quickly turned around and pointed at Min Sori to be his next challenger for the duel inside the ring of rebirth. Min Sori was completely confused as to what was going on and why assistant manager Kang would call out her name. The battle was about to end, as assistant manager Kang was about to lose the battle. It was Choi Mi-yeon who stepped up again on behalf of Min Sori. She held the assistant manager Kang in the inverted sleeper hold position, restricting his movement any further, as the battle came to an end when the timer hit its limit once more. Min Sori genuinely felt bad, as everyone felt pity for her, and it was completely optional for her to fight on behalf of her colleagues. But every other staff member was frustrated about assistant manager Kang's behavior. They were scolding him because a few moments ago he was begging for help, and now he pointed at the weakest link to score a point. Everyone was pissed off by the assistant manager's behavior as he continued to walk towards a corner. He sat down on the floor, partially consumed by guilt, while everyone was asking if Choi Mi-yeon saved him for this toxic trait. Some even challenged the assistant manager Kang for a duel outside the ring of rebirth. But the general manager stood up and prevented the fight between those people. Kang was visibly frustrated as he felt weak and was also feeling guilty for betraying Choi Mi-yeon, who saved his life by stepping up for him. While the commotion continued as everyone was discussing not to be fooled by the game, and he could not tolerate Kang's actions, an old man stepped up onto the ring of rebirth. The office colleagues turned around to see what was going on and who climbed up the ring this time. But Choi Mi-yeon and others were confused and shocked to see who stepped up. It was their firm's boss who entered the ring. His eyes were filled with guilt as he apologized beforehand. But Choi Mi-yeon was left with no other option as she realized it was her own boss who stood up and wanted to kill her colleagues. The battle came to an end when the timer hit its limit once more. Choi Mi-yeon held her boss on the floor in an awkward position, restricting his movement any further. Once again, the battle came to an end when the timer hit its limit. Choi Mi-yeon held another colleague on the floor in a submission hold, restricting his movement and air circulation. She held another colleague on the floor in a sleeper hold position, restricting his movement and air circulation. Every single time someone stepped up to fight, Choi Mi-yeon fought on behalf of everyone and made sure the battle ended in a draw by restricting their movement by pinning them to the floor. The whole routine was followed up until the night broke out. The entire office ran out of supplies as everyone got tired and none of them exited the room by killing. Everyone remained silent as they continued to observe the same routine again. It was Choi Mi-yeon who stood up on behalf of her weak colleagues, and she held her ground even when she was elbowed hard in the head. But she did not back down as the opponent was confused about her intentions. Choi Mi-yeon was completely exhausted as she took all the beatings from every single one of them, trying to defend everyone like a guardian. Her eyes fell blank as she saw a remnant of an old memory flash in her brain. She was not able to get over her memory of being tortured by her father, as she fell victim to domestic violence when she was a kid. Her father held her by her hair as she begged his father to stop, risking her life while trying to stop her father. But later, she realized it was a trait that Choi Hyuk, her offspring, might have gotten from her. The ring sent both Choi Mi-yeon and her opponent flying towards the other end of the ring as the timer hit its limit. The whole routine continued to the next morning as the dawn broke, while the district remained empty. Since it was morning already, the sparrows started to chirp over their office. The room was filled with silence and emptiness, even when the sun shone bright upon the office's window. The boss and the other colleagues were completely silent as they fell asleep. Meanwhile, the weak colleagues embraced each other and fell asleep soundly as they realized no matter who picked them for a fight, Choi Mi-yeon, their chief designer, would step up for them. Meanwhile, Choi Mi-yeon was completely tired and exhausted after she successfully defended everyone in the office by drawing the battle. Choi Mi-yeon was struggling to breathe as she saw a new message pop up right in front of her. The message displayed that no more time was left, and a hidden rule had appeared. The system automatically calculated the karma of every single one whom she had fought against in order to draw their battle. It was also calculated for all those who did not fight, since Choi Mi-yeon stood up for them. All the karma from her office colleagues gushed in towards Choi Mi-yeon as she was completely clueless as to what was happening. Tears flowed through her eyes as she was declared the final victor. Her body was surging with karma, and she illuminated the place as karma entered her bloodstream. She was granted a guardian trait for her actions. But there was a gravestone mentioning that the guardian Choi Mi-yeon was sleeping beneath the ground after saving the entire Seongbuk district. Choi Mi-yeon had passed away. Choi Hyuk was completely overwhelmed by the death of her mother, as one of the healers mentioned that the fact that she lived through the deaths of others always weighed on her mind. His eyes went totally blank, as he was not able to process his mother's death. It was a huge monster, which almost looked equivalent to Satan itself, spawned over the Seongbuk district on day 30 and caused malice and destruction all around the place. The guardian mage, Choi Mi-yeon, stood up against the horrifying creature. She unleashed a huge maelstrom of ice upon the creature, which breathed fire upon the city. She cast an enormous spell across the creature, using all of her karma. Her body literally disintegrated into golden dust particles as she continued to cast that spell over the creature. The creature was frozen in the hard ice, which no amount of fire could melt through. The assistant healer even mentioned that she saved a lot of people on her last day. But Choi Hyuk broke down. He could not bear the news of his mother having passed away. He punched the ground vigorously as he mourned for his mother. He hugged his mother's grave as he cried his heart out. The assistant healer could not do anything, as it was totally valid for Choi Hyuk to mourn for his only loved ones. But Choi Hyuk had only one thought running over his mind. Why did his mother have to die, and these weaklings didn't? His feelings for his mother rushed to his mind as he realized that his mother's life was worth far more than $100 million to the other survivors. But just like in the scenario, if everyone had joined forces and worked together, his mom might have survived. But just like his comrades, everyone was betrayed by each other and stood no chance against the deadly creatures. Suddenly, Chu Yong Jyn's words rang through his head as he mentioned that if the main army had not retreated, then the Suicide Squad would not have been annihilated. Along with Suicide Squad, Young Minji would not have been annihilated. His focus was averted to all those who had run away during the battle, which cost them their precious lives. He primarily focused on the Slave King and Kirim, who betrayed Minji. Choi Hyuk's rage was burning through his eyes as he was filled with vengeance. It was the same all around the earth. 5% of the global population experienced the game of death, and among them, only a fraction survived. There was a difference between how those who experienced the game of death and those who did not view the world. If one side had experienced hell for the past month, the other side had not. In their world, there was great cell phone reception, and no ring suddenly appeared in their schools or offices. Only the military and police had disappeared. They lived in a world full of common sense without the presence of karma or monsters. But it was obvious that the absence of the military and police left a huge hole in the judicial system of the entire world. There were even sayings that violence was the foundation of countries. Within specific regions, there was no way to create a country without being the strongest, or at least one of the strongest. People followed a country's order because it had the power to forcefully penalize them. A torn flag or a broken showcase glass could be seen everywhere. That was why the disappearance of the most fundamental foundations of creating a country, the police and military, left an enormous impact. However, the world did not suddenly become lawless like in Mad Max or Fist of the North Star. Even though the chaos was breaking out across the country, the criminals would always face justice. The civilians took the initiative to handle justice on behalf of the police officers who were around the world. All those who took responsibilities were normal people who never stood out. However, the ones who preserved this world were these very people, as they wished for basic order as soon as possible. While there were ruffians who wanted to wreak havoc, it was not easy against so many of them. The civilians were all occupied with the unorthodox weapons, such as a metal baseball bat, a spiked baton, etc. Even when the balance was about to fall off the chart, it never lost its center. However, That was a situation that only applied to those who lived in the world of common sense. Choi Hyuk leaped over the building as he was in the middle of the air. He was effortlessly crossing barriers and buildings with a single kick to the ground. The Black Cats, the president's personal bodyguards, were also frightened to see such an immense display of power. Choi Hyuk made a rash landing across the main building. He stood firm upon the ground as he continued to observe the bodyguards. Choi Hyuk realized that fighting against the bandits and maintaining order in a country, these were not suitable for a king. Inside the building, the president was asking the slave king, Song Simin, and Kirim if the opaque wall might appear again. The slave king highlighted his participation in the game, implying that it would be highly possible. He even said that the game had not ended, and in fact, there was an announcement about a 3-day break, and he said it would end the next day. The president was worried about his people and asked if, by chance, the wall appeared again, could the survivors hop over and help them out? But to that, the slave king replied that it was impossible, and they were not able to re-enter once they came out. Their body was repelling the barrier's energy whenever they tried to enter the barrier. The president then asked if new survivors appear, they might need someone to control them, to which the slave king affirmed. The president was left with no other options and proposed a deal to the slave king. The president asked if the slave king was willing to take the role of maintaining order in the metropolitan area. The slave king was overwhelmed and was feeling happy about the offer. He glanced over at Kirim, as they both were happy to accept the offer from the president. But both the slave king and Kirim froze, and a spine-chilling fear struck their bodies as soon as they heard a familiar voice opposing their decision. A metal boot clanked over the president's boardroom. Choi Hyuk entered the board conference meeting, interrupting it, and expressed his opposition to the president's decisions. Choi Hyuk then revealed that the president was not completely aware of their actions. He mentioned that inside the opaque wall, it was nothing more than hell. The slave king stood up from his chair as Choi Hyuk mentioned that monsters were not the only problem around the place. The king, without the subjects even mentioning it, said that humans killed each other frequently. His eyes locked in towards the slave king as he mentioned Song Simin was one of them. The slave king Song Simon knew he was cooked. Choi Hyuk also mentioned that the slave king betrayed his comrades and schemed to retreat by himself as everyone assembled beside Choi Hyuk. He even mentioned to the president that, due to the slave king's reckless retreat, many people died in vain. Choi Hyuk told the president that he was also about to die, as he was left alone in his battle against the Wyvern of Destruction. The president did not know what else to say as he did not witness everything by himself to determine who was telling the truth. Even the military general said that he was not planning on having these people, who fled and left their comrades behind, take up the office by themselves. But the slave king started to analyze and read the room. Even one of the war veterans who had escaped, initially left behind, added that loyalty was the most important thing during a crisis and a war. The slave king understood the situation and formulated a plan to evade as soon as possible. He raised his hand and established a conversation with the king without subjects. He called out Choi Hyuk and tried to rub off the whole situation by addressing that there was a misunderstanding between the two. But Choi Hyuk was completely enraged by this and was completely pissed off after seeing Song Simin smile. Fear was instilled in the slave king's body, as he could no longer speak or react to the situation. Choi Hyuk also revealed that Ma Dongshik, Yoon Kirim, Min Kyung-chul, and all the kings who were under Jung Minji's control. Aside from the reason to finish her off, Choi Hyuk was enraged as they needed to take responsibility for the deaths of the Suicide Squad. He called out the slave king, Song Simin, to come out and deal with it their way as Choi Hyuk was about to draw his sword. It was a bright day, as the wind breezed soothingly as sun shone brightly upon the president's office. But chaos broke out inside the president's office, even though the exterior looked peaceful and calm. Song Simin was completely shaken, as he made an open threat to him right in front of the president himself. The slave king was enraged by Choi Hyuk's disrespect in front of the president, and Kirim was genuinely frightened, as they were being confronted by the king without subjects. Choi Hyuk continued to observe Song Simin as he continued to try to solve a problem formally and insisted upon sticking to the law and having a trial with a judge or something. But the king, without subjects, was caught by a single word while Song Simin was explaining. Choi Hyuk was caught by the word law. He could not contain it anymore. Choi Hyuk laughed hysterically as the slave king, Song Simin, mentioned the word law. The Korean flag, which was hoisted right outside the president's office, lost its value among the survivors who made it out of the mysterious dome. The president was shocked by the way they treated the nation. He was completely powerless, as he could not do anything about it, and it changed the whole mood of the place. The other kings were in a state of confusion until now. Once they had escaped hell, a world that looked completely unscathed was revealed right in front of them. Different from inside, where they were kings, the outside still had a functioning society and even a president. Their attitudes reflexively changed back to the ones from before the slaughter game. They felt embarrassed to come forward, and they felt like they needed to respect the existing order and power. Those feelings were all blown away with Choi Hyuk's laughter. The law, the slave king Song Simon mentioned, Choi Hyuk found it very amusing. But not only Choi Hyuk, Baek Seonin, and others who had accompanied Choi Hyuk burst into laughter as they could not contain it anymore. All the kings who had accompanied Choi Hyuk all laughed together, as they realized the people sitting in the board meeting were all kings who had gone soft. The president knew the situation would turn out badly, and he was trying his best to control it. He even tried to bargain with the king without the subjects, Choi Hyuk, and asked him to believe in their country, and if there were any grudges, they would properly investigate and help resolve them. But the generals disagreed with the president's request, as they had mentioned that this was something that happened outside the country's reach. They advised the president not to be involved, as it was their problem, and it was right that they solve it their way. Perhaps this was an inevitable result from the moment the military and police disappeared. Within a few days, tens of thousands of survivors flooded into the city. The world was slowly becoming something for the strong that the government could not control. Choi Hyuk was enraged by this and ordered Song Simon to come out and deal with it their way. But Choi Hyuk took it a step further, as he asked if they should witness some blood right in the president's office. The slave king Song Simon left him completely speechless, as he could not do anything. But he took a moment to process whatever Choi Hyuk mentioned moments ago. Song Simon slowly lost his composure as his words rang over and over. He snapped as his fragile ego was hurt by Choi Hyuk. The slave king immediately ordered his comrades to attack and kill Choi Hyuk without hesitation. Every single one of his comrades and his fellow kings tried to jump at Choi Hyuk in order to kill him within an instant. But the king, without the subjects, did not hesitate, as he unsheathed his sword. He waited until everyone entered his range so he could strike everyone with a single slash without any sort of hassle. He unleashed his sword, which emitted a lightning spark as Choi Hyuk unsheathed his weapon. He zapped across the enemies within an instant, before others could even react to his speed blitz. Without even breaking a sweat, sliced through the kings, beheading them within an instant. Blood splattered all over the room as both the slave king, Song Simon, and Yoon Kirim were shocked to witness Choi Hyuk's immense feats. Both their blood ran stale as they witnessed Choi Hyuk's true potential, as they realized it was he who defeated the Wyvern of Destruction. They both knew they were cooked, as Choi Hyuk continued to approach them with the intention to kill them. Meanwhile, Kirim started to tremble in fear, as she did not want to die anytime soon, especially at the hands of Choi Hyuk. She fell onto her knees as she began to understand what was coming their way. Choi Hyuk was literally dribbling the head of a king as he sliced his head completely from his body. He then kicked it away as his focus diverted to something or someone else in the room. The king, without subjects, continued to walk towards the duo, as they were completely flustered as to what to do. Choi Hyuk continued to walk across the boardroom as he walked across the path. He extended his sword facing towards the slave king, Song Simon, as he mentioned who should have died and who should have lived. Song Simon's voice trembled in fear as he could not even look Choi Hyuk in the eyes because of his dominance over him. With barely any courage left within him, he gathered everything and apologized to Choi Hyuk for all his actions. But Choi Hyuk's eyes were filled with rage and vengeance as he glanced over the slave king's face. He pointed his dual-edged sword toward the slave king Song Simon and told him that he was not one of them. His sword shone bright over the room as it was surging with karma. But the slave king noticed something was off. He was beheaded within an instant as he started to leak blood all over the place from his neck. Kirim was completely horrified upon witnessing the massacre by Choi Hyuk, and she screamed due to fear. But just as she was screaming, she was sliced up into pieces by the king without subjects, Choi Hyuk, without any mercy. Blood was being spilled all over the presidential board meeting arena. The corpses of the slave king. Song Simon's soldiers were lying on the ground without any life in them. The head of the slave king turned pale, as it had been some time since he was beheaded. Yoon Kirim's head also turned pale as her time froze exactly when she was crying out of fear before she could even react. The president and the other kings in the courtroom were completely stunned, as they could not believe what they had witnessed. The president was completely shaken after seeing the chaos that spiraled moments ago. But after slicing the traitors, Choi Hyuk apologized for causing trouble and asked forgiveness for his impoliteness. The whole crew exited the board meeting room as he expected the president to understand their situation as well. After some time, Choi Hyuk turned the tap as he continued to bathe. She turned on the water and sat over the tub as he was trying to relax after all the commotion and chaos. The president treated the kings as VIPs and even provided them with accommodations. He thought that even if he was not able to control the survivors, he could at least cooperate with them. His thoughts started to clear up one by one as he tried to relax his mind, despite all the killings and the sacrifices he had made. Choi Hyuk popped open a can of soda to quench his thirst. While he continued to enjoy his drink, he stood over the balcony window and observed the whole city of Seoul in his white robe. Initially, his mind was empty as he was just focused on enjoying his drink and enjoying the view. But he started to zone out within moments. Choi Hyuk was mesmerized by the lights of the city, and something else caught his attention. It was the intricate designs of all those infrastructures all around him that reminded him of one of his remnants from his past. Choi Hyuk and his mother, Choi Mi-yeon, were discussing something under the thin light from a study lamp. The young Choi Hyuk was intrigued by his mother's profession, as he asked her what a design was. His mother was very affectionate towards him, and she patted his head as she was about to explain. He told Choi Hyuk that a design was something that brings out more compassion in the world. She even took him to the park and instructed him to close his eyes and commanded him to inhale and exhale at her own pace, and she asked him to focus on everything that was happening all over his surroundings. The young Choi Hyuk inhaled as per her request. The king, without subjects, exhaled as per his mother's instructions. He continued to observe everything in his surroundings. He focused on the tire screeches, which were due to traffic in the lane. He was able to hear the tap-dripping noise across his room after he tried to focus on his surroundings. The night moon was as bright as the sun, while the entire city remained silent, and the wind was gushing so smoothly. Choi Hyuk was tired after all his restless motion, and he fell asleep within moments. He crashed on his bed, but he was woken up by a nightmare. He noticed a huge reptilian creature feasting upon a human corpse, just like it was inside the mysterious veil. Choi Hyuk was completely confused as to what was happening. He noticed that the buildings around him were fully covered with flames, as the war veterans were trying to engage the deadly reptilian creatures all by themselves. But the warriors were a lot fiercer, as they went toe-to-toe against all deadly creatures. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a memory of his own past gleamed in his body. He imagined how young Minji might have slipped and died in the process. But the way she slipped was not physical, but rather it was psychological. Young Minji's death was heavily psychological because it was not a naturally selected death by her skill difference or anything, but rather it was because of her comrades letting her down. The amount of hopelessness she might have felt while she was passing away crossed his mind often. But just like the crazy knight young Minji, he thought his mother's death might have been due to the same reason, because of betrayal. Choi Hyuk was visibly upset as soon as he realized what might have happened to his mother. While he was standing right beside his glass window, he was touching the glass for his posture. But as soon as he felt an insurmountable rage consume his body, just the smallest force from his fingertips cracked the entire glass pane. Choi Hyuk was upset, and he broke the glass completely just by closing his fingers within the glass pane. The king, without the subject, was still filled with rage and was consumed by vengeance. He killed the slave king Song Simon, who was responsible for the overall confusion that arose amidst the battle against the Wyvern of Destruction. But driven by revenge, he even sliced up Yoon Kirim, who backstabbed Jung Minji and initiated the whole betrayal act. But Choi Hyuk understood that this was not the end. His rage and vengeance were redirected towards the one who worked outside the system to create the Ring of Rebirth and initiated the whole chain of killing among humans. Then, his rage and vengeance were redirected towards the one who worked out of the system to create a whole system of kings and their followers, and implanted the whole idea of betrayal among humans. His focus was averted towards the creators of the game, who created all these deadly monsters that invaded the planet and showed no remorse. He was determined to kill the person who created the Wyvern of Destruction, which killed almost every one of his friends. But Choi Hyuk realized he had not even seen their shadows and had not even found a single name as his clue in order to kill them on sight. But he realized there had been a single hint, hidden in plain sight within him. He recalled that message, which he read after slaying the Wyvern of Destruction. His first clue was the Flaming Wing tribe's Karma Heart discipline, which had been passed down to him for slaying the wyvern. It was his reward for slaying the enormous beast, and he realized he did not receive any items other than that one discipline. Choi Hyuk was wondering if that training method was so valuable. But along with that, the part that intrigued him was the connection between the Flaming Wing tribe and the creators of the game. After some time, Choi Hyuk fell asleep as the clock timer read 4:49 a.m. But as soon as the clock hit 4:50 a.m., an alarm popped up with a small pop-up message. Choi Hyuk was sleeping soundly by hugging his pillow tightly, and he woke up to this strange phenomenon. He woke up and realized it was the system providing him with a message. The message displayed that he had only 10 minutes before transfer and told him to arm himself. Choi Hyuk wore his clothes as he readied himself for the upcoming event, as displayed in his message. We wore his newly upgraded Mountain Orc's leather armor for its versatility and its efficient protection. Then, the king, without subjects, wore his warrior boots for their mobility and for the protection they offer. Later, he sheathed his greedy predator blade into his belt. The dawn broke the sky as sunlight fell upon the horizon. Choi Hyuk tried to calm his mind, and for his last act, he inhaled with all his might. He held his breath for some time and he exhaled all his stress, worries, and everything. Only 1 minute was remaining for the clock to hit 5 in the morning, and meanwhile, Choi Hyuk tried to be calm and composed and prepared his mentality to face any sort of opponent he might face as soon as he steps into the next situation. The timer finally hit 5 o'clock. A message popped up as it was displaying about a transfer. Choi Hyuk was mentally prepared to face anything that lies beyond the veil. But within moments, his body wiggled, and he started to distort space and time all around him. He was streamlined somewhere within the fabric of space and time as he was confused about what was going on. Choi Hyuk was pulled in by a vortex that appeared across the space-time continuum. He finally landed, but since the course was too nauseous, he coughed badly and almost puked because of the rough zapping. Choi Hyuk could not feel his sense of balance as it was a very rough ride which sent him to his knees. But Choi Hyuk tried to gather all of his senses on the track as he realized something was wrong. He was teleported into a dome with scales around its wall and a concrete floor beneath them. Just as he was analyzing his atmosphere, he heard someone else cough right beside him. He noticed that there were other people who got teleported into the same place, as everyone felt nauseous and giddy due to the instant warping of the space-time continuum. But unlike Choi Hyuk, many suffered heavy nausea. Some felt a sharp sense of pain over their heads as Choi Hyuk tried to stand up and analyze what was going on. The king, without subjects, glanced at everyone, and just as he was observing, he sensed something. He noticed that something was wrong with the place where they got teleported. Choi Hyuk tried to calm his mind and tried to focus on his hearing in order to realize what was going on. He noticed that he was able to hear commotion right above him, over the concrete scaled walls. Choi Hyuk sensed that the commotion was something that was similar to that of a battlefield, and sensed there was a battle going on right above them. Just as he was observing, the scales opened from above as he tried to figure out what was about to happen in the place. Choi Hyuk continued to observe the scales, and he was too stunned to speak or react after he witnessed a scene. He noticed that the sky was a purplish-blue color, with snowflakes all over the sky. A giant orc with its teeth protruding over its lips was observing Choi Hyuk from the opening above. Choi Hyuk was shocked to witness the orc. The orc quickly landed over the concrete floor, as it was almost 4 times the size of Choi Hyuk. The orc landed perfectly, but the floor cracked all over the place as soon as it landed. Choi Hyuk and others were genuinely confused about the sudden appearance of the orc, as no one was prepared for the arrival of a monster without any notice. The orc showed no expression except a sense of slight disgust over its face as it stared back at the humans who were teleported to that place moments ago. It was so immensely strong, and it was a battle-hardened orc, as its physique was completely ripped, while it was also well-equipped with a shoulder plate and a gauntlet as well. A soldier quickly drew his weapon out of his scabbard. Every single one of them who got teleported to the place drew their weapons, thinking the orc was their new boss to take down. Even Choi Hyuk quickly unsheathed his sword from his belt and stood against the orc to slay it with ease. But the orc ordered everyone to put their weapon away with a deep grunting voice. The orc opened one of its wings and swiped its hand across the air. An immense force fell upon the soldiers who got teleported, as the gravity around them suddenly increased. The G-force, which was used to calculate the gravity over the atmosphere, spiked so hard that people could not even lift their weapons as they became so heavy. The war veterans found it hard to even stand on their feet, as they dropped their weapons on the ground. Some kneeled down due to the immense pressure they felt upon their shoulders, as the gravity increased more as time passed. Some even fell completely on the ground, as they were not able to withstand the pressure anymore. Some tried to defy the odds by standing firm, and they even tried to lift their weapons to show that no control would be established over them. But despite the heavy gravity, the king without subjects stood still, with his weapon still in his hand. He did not fall nor drop his weapon to the ground, as he was ready to face the orc despite the heavy gravity. But since Choi Hyuk was resisting it, it was draining his stamina at a faster rate. The orc noticed Choi Hyuk's immense physical prowess and his determination. The orc greeted Choi Hyuk and every other person who was aboard. The orc introduced himself as Carrick, the great warrior of the steel battleship, and he was from the proud race of giant orcs. Carrick then mentioned that they had no time and congratulated everyone for passing the recruit training. He then mentioned that all the 39 members who were assembled in the place and awakened as sovereigns at the end had gathered to represent the human race. Choi Hyuk understood that they were not simple words, and the meaning of his words was sent into their heads. The sovereigns were able to learn that kings were, in fact, only trainees and were the preliminary stages of becoming a sovereign from Carrick's explanation. The only ones who had awakened as sovereigns in the whole world were these 39 people who were gathered here. Simultaneously, an invitation was sent out to those who lacked the qualifications to execute dimensional teleportation. Preliminary sovereigns. It was very probable that they had received the same message. People were shocked as they realized everything and what would happen in the distant future. It was all with respect to a single message. If you properly complete your mission, you will truly earn the position of a sovereign. However, Carrick told the representatives not to feel anything special about being chosen as representatives of the human race. Choi Hyuk was still trying to process as he was listening to Carrick, but a particular sentence caught Choi Hyuk off guard. Carrick mentioned all those representatives of the human race were only consumables and nothing more. Carrick told the representatives not to feel anything special about being chosen as representatives of the human race. Choi Hyuk was still trying to process as he was listening to Carrick, but a particular sentence caught Choi Hyuk off guard. Carrick mentioned all those representatives of the human race just received a consumables judgment and nothing more because they were very weak. But Carrick did not stop, as he had to address the main issue. He addressed the sovereign of balance, Ruckhart. He called out for the sovereign of paradise, Camilla, and Carrick addressed Freeman. The giant orc mentioned that due to some interesting cases, they all had received a deferred judgment. Carrick later mentioned that they have been granted a 5-year grace period. He also mentioned that during that time they had to provide a satisfying result. If not, Carrick warned them that they all would be fated to become consumables. Carrick mentioned they had only 2 missions to carry out during the 5-year grace period. Choi Hyuk was continuing to resist the gravity attack by Carrick, as Carrick told them to get stronger and to colonize. But he still did not falter, as Carrick told them to carry out the mission to the utmost of their abilities and get stronger. He then told the representatives to give thanks to the exalted wings who granted them land to colonize, as it was their last chance. But Choi Hyuk was sent flying as the wing opened towards him, and Carrick mentioned not being the slightest bit negligent. As Hyuk was flying across the land, Carrick continued that the first to completely conquer their area would be able to use the Blazing Wing Alliance's supply store. Carrick mentioned that this was a privilege of the sovereign representatives of the human race. Choi Hyuk woke up again, as he could not process what just happened. He fell on his bed as he continued to hold his sword firmly to defend himself. Choi Hyuk could not believe what just happened, as he was still trying to process everything. He suddenly turned around and observed the city to check if everything was okay within the city of Seoul. But he was relieved to see that his city was safe. A new message popped up, as it displayed that the throne game had completely ended and the king's titles were revoked. 1/3 of the qualifications of the sovereign obtainers were now leaders of 100, and 2/3 of the qualifications of the sovereign obtainers were now leaders of 10,000. In the meantime, a report arrived before breakfast. It was said that there was a portal leading to a land in Yeouido Park. The president asked Choi Hyuk if he was planning to explore the land. The former king, without subjects, Choi Hyuk, mentioned that he would have to, after considering Carrick's tone. The president then requested him to provide him with some information if he explored it completely and told him he would do all he could to support him. He extended his arm as he tried to make friendly contact with Choi Hyuk. Choi Hyuk also shook his hands as he affirmed his support request. Meanwhile, Baek Seonin asked Choi Hyuk if the mission was starting the next day, to which Choi Hyuk affirmed. He then mentioned that they would have to wait until the next day to understand exactly what was going on. But both their attention was caught as soon as they saw someone unexpected. It was Lee Jin-hee sitting across her window as she was observing both Choi Hyuk and Baek Sonin. She smiled brightly and waved at them. Baek Sonin was delighted to see her again and asked if her parents were okay. Lee Jin-hee said that they were healthy, and they also threatened to break her legs as she said she was heading back to Seoul. Baek Sonin sat across the couch and asked if they were frightened by her disappearance, to which Lee Jin-hee replied that it was not something anyone would avoid because they wanted to. But her focus averted elsewhere. Lee Jin-hee told her leader, Choi Hyuk, about the news she heard across the town. Choi Hyuk was genuinely confused as to what news she was referring to. Lee Jin-hee's eyes sank in sadness as she remained silent, even when Choi Hyuk asked about it. Choi Hyuk quickly understood what she was referring to, and he also did not know how to answer back as he was stammering. He just shrugged it off as it was something beyond his control, and it just happened that way. She was speaking about the demise of her leader's mother, Choi Miyun, the guardian mage who sacrificed herself to save the Seongbuk district from its impending doom. Meanwhile, Choi Hyuk realized it was exactly as Jung Minji predicted. He told his comrades about how they were trying to make them into an army. But Lee Jin-hee was startled as she understood it was something beyond their comprehension and wondered if it was God himself. But Choi Hyuk did not know either. He proceeded to ask them if they knew what his goal was, to both Baek Sonin and Lee Jin-hee. Baek Sonin understood their mission. Lee Jin-hee was on the same page, as they both nodded simultaneously. Choi Hyuk mentioned that it was easier for them to guess, but also mentioned that the fight was going to be incomparably harder than the fight against the Wyvern, and gave the man the option to think once again before following him. But Baek Sonin mentioned that he promised to be his follower if he managed to kill the Wyvern and asked which follower would leave his king behind. Lee Jin-hee admired Choi Hyuk for thinking as big as he could. Choi Hyuk was relieved by the fact that they both decided to stay beside him. Choi Hyuk then analyzed the 2/3 qualification to be a sovereign that had been demoted to leaders of 10,000, and the buff that increased their followers' stats by 5% that was removed, and he understood it was a nerf. Choi Hyuk understood that there was no point for people to join leaders of 100 or leaders of 10,000, and also realized it was not true, as troops would receive their own missions, and they didn't know exactly what mission it would be. He also added that they needed to be trustworthy and have similar goals to them, and they should be capable as well. Both Baek Sonin's and Lee Jin-hee's stats were far beyond good, as they knew they were capable. But when compared to Choi Hyuk, he realized it was not enough. He was filled with the desire to get stronger, not because he was forced, but because he wanted to assert dominance over Carrick in order to get some answers. Baek Sonin and Lee Jin-hee's stats were far beyond good, as they knew they were capable. But when compared to Choi Hyuk, he realized it was not enough. He was filled with the desire to get stronger, not because he was forced, but because he wanted to assert dominance over Carrick in order to get some answers. Choi Hyuk pointed out his finger as karma was oozing out of his fingertip. But Choi Hyuk realized something while he was fighting the Wyvern of Destruction. He told his comrades about how versatile karma was. They needed to gain more knowledge about it in order to gain an upper hand. But both Baek Sonin and Lee Jin-hee were awestruck as Choi Hyuk controlled the oozing karma to sketch something by using the air as a canvas. While he was drawing, he realized and thought of a person. He drew a sigil of a huge jaw trying to devour an ancient eye and said he thought of a capable new recruit. Meanwhile, Chu Yong Jyn's eyes were filled with rage and anger. He was sitting silently under a tree as he held onto his sword firmly. Even though the withered leaves fell upon him, he was not bothered, as his head was completely empty and had no thoughts running in his mind. While he was sitting, a metal boot stepped behind Chu Yong Jyn. Chu Yong Jyn was confused about the strange appearance and turned around to check who it was. But it was Choi Hyuk, who held a stick in his hand as he approached Chu Yong Jyn, while he was visibly confused as to what was happening. The trees rustled as the wind was calm and soothing. Both Choi Hyuk and Chu Yong Jyn remained silent as the wind continued to blow across them. But the first thing Choi Hyuk asked as soon as he approached Chu Yong Jyn was if he wanted to take revenge. But Chu Yong Jyn was silent, as he was trying to process Choi Hyuk's words. Chu Yong Jyn was tired after mourning for her loved ones, and without any proper lead he was just confused as to how he should take revenge. Choi Hyuk held the stick like he was holding a pencil. With that stick, he started to annotate something on the ground right next to Chu Yong Jyn. Chu Yong Jyn was tired, and his eyes and his mind were empty as he did not know what else to do next. But he averted his attention towards the annotation. Instead of reading the whole message, he just read a part of the message. Just the sight alone enraged Chu Yong Jyn, as his eyes were filled with determination to finish that person. Choi Hyuk disclosed that he has a lead regarding his annotation. He then told Chu Yong Jyn that no matter how long it would take, he would definitely succeed. Chu Yong Jyn quickly woke up and stared at Choi Hyuk as he held his straight sword firm. His eyes were filled with rage and anger as he wanted to finish the person who created the game and who killed his girlfriend. But Choi Hyuk glanced at his eyes with a blank expression. Both stood still for some time as Chu Yong Jyn was trying to process Choi Hyuk's offer. The former king, without subjects, noted that it was the ones who created the entire game. After some time, it was nighttime, with only a few lights turned on over the apartment. Meanwhile, Lee Jin-hee was explaining that there was something much more important. Confused by Jin-hee's concern, he asked if it was karma training. But Lee Jin-hee replied that it was not that either. Baek Sunin was also confused by her words, as Chu Yong Jyn stood concerned. Lee Jin-hee got upset over him, as even he had forgotten about it, as they had discussed it earlier. Lee Jin-hee yelled at everyone, telling them that they had to do it no matter what. Choi Hyuk and Baek Sunin were all silent, as Lee Jin-hee yelled that they were going to have a funeral to honor the dead people. Meanwhile, post-traumatic stress disorder struck every survivor, as by the third day, the camp's atmosphere became a mess, and people did not even try to talk to others and did not even bother to comfort each other. Even people who looked fine on the outside were suffering inside. But considering Choi Hyuk, he was only 18 years old and lacked the experience to hold a funeral. But the 26-year-old Baek Sonin had not thought about holding a funeral for his parents, not even once. However, they weren't the only ones, as it was unusual since nobody had considered having a funeral. Though they might mourn by themselves, no one shared their sorrow with anyone else. They could have been too tired or thought it was a small issue to worry about. Or some might have thought they would be criticized if they brought it up. Or it might be because they kept reading each other's moods, where they started to hate everything. But Jin-hee was persistent. She pushed Choi Hyuk and insisted he do it. Later that day, everyone headed out to the bank ATM. Lee Jin-hee was counting the money they withdrew, while Baek Seonin was checking his account. The account was completely exhausted as the balance hit zero. The crew then purchased all the ritual commodities, such as flowers and incense. They even bought wine, juices, and food. Jin-hee and Sonin were planning the whole haul, while Young Jin and Hyuk were carrying all the items. But Cho Hyuk was suddenly filled with sorrow. The sun set over the horizon as they walked towards the dense trees. The evening sky was clear, and everything was as usual around the city. They were headed towards the graveyard, as the whole yard was empty. There were cycles parked around the corner. It was the same graveyard where Choi Myun, Hyuk's mother, was buried. Seonin took a stone slab and continued to carve something. But as he was carving, his eyes went blank. He proceeded to carve the names of his fallen comrades who fought alongside him. Meanwhile, Young Jin carved Lee Hee-jin's name over another stone slab. Choi Hyuk carved Young Minji's name over the stone slab. They all held the slabs firmly, while Young Jin was fighting to hold his tears back. They slammed the slabs onto the ground, making it a memorial site to honor their friends. But just as they placed the slab, Chu Yong Jyn broke down in tears. Silence filled the atmosphere as everyone honored the fallen. Some of them could not hold their tears back as well, while others stood still with empty eyes. Some continued to pray for the fallen humans. This caught Jin-hee's attention as she was looking around. Looking at this, she stood still and felt a wave of sadness. She immediately removed a stone slab from the floor. Jin-hee cleaned the stone slab, as the bottom part was filled with dirt. She gave the stone slab to the woman who was praying amidst the crowd. But the woman was standing clueless. Within moments, she realized what she must do. She could not hold back her tears anymore. The woman fell onto her knees and proceeded to cry her heart out. She carved Hyun's name and placed it next to the guardian healer's memorial. As the woman continued to sob, Jin-hee was clueless, as she did not know what to do. But she gently patted her back and gave the woman some comfort. Jin-hee lit up a matchstick, while everyone who came to visit now held a stone slab over their hands. The flame was fluctuating over the matchstick, just like everyone's will who was present for the funeral. She lit up a candle over the memorial site to honor the fallen. Jin-hee also placed an incense holder along with incense sticks near the candles. Baek Seonin lit up the incense sticks with the help of candles. He gently placed the incense upon the holder. Later, he placed a flower before the stone slab which he placed on the ground. He stood still, reminiscing about all the good times he had. Seonin gently placed his hands on the ground and he bowed down to the memorial slab. Just like Sanin, Choi Hyuk also fell onto his knees and paid his respects to the fallen veterans. His heart was filled with emptiness. He then took some flowers and went near the graves. He paid his respects to Kyul and Kung. He wished for Lee Haijin to go to a nice place. Finally, Hyuk placed his final flower over the memorial slab of Minji and paid his respects. After placing the flowers, Hyuk continued to walk away from the graves with a heavy heart. In the meantime, an old lady asked Seonin how he was related to the fallen, to which Sonin replied that they were his parents. The old lady felt sorry for his loss, while Sonin pointed out the way to his friends. She gently patted Seonin's shoulders and told him that he was very admirable. Jin-hee came beside her with a stone slab over her hands and insisted that the old lady make one as well. She was reluctant, and she comforted both Jin-hee and Seonin. But her spear was battle-hardened and damaged, with traces of blood across the spearhead. The flowers withered over time as the night broke out. The memorial site was completely empty as there was no more commotion. In the meantime, every other survivor lit up a bonfire next to the site as they all sat in a circle around the bonfire. People tried to brighten the mood by playing banjo and drums over the campfire. The piece lit up everyone in the camp as it provided some sort of comfort. But some were still mourning despite the comforting act. The incense that they lit was still burning as the aroma was still in the atmosphere. Choi Hyuk was sitting next to another bonfire, which he lit. He continued to stare at the flame as he could not think about anything else. But just as he was looking at the flames, he realized something. He extended his arm over the flames that arose from the bonfire. But he went too close, as he got lost between the peace and the pain that he felt. His mind was blank, as he could not shake this feeling off from his mind. Both Seonin and Youngjin were confused as he extended his arm. However, both Seonin and Youngjin understood the emptiness Choi Hyuk was experiencing. In order to give him a sense of comfort, both Seonin and Youngjin extended their arms across the burning flames from the bonfire. They extended their arms close to Hyuk's, almost as if they were going to form a trinity. But Choi Hyuk felt comforted by their action. Both Seonin and Youngjin smiled at Hyuk as he felt better. But Jin-hee witnessed this crazy act by all of his comrades. She quickly removed all their hands from the bonfire as it was radiating immense heat. It was a truly special moment for all those who gathered around the campfire. Choi Hyuk felt it was time and asked if they could disperse. Everyone felt motivated as they all agreed with Hyuk. But Jin-hee's hands were already burned as she was trying to help others, and she tried to cool her hands. Meanwhile, the system was trying to calculate the appropriate mission based on their retribution points. But within moments, the system found one. While the crew was sitting across a cafe, the mission had started. The atmosphere around them shifted colors as they were confused about what was happening. But Choi Hyuk told everyone that it was a dimensional teleporter. As soon as the warping began, Jin-hee felt an intense, sharp pain across her head. Even Seonin felt the pain as the warping began. But Youngjin tried to steady his mind, trying to overcome the intense headache. The teleporter shifted all of them to a new place. Everyone saw a moon warping across their atmosphere. But to their surprise, it was not one single moon but many of them. They were also surprised as they found a sea around them. They were astonished when they found both sky and sea in the new dimension. Within moments, they realized they were falling from above. But Choi Hyuk was prepared for this, and he steadied his body aerodynamically to reduce the air drag. Meanwhile, Seonin was about to puke as this air drag and momentum made him nauseous. Jin-hee, who was falling right beside him, was disgusted by this. But within moments, even she could not handle the turbulence as she was also about to puke. But Youngjin was falling steadily, as he did not feel any effect from the turbulence. He even breathed normally and made sure his brain got enough oxygen. Choi Hyuk was observing all of this from a distance as he continued to descend. But he was happy about how his team was handling the situation. Within moments, he heard an unearthly scream coming right next to him. Hyuk quickly glanced over the noise and witnessed a humanoid hand over the sky. He noticed that there were other inhuman creatures around him, falling from the sky. He even noticed an alien with its brain exposed. But there was not one or two, but a huge pack of unknown species. The first thought that crossed his mind was whether they were all aliens. They were panicking as they continued to descend. Many did not have a sense of balance as the turbulence was heavy. But Choi Hyuk continued to observe the scene as the aliens fell. But as he was falling, Choi Hyuk observed something over the land. He spotted green dots spread across the ocean. As he was falling, the dots enlarged, and he realized that the ocean might not be as deep as it looked. Hyuk quickly glanced over at his friends, as they were still struggling to get hold of the turbulence. Upon descent, the system issued return codes to those with deferred judgments and activated them for those who had cleared their targets. 100 monsters had absorbed the genes of the natives and were evolving into higher-ranked monsters. The system declared the mission's objective to deal with the monsters before their base karma was imprinted with the genetic information. What appeared to be a green dot turned out to be huge monsters that resembled flowers. As the aliens were falling from the sky, the green monsters opened their mouths wide to swallow them directly. The aliens started to panic. Just as they fell, the lush monster quickly caught the aliens by their mouths, swallowing them instantly. Choi Hyuk understood what was going on. Just as he expected, the water was shallow, and he told his friends to target the monster's head. He even said it doesn't matter if they hit them and instructed them to do whatever was necessary to reduce the impact. The aliens continued to fall from the sky. The whole water body was filled with the deadly monsters as aliens fell from the sky like chunks of meteor. Just as Seonin came close to the ground, he raised his shield to protect himself from the crash landing. He fell right onto the monster's head, crushing it within an instant. But just as he fell, the impact shattered his shield, and it cut the thick skin of the monster. Seonin fell into the water due to the impact. Meanwhile, Yong Jyn clenched his fists tight, and he was about to punch the monster. With his brute strength, he pierced through the monster's body, and he landed on it. But the heavy impact dislocated his elbow. He was sent flying due to the momentum he carried while he was falling. The force sent Yong Jyn across the water puddle like a skipping stone. In parallel, Jinhee drew her swords while she was about to land. She stabbed the monster's huge head. She continued to drift along with the momentum as she landed over the water puddle with ease. Jinhee felt a moment of relief as soon as she landed on the puddle. But just as she was standing, water splashed deep right next to her. She noticed it was the lower body part of the monster that was devouring the three aliens. It was Choi Hyuk who slashed the monster into two halves as he was hovering over the water body. Jinhee was astounded by Hyuk's powerful feats, but it was unlucky for the other aliens who fell into the water body. The vivacious monsters pulled the drowning aliens by their tentacles and swallowed them within moments. The other aliens who survived the fall did not know what to do as they continued to look at the monsters. Meanwhile, all four of them stood firm, covering each other's backs. Seonin and Yong Jyn quickly drank the health potions. The wound started to heal as Seonin drew another shield from his inventory. Seonin was still in shock, as he still could not believe what just happened. But the aliens were mourning for their fallen comrades. This caught Jinhee's attention as she continued to observe the situation. But within moments, a wave arose. Everyone turned back to see what the commotion was. But the alien was shocked as it saw what was about to happen. Huge arthropods charged towards them, with sharp and deadly claws. The frog-like alien quickly ran towards the other end as it was desperate for survival. Meanwhile, Hyuk's team stood still, wondering if they should engage the arthropods or not. But Choi Hyuk was determined and told them they must go through the wave of arthropods to the place the arrow was directing them. The creature was nightmare fuel, as it had very sharp teeth as well as sharp claws. The arthropods wasted no time as they rushed towards Hyuk's group with immense speed. Choi Hyuk was able to find an opening. He held his greedy predator blade firmly as he was about to strike the monster down. He quickly slashed through the creature with a precise swing. Choi Hyuk was confident that a single slash would be enough, but Hyuk realized that the shell of the arthropod was very hard and sturdy. In an instant, Hyuk realized it was not about the skin. Just as Hyuk slid through the arthropod after his slash, he immediately realized the monster had evaded his slash. But it was too late for him to react to the counterattack from the arthropod. Choi Hyuk could not get a proper footing on the ground, as the whole arena was covered with water. But the deadly claws were stopped as they clashed against metal. Baek Seonin jumped into action as he deflected the attack from the deadly creature and successfully guarded Choi Hyuk. The creature was surprised to witness the toughness of Seonin's shield. But the impact was so powerful that it caused steam over his shield due to the powerful clash. The arthropod stood menacingly as it faced off against the humans. Meanwhile, Seonin was surprised by the fact that even leaders like Choi Hyuk made mistakes. In no time, Jinhee charged towards the arthropod from behind. She leaped through the air with her double swords. Lee Jinhee stabbed the arthropod through the gap between its scales. But the shell was too hard to pierce, as it sent shockwaves over the hand due to the impact. Yong Jyn rushed from behind as his eyes were fueled by rage. Chu Yong Jyn was the first to deal severe damage to the arthropod, as he was able to slice through the tough shell of the arthropod with only one swing. Seonin was delighted as they finally got the arthropod, while Choi Hyuk continued to observe his greedy predator blade. His grip did not waver, and he was determined to finish the mission at any cost. As the other arthropods rushed towards him, he extended his blade once more by infusing karma into it. He held his sword firmly and slashed through the tough scales of the arthropods with ease. He was able to sever the limbs with much more ease than Yong Jyn. Choi Hyuk read the situation and instructed his comrades not to get left behind and told them to rush at full speed. Seonin stood right beside him as he said he would help Choi Hyuk if he ever got into danger, but Hyuk insisted on being independent. Motivated by their comrades, Jin Hee wanted to demonstrate her skills to score a kill as well. She used her special move, Speeding Blade, to pierce through the arthropod's tough shell. She dashed right through the arthropod, leaving a hole in its chest. But Lee Jin-hee was surprised, as it did not do much damage. Young Jin advised Jin-hee not to work too hard in the beginning in order to conserve stamina. But Jin-hee was frustrated about this. Words would not work on monsters. Once they met their gaze, intelligent beings were only left with two choices, either to fight or to flee. At first, there were many who chose to flee. It was expected, as 19,000 out of 20,000 people didn't know about their mission, nor did they receive an announcement. Whether they knew how to escape or not was a different story, as it was the drastic difference between the fates of consumables and consumables deferred. However, the ones who fled soon realized the truth, that they were in the middle of the enemy camp and there was no place to run. One of the arthropods set its sights on the frog-like alien who tried to flee, but Choi Hyuk stepped in to defend the alien. The monster fell into the water pudding as Choi Hyuk sliced through the creature's body. The monster witnessed everything from behind, as it was completely awestruck by his physical prowess. Impressed by this, the creature drew its knife, as it wanted to fight back as well. But within moments, reinforcements arrived. Other aliens and species came along as they wanted to help the left-out survivors. But Sonin realized it was so strange for their sudden appearance. He never imagined running alongside aliens in an unknown place. Just as he was wondering, he started to float while Hyuk was confused as to what was happening. Hyuk read the situation. She yelled out for everyone to jump as soon as possible. The water splashed everywhere, as one of the alien species was being dragged away. The other species and the humans were shocked to witness what was going on. It was a huge purple tentacle, which dragged the alien as fast as it could and pulled it into the current within an instant. The tentacle slowly slithered through the water puddle. It reached one of the alien species, as it was very subtle without causing any unnecessary attention. Suddenly, the water splashed everywhere. The purple tentacle held the alien's leg firmly and continued to shake the alien violently as panic broke out. The alien was powerless, as it could not do anything. While the alien was struggling, Jin-hee noticed something else. She asked Sonin why he would jump all of a sudden, only to save himself instead of giving out a warning call. While Sonin replied that it was instant and it was due to his instincts, Choi Hyuk noticed that the tentacles were strong. It had the ability to get close undetected underwater, and its speed and its strength were also formidable. Choi Hyuk compared the strength of the tentacles to be on par with the Wyvern of Destruction. Choi Hyuk understood that it was going to be hard for him and others to deal with them. But suddenly, a golden light appeared out of nowhere, which caught Hyuk's attention. He saw lightning jolts everywhere across the source, as he was confused about what was happening. It was an alien in an automotive spaceship, emitting lightning jolts everywhere around it. Choi Hyuk read the situation and yelled for his comrades to jump once again. Instinctively, Baek Sonin used his iron defense to brace for the impact. Everyone took cover behind the iron defense while they were midair. Choi Hyuk created a golden karmic sphere over his palms, which he used to generate a protective golden barrier around the veterans for better protection. As they were midair, they knew what was about to happen. The spaceship pod started to glow as bright as the lightning jolts intensified. Choi Hyuk was astonished by the immense power scale of this alien. Meanwhile, other aliens were confused as to what was happening. The tentacles started to spin the alien violently as it was reacting to the jolts. Thunder struck the water puddle as the pod began to emit immense electricity. But the protection barrier was also under attack due to the uncontrolled lightning emission. Choi Hyuk continued to stave off the electricity, but it did not last any longer. He was caught by surprise as the jolts entered the barrier despite his karmic prowess. The lightning hit the puddle with immense heat and force. The jolt burned down the tentacles to a crisp, but it also struck the other alien as well. Everyone in the vicinity was struck by it and fell victim to it as the pod opened again. The masked alien continued to observe the traces of hostility over the battlefield. But something else caught its attention. The alien noticed the injured body of Choi Hyuk, who also fell victim to its lightning attack. Despite being struck by the attack, the tentacles still held the alien's corpse. But as its tentacle weakened, it dropped the carcass into the water puddle. It sent ripples all over the water body, which woke Hyuk up from his unconscious state. He started to cough as he swallowed a lot of water, which also woke Baek Sonin as well. He quickly uncapped the health potion and consumed it. Meanwhile, Baek Sonin also took his health potion out, but he had other plans. He gave it to Janhee and Youngjin, who fell unconscious due to the jolts. Within moments, they gained consciousness and understood what was going on. Everyone got up as Choi Hyuk was thinking about something else. His focus was completely on one thing alone. His underestimation of that attack led his team to fall. It was, in fact, a powerful attack, which he could not even avoid. He realized that if he hadn't used his karma heart in time, he might have died. But this pissed him off. He realized everyone was in the same situation, including the masked alien. But for some reason, it had some hostility towards humans. But Choi Hyuk realized something else. Upon glancing at the situation, he realized it had hostility towards everyone. Choi Hyuk was disappointed with his performance. He swore to himself that it would be different the next time they met. Choi Hyuk was analyzing his stat spread and how many points he had left. He noticed that he had 173 free karma points left. He even noticed that it was high time he had to upgrade his stats, as he could not push them aside any longer. He continued to think of which stat he should increase. He realized that there were two ways to block the masked alien's electric shock. Hyuk understood that one way was to increase his endurance and strengthen his body and barrier, and the other plan was to increase his power and increase the repelling force of the barrier. He understood that the safest method was to increase the endurance, as increasing power means he must have the control to defend. Choi Hyuk understood that he needed more power, and he realized he needed to utilize one of his strong points, control. He invested more points in power as he realized that to win against an opponent stronger than himself, he needed more power than endurance, and the best defense was offense. He also invested some points in stamina, as he realized he needed some stamina to sustain that power. Hyuk noticed that his team was perfectly all right and had recovered. Amidst all the corpses of the aliens, Hyuk walked past the corpses of the aliens, and he continued to follow the arrow, which was pointing them to their objective. Suddenly, bullets rained upon the battlefield. The whole artillery was being used to defend Hyuk, and his comrades noticed a hand grenade. The grenade blasted into the water puddle, startling everyone. Hyuk was confused about what was happening. He noticed that it was a battlefield filled with a lot of bullets and guns to fend off the creatures. It was the military people who were fighting against the creatures. Janhee realized that the military was here all along. Seonin understood that they had to carry out a mission somewhere else for a long time, as they were very experienced. Youngjin realized that there were a lot of military personnel from different countries, but Choi Hyuk felt no need to approach them. This surprised the others, and Choi Hyuk pointed his way to their target destination. He spotted an island amongst the body of water, but within moments of analyzing the place, silhouettes of deadly creatures were visible from far away. In fact, they were much worse than the purple tentacles and the wyvern of destruction. Janhee realized that they were slowly coming to the final battle, and Seonin also realized something else. Seonin understood that whoever took down the target would be able to activate a return code, and the goal was 100 monsters. The military people were desperate to find a way to their home. Meanwhile, Youngjin was not bothered by the number of monsters he had to kill. As the other aliens continued to approach the island, he realized the numbers were not important at that moment. It all started 30 days ago, as Captain Lee Kang-jin, leader of the Special Forces Squadron, noticed a red cloud appear across the sky. The cloud engulfed the land, and he was surprised by this phenomenon. The buildings started to disintegrate right in front of him, while the other props started to vanish as well. Regardless of the place and the time, everyone was teleported to a common place as the buildings started to vanish. They were all teleported to a red land with a gloomy atmosphere, as everyone stood clueless about what was happening. They were cut off from their supply route, and they had to traverse through the path the monsters tread. Karu Capcom 102. The system displayed that they had to defend the highlands for 30 days. But the captain was confused about this message, while his sergeant, Jong Sudong, was observing the place and asked his captain to take a look by himself. He was in disbelief as he was still confused about what was happening and asked Kang-jin to verify it. Kang-jin observed the 21st Division, which stood a little far apart. He also observed the presence of Chinese, American, Japanese, and even North Korean troops. The captain was observing the battlefield as he wondered where Russia was, while something else caught Sudong's attention. He was horrified as he set his sights upon the arena. He saw a horde of hellish monsters rush towards them in order to devour them. The war continued for a month as numerous troops were annihilated and reorganized because of the immense force of monsters. At some point, even ranks became insignificant as survival became their most important factor. The military fought against the monsters with only the firearms and weapons they had. Some even used bastard swords to slay the monsters. They endured again and again, day and night. The team was led by Captain Lee Kang-jin, and the first sergeant, Jang Sudong, and Major Kang Chung-il. Chung-gil yelled out a battle speech for his troops, as he told them they would return to their home if they completed the mission. The military troop was fierce and was finally seeing a ray of hope. They immediately charged over the island with all their weapons. Meanwhile, there were some specific aliens that shot projectiles from their bodies. The projectiles pierced the skulls of the troop members, while others evaded the projectiles. Seeing this, the military troop immediately proceeded with a counterattack. They continued to fire at the monsters, but the tough shell was almost deflecting all the bullets. Seeing this, one of the soldiers threw out a grenade at the monsters. Right between the group of monsters, the bomb detonated. This caused a heavy explosion across the group of monsters as the shards hit the tough skin of the monsters. But this impact did not harm the monsters and instead put them into a state of concussion. Kang-jin noticed this and he immediately ordered his team to move forward. They all rushed in without hesitation. Team 1 draws a line over the confused monsters and blocks other enemies from approaching. Team 2 would take care of the monsters during that time. Team 2 was ruthless as they continued to slay the monsters, but the other team backed away, since the monsters were getting harder to deal with. They formed a barricade both ways to protect themselves from the monsters. Kang-jin instructed Team 1 to come and help Team 2's melee fighters deal with the remaining monsters. The melee fighters engaged the monsters from the front, while the shield veterans charged from behind. The shielders charged and pushed the monster, while the sword-wielding veterans stabbed through the tough shell of the monsters. The monsters startled as the sword pierced through their tough shell. Since there was not much time left, the sergeant insisted everyone run faster. Sudong yelled out that they all would return home together. Kang-jin also observed that there were other aliens fighting against the monsters. Suddenly, something else crossed his mind. He realized that there were a total of 100 return codes. Apparently, there were thousands of aliens around working alongside them. But eventually, we would become competitors for the return codes. This wavered his will for survival. But knowing his team's progress, he understood that it was doable. As he climbed up the hill, he was shocked to see what was inside the cavern. He saw a lot of eggs that were laid upon the cavern, with a yellow tag pointing to them. Kang-jin quickly understood it was the targets. But he heard some unintelligible noise right beside him. Kang-jin quickly turned back to check on the commotion. He noticed that all the other aliens were being lifted up in the air telepathically. A blue-colored mysterious alien controlled the gravity around them as it extended its arm into the air. Suddenly, it clenched its fist. Kang-jin was surprised as the blood splattered all across him. He was too stunned to react. He saw that all the aliens were crushed by his gravitational powers, and he created a ball of their carcasses while the blood was dripping down. The blue alien quickly dropped the mass onto the ground and set its attention towards Kang-jin. Kang-jin realized he was at a disadvantage and tried to formulate a plan to escape the situation. Meanwhile, the eggs that were laid upon the cavern, with a yellow tag pointing to them, were still attached to the ground. But deadly creatures emerged from the cavern as they were rushing outside to destroy the survivors. While one of the aliens was trying to fight against the monster, a chain smothered with flames struck the monster. Upon contact, it sliced up the monster with ease. The alien stood still as it was observing a flail with spiked chains, burning bright with flames. A few meters away, a red-skinned alien, which wrapped the smoldering chains across its forearm, controlled the weapon. The fiery alien stood firm on the ground, with its chain across its arms. It continued to destroy and sever all the aliens on its way. Kang-jin was shocked as the whole arena was filled with the aliens' blood. He understood that the aliens were starting to get rid of their competitors. And especially, he observed that these aliens cunningly hid amongst the weaker group of aliens. Meanwhile, Sudong yelled out for his squadron. He ordered his squadron to charge at full speed and to endure the losses. He also instructed the team not to face the monsters head-on and told them to prioritize shooting the targets. Meanwhile, Choi Hyuk stood up. The pod gleamed bright as it continued to levitate. The alien in the pod was confused as to how Choi Hyuk survived the devastating blow. But Choi Hyuk stood still, retaining his silence. The alien guessed he must be one of the better ones among all the aliens, and he might actually have potential. Again, Choi Hyuk stood still, retaining his silence. But moments after, Choi Hyuk smiled, knowing he was about to cook the alien. But the alien advised Hyuk not to get agitated and told him to stay in his place, calling him a deferred judgment holder. He then continued that they would be annihilated if they didn't carry out their mission properly, and he said he would let Hyuk live if he continued to carry out his mission. But Choi Hyuk was not having it. He understood that he could not fight while protecting his followers. But a second thought crossed his mind. He questioned himself whether he had to protect them. Choi Hyuk understood that they would have to protect themselves, and their mission must be his top priority. He told his followers that he would act alone and give their best to survive. He even told Sonin to help others and not to live by himself. Seonin affirmed to Hyuk's orders, and everyone sprang into action as they charged towards the others. Now Choi Hyuk focused on the alien and asked if he had not received any deferred judgments. The alien introduced itself as the lowest-ranked warrior, Koholeon, with a battlefield alias called Dawn Lightning. But Koholeon was enraged by Choi Hyuk's lack of respect. Koholeon pitied the alien bunch, as Hyuk thought he was a pushover and was trying to walk all over him. He quickly operated through his pod and engaged his weapons against Hyuk. But Hyuk did not move a muscle while Koholeon almost finished activating it. Choi Hyuk did not bother and stood still against Koholeon. Koholeon was surprised as Hyuk stood still and confident despite witnessing its strength earlier. The alien did not want to waste any more time and activated the pod. But Choi Hyuk had enough. He moved so fast that he created an afterimage right in front of Koholeon. The Dawn Lightning stood confused as to what was happening. Koholeon searched everywhere in the area to spot Hyuk. But Hyuk soared through the sky with his greedy predator blade over his hands. He pierced through the electric barrier of Koholeon. Jolts spread all across Choi Hyuk, but he did not falter. Hyuk focused on his karmic heart as it began to glow. Choi Hyuk unleashed a karma balance from his heart. This web of karma spun across Choi Hyuk, providing him protection against the Koholeon's immense electric attack. Hyuk was able to pierce through the barrier as he made use of his control. Koholeon could not comprehend what was happening, but the battle was over as Hyuk stabbed through his chest. Choi Hyuk expressed his gratitude for the battle and expressed his regards to Koholeon. Koholeon realized Choi Hyuk was far stronger than him, as Choi Hyuk sliced through the pod, destroying the Dawn Lightning. The lifeless body of Koholeon lay across the ground in halves. Meanwhile, Choi Hyuk absorbed and acquired one of the karma devices from Koholeon. Choi Hyuk was confused about this. The system displayed that his absorption rate had increased, and he was granted 16 free karma points. Meanwhile, Kang Jin was horrified on the battlefield. He witnessed that another troop member was murdered right before his eyes. He realized that they could be murdered with ease. The aliens were too strong for humans to handle. The red alien with the flail continued to kill the aliens and charge forward. But the thing that agonized Kang Jin was that all those who were murdered were his close friends. It was Jang Sudong, the sergeant, who used one of his comrades as his shield. But the sergeant was protecting Kang Jin from the monsters, and he expressed his will for him to survive. He removed his blade from his comrades, and he was ready to accept any sort of punishment for his behavior. A timer popped up over his head while he told Kang Jin that he would help him to survive. Kang Jin gritted his teeth as he was totally disappointed. He yelled at Sudong for not considering him to be his comrade. While Kang Jin was wondering how it had become like this, one team reached the cavern. He yelled at the youngest to slice the cocoon and hurry on back. The youngest sliced the egg and saw a monster inside it. The monster crawled out of the space as the youngest was startled by its sudden appearance. While the arthropod tried to kill the youngest, the other team members opened fire at the arthropod. They showered bullets upon the monster. To end it once and for all, the youngest quickly sliced its head and activated the return code. Suddenly, a timer with 5 minutes popped up over his head. The other aliens were intrigued by this. They set this attention towards the youngest. They drew their weapons and came closer to slay the youngest. But the major ordered his team to tighten their security against the monsters. Everyone drew their M4s and pointed them against anything that was hostile. The aliens were at a disadvantage, as they were only carrying melee weapons. Knowing they stood no chance, they turned their backs and continued to walk away. Meanwhile, within a corner inside the cavern, a pale red monster smiled creepily. With a spiked gauntlet over its hand, it continued to ragdoll a human corpse. The monster revealed itself out of the creek, introducing itself as one of the lowest-ranked warrior Kyushisute. The demon-like monster was enjoying itself as it wanted to destroy the humans. The humans fired their guns against Suit, but the Suit deflected the bullets, as its skin was too tough to pierce with bullets. Suit leaped in the air. It charged towards the humans. Suit punched the humans across their gut, sending them flying. The enormous size of the Suit was one of its advantages, as it easily knocked two of them with one single blow. The humans realized they had no chance against something like this. While Suit continued to enjoy, the humans felt a sharp sensation all of a sudden. But Suit was disappointed. The monster stabbed through the humans with ease. The humans lost consciousness as they coughed up blood due to the deep injury. But Suit had other plans. The monster gaped its mouth wide open and chomped the head of one of the troop members. The others were horrified by the brutality of this monster. They realized the Suit was carnivorous and had no advantage against it. As it devoured the human, a time of 2 minutes and 35 seconds popped up over its head. The Suit has developed a taste for humans now and wants more of it as it sets its sight over the other survivors. One of the veterans landed on the floor as he was in a rush. He quickly ran over the cavern as something was approaching him, and the soldier tried to turn back and check. But he was horrified, as he had no chance of survival. Suit slammed right on the face of the human. The immense size of the monster and the force smashed the head of the veteran upon impact. Everyone in the cavern who came to retrieve the codes was brutally killed. Suit terrorized the whole arena as his brutality instilled fear in all the beings. Meanwhile, Jin continued to yell at Sudong for killing his fellow comrade. But Sudong was calm and said it was not right. He even pointed out that he did not save a single life around him, as no one was alive. Sudong even told him that he would not live if he continued to shout like that. But Jin was still reluctant. Sudong gave up on him, as everyone else who followed him had received a timer above their heads. Jong Sudong has trusted the people who agreed to be by his side and trusted them with his life. But those who refused were betrayed and brutally murdered, and their return codes were stolen even though they were comrades. This enraged Jin. He saw the lifeless body of his comrade on the floor. Jin closed their lifeless eyes, honoring their death. But as he was honoring, he heard a monstrous laugh coming across the cavern. He held his sword firmly as he turned back. He noticed Suit carrying the corpse of his comrades as he was mocking Jin. Jin also noticed that Suit's timer had expired. But he noticed that Suit was holding on to the corpse of his major. This enraged Jin, and he had had enough. He leaped with his broadsword in his hand to slice Suit. But Suit was able to punch Jin away. The punch was so devastating that he crashed into the walls right next to him. He fell hard on the ground, and he coughed up blood on the floor, as it would have easily killed any other human being. Jin continued to cough up blood as Suit was surprised by it. He noticed that, unlike other humans, Jin was not pierced by his punch. Suit called Jin a deferred judgment holder and praised him for being good amongst other humans. But Jin was barely alive. He used his remaining stamina to sit steady, but he struggled to breathe even though he sat on the ground. Even in his last moments, Jin just had one question. Why would he want to kill the humans? But Suit smiled with evil intent as it continued to laugh. He pointed out the hole in the cavern. Suit pointed out the humans who were killing to live. He then pointed out the aliens and said they were not even strong, and that was why they received consumable judgment. Suit then pointed out that only 100 people could return, and the ones who remained here were all going to die. Filled with malicious intent, he said he wanted to kill all those extra people and receive additional karma points for himself. But Jin quickly drew his pocket knife from his belt. Suit saw through his trick. He quickly dislocated his arm as Jin dropped his knife on the ground. Suit was a masochist who felt pleasure in killing the weak, addressing humans as consumables. But Jin was struggling with his physical condition. Suddenly, someone agreed with him as he turned around. Something caught Suit's attention as his crown was being slashed off. He quickly dropped Jin onto the ground. Jin was confused, and he tried to glance at what was happening. A silhouette of a warrior wielding a sword was seen through the dust over the cavern. Suit was enraged as someone slashed his crown. Choi Hyuk entered the battlefield, introducing himself as a human. Meanwhile, one of the aliens tried to run away as he had received the code with 4 minutes and 27 seconds. But just as he was checking on the arena, a huge boulder rolled over the cliff. It was about to fall right onto the alien's head. But the moment it realized, it was too late. The boulder smashed through the alien. But suddenly, the boulder received the code. It later came to its original form as it was rolled up like an armadillo. It tried to escape as it had received the timer limit, but just as it went across the corner, it stopped. A huge alien stood in its way. The huge alien clamped its hand. It raised its hand over its head. The other alien quickly understood what was about to happen. The huge alien slammed the tough shell of the other alien with code. But it was of no use, as its shell was very tough to crack. The huge alien was frustrated by this. It unleashed a flurry of heavy punches across its tough shell in order to break and kill it. But it did not budge. And in fact, it injured the other alien's hand. But within moments, the shell was lifted from the land. It was the same blue alien, which had gravitational powers, that lifted the shelled alien telepathically. The blue alien swung the shelled alien across the body of the other one. The blue alien pointed its fingers, which increased the momentum of its spin. The shell pierced through the body of the huge animal, and the blue alien clenched its fists one more time. The shell shattered as it was being subjected to gravitational force all across the space. The alien stood there menacingly, with its timer being 0 minutes and 0 seconds. It was realized that the ones who died so easily were not needed in the war. A war where the deaths of hundreds of millions of aliens were so insignificant, and acting like they were little pawns in the war, like a stone right beside the alien. It realized it was even more insignificant, like the dust created by rolling the rocks. They were one of them. He was an existence who did not even have enough value for them to look back and see him, making him a thoroughly ignored existence. And the only way for such an existence to prove itself was to survive the war, where Sonnen faced off against a humanoid-looking alien that possessed psychic abilities. The stones and the pebbles across the battlefield continued to spread everywhere, where Sonnen faced off against a humanoid-looking alien that possessed psychic abilities. Jin-hee, Yong Jyn, and Sonnen were trying to fend off the negative aura that was emanating from the creature. In the meantime, the creatures started to fight amongst themselves as they were fighting for their return codes. Seonin continued to observe this from a distance as the aliens continued to quarrel. Everyone moved quietly and slowly, as they did not want to arouse any other unwanted suspicion. As they were traversing, something else caught Sonin's attention. He spotted one of the eggs, which had the objective tag over it. Jin-hee rushed in, and she slashed the egg open. Just like the last time, an arthropod came out of the egg. But both Yong Jyn and Seonin were prepared for the monster. Yong Jyn and Seonin quickly slashed through the monster. The system then popped up a message saying they had to wait for 5 minutes as it was transforming the corpse into return energy. Seonin received a timer of 5 minutes, while Youngin had 31 seconds, and Jin-hee had none. Meanwhile, the battle between Kushi-suit and Hyuk continued. The enraged Kushi-suit stomped over the fallen piece of its crown. Kushi-suit threw a punch at Choi Hyuk, but he evaded it with ease. The monster continued to throw deadly punches against Choi Hyuk, but none hit him as he was evading all of them without breaking a sweat. In fact, Choi Hyuk smiled as Kushi-suit was not fast enough. This enraged Kushi-suit as he gritted his teeth. Kushi-suit delivered another overhead kick in order to stomp Hyuk. But not only did Hyuk evade it, but he also slashed through the body of Kushi-suit. He quickly went behind the monster as he evaded the attack. Kushi-suit knew Hyuk was far faster than any other human being, but Choi Hyuk barely broke a sweat. Kushi-suit braced for impact as Choi Hyuk charged towards him. Hyuk unleashed a flurry of slashes while Kushi-suit went into defense mode. For the love of the game, Choi Hyuk was literally bullying Kushi-suit. This pissed the monster off so bad. Kushi-suit charged towards Hyuk in order to grab him. But Choi Hyuk jumped over Kushi-suit's enormous body. Not only did he evade, but Hyuk also managed to slice off the other crown part of the monster. Meanwhile, his followers were witnessing the battle from atop the cavern, as Jin-hee was admiring Hyuk's fighting prowess. She even told him that she would surpass him, to which Sonin told her she was a human. But Jin-hee was casual, as she said Hyuk was not a monster, and if he could do it, then she could do it as well. But this caught Sonin by surprise. Jin-hee was confused about Sonin's reaction, as she wondered if her words were that shocking. Seonin suddenly instructed everyone to run as he was scared of something. Jin-hee and Yong Jyn were confused as to what was happening. They all started to run as per Seonin's instructions. Seonin understood that they were being targeted by one of those crazy killing aliens. As he was running, he was able to spot deadly monsters lurking across the cavern. But Sonin was confused as to where to run. But suddenly, he realized the timers over their heads hit 0. He instructed both Jin-hee and Yong Jyn to return as soon as possible. Jin-hee stood still, as she could not process what Sonin was telling. She rejected his offer. Jin-hee did not want to leave Seonin behind and flee, but Sonin warned that she would die. But Jin-hee did not accept, as she highlighted their big goal and the necessity for them to take bigger risks. Jin-hee was confident that she would win, and she declared that she was going to surpass Choi Hyuk one day. Young Jin agreed with Jin-hee, as he needed to overcome the fear if he really desired revenge. But Seonin was stumped since they did not know or understand his intuition. Seonin wondered why they would have to fight with that unknown entity. But Sonin felt something was off. His heart, which was screaming like a siren, had become silent as if submerged in water. Instead of cold sweat, his hair stood up and his body became heated. Seonin realized that his chances of survival were better if he faced off against the monster instead of running away. However, Jin-hee noticed the monster had arrived. Tendrils were sprouting across its limbs as the humans were prepared for the battle. Out of curiosity, the minister asked them if they were from the same team as Choi Hyuk. Jin-hee told that Hyuk was their leader, with a confident smirk on her face. The monster then introduced itself as the lowest-ranked warrior, Kekken, and was ready to engage in battle. Jin-hee was confident, and she even said that she would turn Kekken into a blood splatter. Seonin wasted no time and activated his iron defense. The translucent tendrils were about to strike him down as he kept his iron defense up. However, the impact was immense as the tendrils were too strong. The tendrils continued to emerge from the walls as well. But Young Jin activated his bisect at the right time, and he slashed through the tendrils. But they were easily outnumbered, as the number of tendrils grew more as time passed. Seonin could not hold back as the recoil was too much for him to handle. The tendrils were so sharp that they scratched everyone, as the iron defense was not enough. Seonin felt the insurmountable gap between him and the monster, as he felt he was fighting against a downpour. But Keiken's maximum potential was yet to come. But he was hesitant, as he wanted to torment everyone a little by little, so they could squirm like the bugs they were. However, Jin-hee had other plans. She instructed Young Jin to give her a lift, but Sonin was confused about her actions. Jin-hee landed upon his arms, while Sonin knew about the dangers she was about to commit. She instructed Young Jin to throw her towards the monster. Young Jin wasted no time as he threw Jin-hee with all he had. But Sonin was worried about Jin-hee's recklessness. She continued to fly towards the monster, with both her blades up in the air. But Keiken was aware of it and kept his guard up. The pillar was severed into pieces. As Keiken's tendrils continued to terrorize the arena, Jin-hee was mid-air as she continued to advance against the Keiken's tendrils. She was afraid, but she was not scared of being afraid. Jin-hee was like this even when she was a kid, way before she had awakened her karma. She showed no hesitation to cross buildings or to go on adventurous trips all by herself. She was determined and did not want to lose to any man. Lee Jin-hee felt that fear was a good motivator, as it kept a suitable amount of tension. The tendrils narrowly missed her as they cut through her scrunchie. Young Jin and Seonin were shocked, as they thought Jin-hee was hurt. Even Keiken was confused about her actions. But Jin-hee did not stop, and she instantly slashed both of Keiken's eyes, blinding him throughout their battle. Jin-hee fell across Keiken as she was advancing forward due to the extra momentum, but the tendrils had already reached through her. But Seonin threw his shield to protect her from all the incoming tendrils. He swiftly tackled Jin-hee across the deadly arena. While Keiken was struggling to see, he got frustrated, and he unleashed a flurry of tendril attacks across the arena. Everyone was dodging the attacks as they were random since Keiken was blinded by Jin-hee. They all stood across the platform, and Sonin advised everyone to run since Keiken was blinded. But Jin-hee did not want to run away, and instead, she wanted to kill Keiken. Meanwhile, Kushisut continued to groan as his battle with Hyuk continued. Within moments, Hyuk pierced his blade against Kushisut's throat. Hyuk barely broke a sweat as he demolished Kushisut. But suddenly he heard a voice beside him. It was a spectral image of a woman who was impressed by Hyuk's skills, as he was able to defeat both Dawn Lightning and Deer Antlers with ease. Hyuk was still surprised by the fact that a flaming alien was able to speak Korean perfectly. Choi Hyuk instantly knew her name was Flare Rain, despite meeting her for the first time in his life. But Flare Rain declared that she just wanted a greeting. But Choi Hyuk was suspicious about her intentions. But Flare Rain insisted Hyuk tone down his hostility towards her, as they might even meet again on the next mission. Choi Hyuk was confused about it. He asked her if they were going to meet again. But Flare Rain said that she usually gets transferred to a planet, and they have a tendency to send those with similar strength. She even said that it was not worth being friends with Kushisut. Hyuk understood that they would give them a higher score if they took out the target. Knowing this, Hyuk realized that there was no need to be friendly with each other. But Flare Rain advised him not to be like that, as everyone had it tough. After a few moments, Flare Rain took her leave as she realized the monsters were about to flood in. She disappeared into a flame spark as Choi Hyuk stood confused. Something else caught Hyuk's attention. The other's timer had also hit 0, and Choi Hyuk realized his timer had also hit 0. With no other purpose, he told everyone to return. The monsters continued to flood in as Choi Hyuk slowly warped again to the city. The system calculated his mission score and displayed that he had obtained a total of 200 points. Meanwhile, Kang Jin was trying his level best to crawl out of the battlefield, but the injury he had suffered crippled his movement. While Kushi Suit was distracted, he quickly crawled out of the battlefield without getting his attention. After a moment, he stood up as he tried to fix his dislocated forearm. He struggled to breathe as the punch from Kushi Suit broke his ribs. Remembering the fact that Sudong was still alive and questioning his survivability, she was determined that he would live at any cost. As he was traversing the cavern, he found a black egg. But Kang Jin was also determined that he would become stronger. Just as he was walking near the egg's membrane moved as something was trying to come out. The alien nearby wondered what it was. But within moments, something pierced its way out as it slashed the alien with ease. An arthropod with even sharper claws emerged from the egg. The vicious beast instilled fear in the aliens. The other alien ran for its life while Kang Jin stepped in. He jumped into action, as it was his last chance to obtain the survival code. Despite his severe injuries, Kang Jin was able to avoid all the attacks from the vicious monster. But he could not dodge all of them. But it did not stop him. He advanced, despite all his blood loss and the broken bones. And he continued to advance on behalf of his comrades. But in that moment, he unlocked a new, unique skill. He was able to spot the weakness in the vicious monster's skull as he awakened his new ability. He charged in without any hesitation, but the monster stabbed its back with its sharp claws. Kang Jin stabbed the eye of the vicious monster with his personal knife. The system transformed the corpse into eternal energy as Kang Jin successfully killed the monster. He had to endure 5 minutes, but he was gravely injured as he struggled to breathe. As time passed, he noticed a shadow creep upon him. He saw a giant larva-like monster crawl up to him. With only a few seconds on the timer, the monster tried to engulf him. But just as he had a second, he went unconscious due to the severe blood loss. Just as the timer hit 0, Kang Jin was back in the normal world. He was teleported right to the president's office while he was gravely injured. All the participants had returned home after many days. Meanwhile, a reporter was examining the farmland as he explained the lack of rainfall and how the land had become dry due to it. But one of the farmers said it was not only the rain, but also the declining health of the soil itself. But scientists have claimed that there have been no records of a global decline in soil fertility. The new members also declared that there would be a food crisis in a few weeks. All of this imbalance was created due to the abnormal global drought phenomenon. The news then continued that there have been reports of a large-scale disappearance of people. The civilians were becoming increasingly worried as it continued. The news also informed that the domes that appeared earlier were still impossible to enter from the outside. Chaos broke out as people went insane due to these phenomena. But the fight between two awakened civilians caused even more destruction for others. Their fight destroyed one of the trees, which was outside the cafe. This tree was sent flying towards a bystander, and the impact was huge. But Jin Hee stepped in, as she held the bark with no issues. She placed it on the ground, and she understood what was going on. She stepped in and tried to resolve the issue between the two. But as soon as she stepped in, one of the guys noticed that she was a berserker. Without hesitation, he turned back and walked away. But the other guy called him for the fight, but Jin Hee stepped in to stop them. Since he was arrogant, Jin Hee had to resort to violence, as she punched him hard across his face. Jin Hee had had enough, as she was already feeling restless even without him adding to it. In that moment, young Jin walked up, and he told her that the lunch was almost over. Jin Hee realized she was late, and she went along with young Jin. All three of them assembled over the stadium, as Sonin asked why she would go so far to have naengmyeon. She even told Seonin that she could only endure if she ate something good. As she was talking, she charged herself and leaped into the air, but she couldn't control her momentum and landed on the ground. This caused a mild concussion for Jin Hee, while Sonin asked if it was something that she could do by recklessly using her strength. It was the third day since they had returned. They trained in the main stadium of the sports complex every day, and it was to strengthen their lacking offensive power, as their enemies were at least 2 stars, and some were 3 stars as well. This implied that there was a high chance that they might fight those with higher stats than them. They realized that in order to defeat them, they had to learn how to use the Karma Blade. Choi Hyuk continued to demonstrate how to use Karma's fullest potential. He focused his point over his chest as his heart glowed. Everyone was shocked as Hyuk had full control over his karma. Hyuk was able to cover himself with the golden threads of karma wrapped around him. He introduced his followers to the Flaming Wing tribe's Karma Heart Discipline. He taught them that the key point of Karma Heart Discipline was its ability to shape their karma. Hyuk also said that without shape, it flows freely. However, investing your will allows you to fix it into a specific structure. By forming a karma heart, you can use your karma more organically. Without a fixed shape, karma flows freely. By investing your will, you can structure it into a karma heart. He then said that this heart acts as a pump, spreading karma to your limbs and allowing you to recall it in a single breath, thereby concentrating your strength more easily. Hyuk then mentioned that with that strength, they would be able to create a karma blade. Jin-hee was too confused about all the details that he had shared. But Hyuk told everyone to first coil their karma into a spiral. But the training lasted till evening. As Jin-hee was still trying and was struggling to coil her karma over her body, Seonin wondered why she was struggling even though she had the highest control stat among others. While she said Sunin was cheating, he told Jin-hee that he was just doing it within his abilities. But Chu Yong Jyn had given up on coiling his karma, as he was only focused on raising his power and speed. Choi Hyuk understood that this would take more time than he had thought. After they got hold of their karmic abilities, Choi Hyuk faced off against all of them at once. He commenced the battle. Choi Hyuk wasted no time as he rushed towards the troop. Meanwhile, Baek Seonin was ready with his iron defense. And Lee Jin-hee was prepared for Hyuk with her double swords. She jumped over Sunin as Hyuk advanced. But shortly, Hyuk slid across the ground while Sunin held his iron defense firm. He swiftly knocked Sunin off his balance, as he was knocked out by Hyuk with ease. As Jin-hee slipped out far away, Hyuk advised that Seonin had to maintain his karma. Suddenly, someone approached Hyuk from behind. But Hyuk's quick reflexes noticed the person. It was Chu Yong Jyn who came flying towards Hyuk. He struck his blade over Hyuk, but Hyuk was able to block it. But the impact alone cracked his blade. Hyuk was impressed by Yong Jin's abilities. Seonin analyzed and understood that it was because of Youngin's unique karma utilization method. He had given up on forming his karma into spirals and controlling them precisely, and instead, he solely focused on explosiveness. Both Yong Jyn and Hyuk clashed again, as the blade was shattered upon impact. The shattered blade fell onto the ground, as Hyuk declared Yong Jyn to be out of the game. Hyuk advised Yong Jyn to focus more on his karma density and stop exploding his karma unnecessarily. But he dodged Jin-hee's sneak attack with ease, as he also advised Yong Jyn to try finding a safer technique to rely on. But Jin-hee was enraged by this, as she thought Hyuk was looking down on her. She rushed in with her dual karma blades. But Hyuk deflected it and praised her for maintaining her karma blade. She instantly accumulated karma all over her body along with her karma blades. But her blades started to shatter as she was failing to maintain them. Hyuk was disappointed, but he was caught by surprise. She held Hyuk's blade with her own hand and tried to pierce Hyuk with her broken blade. She quickly accumulated karma on her hands, and she instantly went to hold on to Hyuk's blade. This caught everyone by surprise. She held Hyuk's blade with her own hand and tried to pierce Hyuk with her broken blade. Jin-hee thought she had finally checkmate Hyuk in a checkmate. But Hyuk instantly swept her legs, causing her to falter. She crashed on the floor as she completely lost her sense of balance. Hyuk pointed the blade towards Jin-hee's face, as he was astonished by the fact that the karma blade had been blown away. He understood that the possibilities of karma were infinite. With a gentle smile, he asked if she liked it. Meanwhile, Seonin and Jin-hee were wondering why so many people had to die. They were also wondering why they had to receive a consumable's deferred judgment. Jin-hee thought it might be because they did not save the kids. But moments later, she wondered if they were even alive or not. Seonin remembered Minji's words, as there must be a reason for that. Both continued to discuss and walk, and as they were walking, they spotted Choi Hyuk on the road. He was standing right next to a huge portal. They understood that it was a portal leading to the new mission. The first to attempt an exploration in the new lands was China, which went 2 days ago. 15,000 people were recruited, and they were promptly annihilated. Seonin understood that the risk was very high. He insisted that they needed more information about the world and then to raid. But Choi Hyuk remembered Seonin in the two most important missions, to get stronger and to colonize. Hyuk told Sonin that the grace period was only 5 years. He insisted that they have to do this as fast as possible, otherwise, they need to shed our fate as consumables. But the military general insisted that going in at that moment might be very dangerous. Even Choi Hyuk accepted it. But he also knew that if he put it off, it would never end. As he was observing the portal, the healer guardian Bae Jinmun walked up towards Hyuk. He said that it was nerve-wracking and he could not even sleep properly. Both Jinam and Hyunsung were influential leaders who had filled all 10,000 members. But after the last mission, Jinman and Hyunsung returned with only 4,000 and 3,000 members respectively. Considering that the average return rate was below 1/4, it was quite considerable. Even still, they were both broken-hearted. The losses they endured were too high to be consoled by the fact that their return rate was relatively high, and both realized they had to put an end to all of that as soon as possible. Hyuk insisted they had to quickly shed their fate as consumables. When Jinman and Hyunsung revealed they were planning on defecting to Choi Hyuk's side, half the members under their command opposed and left. That was how over 3,000 people joined Choi Hyuk's side. Besides them, 1,600 lunatics who were suffering from the after-effects of the last mission and wanted to die personally came to Choi Hyuk, saying they admired him, resulted in a combined total of 5,000. Choi Hyuk knew this was all he needed. He used the portal to enter the unknown, as the system deducted 100 mission points. Hyuk entered the portal, as the ground was scorching hot and the land was a red mass. The system displayed that they had to colonize the Spartoi post. It also displayed that the Dragonic race was wiped out by a monster invasion, leading to the rise of a new monster called Spartoi, which used Dragonic corpses as hosts. This region was formerly Barhalolian, and the site where the High Dragon fell is known as Barhalolian Hill. The mission was to clear the Spartoi group inhabiting Barhalolian Hill. Suddenly, the veteran who entered via the portal was exploded into pieces. The others were confused and scared about the force behind those explosions. A series of dragons spat fireballs from atop the mountain. It was as if the whole place was being showered with fireballs. Each and every fireball contained an explosive force capable of destroying buildings with ease. Everyone ran for their lives, while some were already gravely injured. The healer quickly activated his Get Up ability. He instantly healed everyone in the vicinity. Suddenly, one of the veterans pointed out the exact location. A group of morbid creatures was standing atop a mountain with dragons under their command. The dragons continued to spit fireballs. Humans stood no chance, as the explosions were huge. Seonin quickly stepped in as he activated his iron defense with his karmic abilities. He quickly snatched the fireball from the dragon, but the force was too powerful, as it sent him back due to the heavy impact and force behind it. Seonin understood that more people entered the portal. He immediately ordered everyone to run away as he was about to take another volley of fireballs. He managed to block the fireballs with his iron defense, but the force knocked him onto the ground. Seonin knew these monsters were far more powerful than him. Meanwhile, Jinmin ordered both Team 1 and Team 2 in the front to activate their shield skills. Everyone tried to tank the fireballs, but the recoil was immense. Jinmin understood that endurance like this would not work, as it was purely one-sided domination. He realized half of them haven't even arrived yet, and they might be wiped out if they wait for more to arrive. Hyunsung realized it would be a suicidal act if they charged those monsters. But Choi Hyuk did not hesitate for a moment. The aliens looked as Hyuk advanced all by himself. Hyuk leaped in the air towards the aliens, with his greedy predator blade over his hands. But the monsters smiled menacingly. Hyuk was confused as to why they were smiling. The dragons right beside the aliens fired a volley of explosive fireballs towards Choi Hyuk. Choi Hyuk did not have any room or time to react, as it was quick. The fireball exploded as soon as it hit Choi Hyuk, causing a huge impact, enough to kill him.